Chapter 1001 Capture. Buzz. A warm light burst forth from Lin Xian's chest. His eyes flickered, realizing that the jade bracelet was working its magic. Boom! At this moment, the Black Palace Master's palm, carrying the pressure of shattering the void, fiercely grabbed at Lin Xian from afar. Protect Mr. Lin! Han Feng let out a low shout, and his powerful true energy surged out like a tidal wave. He launched the first attack on the Black Palace Master. However, his fierce attack landed on the giant hand formed from dark energy. His offensive was as if it had been suddenly eroded. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A thick plume of smoke rose up. Then, it disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Han Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. In an instant, cold sweat streamed down his back. This Black Palace Master is not only terrifyingly powerful, but the dark energy emanating from his body also exudes an eerie feeling. It contained a corrosive power that moved him deeply. Under this corrosive force, anything that comes into contact with it will likely be catalyzed. If a person's body comes into contact with this dark energy, which contains a strong corrosive force, it will likely suffer severe corrosion. Get out of my way, you bunch of ants! With a deep shout, the Black Palace Master swung his other idle hand fiercely at Han Feng and the others in front of him. Boom! In an instant, a fierce wind arose. A strong black wind swept out like a Category 12 typhoon. Under that immense wind pressure, Han Feng, Tian Kuei, and the others were blown backward repeatedly. They used all their inner energy to protect themselves, barely managing to withstand the terrifying wind pressure. However, their actions were also greatly hindered, as if they were trapped in one place and unable to move. With just one move, they easily trapped several earthly supreme experts. The Black Palace Master's gaze, shrouded in black mist, once again locked onto Lin Xian. His outstretched, illusory hand, like a giant black net, enveloped Lin Xian. Surrounded by that black hand, Lin Xian's figure appeared exceptionally small and powerless. At this moment, he was like a trapped beast. The hand that slowly closed towards him carried an overwhelming pressure that even ordinary Saint Realm experts could not resist, pressing down on him from all directions. Lin Xian's vision suddenly dimmed. As the hand slowly clenched, the light of the sun and moon around it was obscured. Xianer! Lin Xiao, who was not far away, saw this and gritted his teeth, letting out a startled shout. He wanted to go and save them. However, trapped inside by the powerful wind pressure, they were completely unable to move. Mr. Lin! Han Feng, Tian Kuei, and the others' expressions also changed drastically. Although Su Lai and Wang Xiong wanted to save Lin Xian, they were also trapped by the wind pressure and felt powerless. Everyone could only watch helplessly as the enormous hand formed from black energy slowly squeezed down on Lin Xian. Thump! With a tremor that shook the heavens and earth, the enormous hand finally closed completely. Xianer! Lin Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and his face turned pale instantly. The Black Palace Master looked at Lin Xian, whom he had finally captured, and a chilling smile seemed to appear on his face beneath the black mist. He raised his hand slightly, intending to break through the void and then take Lin Xian away. Buzz! Just then, suddenly, a dazzling white light burst forth from the gaps between the fingers of the completely closed black palm. The sudden turn of events startled everyone. What's going on? The Black Palace Master also frowned, his expression shifting beneath the black mist. 1002, Chapter 1002 Shining. Buzz! A dazzling white light suddenly burst forth from between the fingers of the giant black mist hand. The light pierced through the darkness, as if illuminating the pitch-black sky in that instant. What's this? The Black Palace Master's expression changed, and his usually calm eyes seemed to show a sudden surge of emotion. This is? Not far away, the Shadow Protector's expression also changed drastically. Even in his bloodshot eyes, a hint of fear flickered at this moment. It was a fear that came from the depths of one's soul. As the white light spread, the dark energy within his body actually trembled slightly. This trembling was uncontrollable. His strength is far inferior to that of the Palace Master. Therefore, the temple master was not affected by this force. But he is different. He instinctively took a step back in mid-air. This scene was witnessed by the Lord of the Black Palace. A murderous glint suddenly appeared in his eyes. He hated retreating troops. However, he did not kill the Shadow Protector. At that moment, his attention was completely drawn to the light and color. He sensed a force that he loathed. He knew it was the key that was causing the problem. However, he had no idea what changes would occur to Lin Xian's body, which was currently bound by his black claws. He had a bad feeling. He could feel a powerful energy surge raging within the tightly clenched black hand. He cannot let this situation continue. He wanted to kill that kid before he gained power. Anyway, he already knew that the key he was looking for was on that kid. That kid is no longer of any use to me. If you're going to kill him, then so be it. A murderous thought surfaced in his mind. The Black Palace Master raised his palm again and grabbed hard at Lin Xian's location from a distance. Boom! Instantly, the dark energy, several times more powerful than before, surged up like a raging tide, transforming into ferocious black pythons that roared towards the black giant hand. Rumble! As the demonic energy rapidly poured in, the demonic hand, which was originally several dozen feet in size, suddenly grew several times larger, transforming into a gigantic size of several dozen feet. A monstrous demonic aura roared and howled throughout this world. Beneath that immense demonic energy. Click, click, click. The surrounding space could not withstand the pressure and cracked open with shocking black fissures. It's over. The Lord of the Black Palace murmured. Boom! Instantly, a monstrous demonic aura erupted from within the enormous demonic claw, unleashing a terrifying pressure capable of easily crushing even metal. The pressure spread. Although Lin Xiao and the others were only on the edge, they were still so oppressed that their bones felt like they were about to fall apart. They could hardly imagine the immense and terrifying pressure that Lin Xian, who was in the very center, was currently enduring. Xianer! Lin Xiao gritted his teeth. With his eyes barely open, he stared intently at Lin Xian, who was trapped in the black demonic hand. Buzz! There, the intense white light continued to surge, growing ever stronger and more dazzling. Bang! The Black Palace Master clenched his fist again from a distance. In an instant, a thunderous roar resounded. The entire black demonic hand exploded under his control. Rumble! The demonic energy swept across the sky like a raging tidal wave, instantly engulfing everything around it. An endless aura of darkness enveloped this world. All around, the flowers and plants were withered, and life had vanished. The entire area was covered with a layer of black substance, as if it had been polluted and corroded. All vision was blocked by the black demonic energy, as if a desolate apocalypse had arrived. Buzzing. In the darkness. A white light, yet it still shone brightly. 1003, Chapter 1003 The Spread of Power. Sigh. Black demonic energy spread between heaven and earth. An aura of death enveloped the surrounding area for several kilometers. Everyone wore expressions of despair, and the energy within their bodies began to wane. Xianer! Lin Zhao's eyes widened in shock, and a deep pallor appeared on his face. After that attack, I'm afraid Xianer is already. Mr. Lin. A pale expression also appeared on the faces of Han Feng, Tian Kuei, and the others, and their eyes trembled violently. They hadn't expected that the Black Palace Master's mere avatar would unleash such an overwhelming attack. Under such an attack, they were as if imprisoned in a cage, completely unable to move. As for Mr. Lin, I'm afraid it's already. After all, Mr. Lin's body was already in an extremely weak state before he withstood such an attack. Although Mr. Lin has entered the realm of sainthood, his physical body has undergone an extraordinary transformation. However, the Black Palace Master's secondary body possessed terrifying strength, reaching the late stage of Martial Saint, far surpassing Mr. Lin's early stage of Martial Saint. Moreover, Mr. Lin's true energy had long been exhausted, and he could only rely on his physical strength to withstand such an attack. The attack, just the aftershocks of the explosion, had already rendered them immobile. They could hardly comprehend just how terrifying the power of an explosion located at the core of the explosion was. This is the late stage of the Martial Saint realm. This is the power of overwhelming force. Under this power, for the first time, they, who were at the mid-stage of martial emperor and earthly sovereign, felt the insignificance of their own strength. Even if all the supreme experts present joined forces, they probably wouldn't be a match for the secondary body of the Black Palace Master. What exactly is the Black Palace? Just how powerful is the true form of the Black Palace Master? Could it bet that he has already advanced to the martial god realm? That's a realm that only exists in legends. Everyone was shaken, and their faces turned pale. With Lin Xian's demise, a strong sense of grief and helplessness surged in their hearts. Creak! Lin Xiao clenched his fists tightly, his fingertips sinking deep into his palms. But he could no longer feel pain. Xianer! His burly body trembled, and bloodshot veins seemed to well up in his eyes. 15 years ago, he, as a father, failed to protect his wife and son. Now, 15 years later, he is repeating the same mistake. The Hall of the Black Temple. I, Lin Xiao, will fight you to the death. Lin Xiao suddenly looked up. His eyes, now filled with madness, pierced through the pervasive black mist and locked onto the Black Palace Master's secondary body within the black fog. The Black Palace Master also sensed Lin Xiao's murderous intent locking onto him. A cold, fierce glint flashed in his eyes beneath the black mist, and his voice was filled with endless chill. Now that we have the key, there is no need for your Lin family to exist anymore. Today, I, the Lord of this palace, will wipe your useless family completely from this world. The words fell. The Black Palace Master casually raised his palm, intending to grab Lin Xiao from afar. Lin Xiao's eyes were also bloodshot. Even if he died, even if the other party was just a secondary body, he was determined to bite off a piece of flesh from the other party's body. Thump! However, just as the two sides were about to engage in a fierce firefight, suddenly, a violent tremor resounded throughout the world. A surge of extremely refined energy suddenly emanated from Lin Xian's location, spreading out like ripples on water. 1004, Chapter 1004 Intense Killing Intent. Thump! The reverberating sound, like the sound of a morning bell and evening drum, resounded throughout the heavens and earth. A ring of refined energy ripples spread outwards from the air like white waves. Under that power. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The surrounding demonic energy was quickly purified. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A dazzling light burst forth from where Lin Xian had been standing, like a radiant star. What is this aura? Xianer! Lin Xiao sensed something and his gaze suddenly widened in surprise. Xianer is not dead. At that moment, his body trembled with excitement. It's Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin is still alive. Han Feng, Tian Kuei, and the others also gasped in surprise. The previous dejection on his face vanished instantly, replaced by surprise and excitement. However, compared to Lin Xiao and the others' surprise, the Black Palace Master's face, shrouded in black mist, clearly looked ugly at this moment. The shadow protector behind him felt his heart leap into his throat at that moment. A strong sense of fear welled up inside me. Because at that very moment, he felt an immense divine power. A divine power that had completely overwhelmed him. Lord Temple Master, this power is. The shadow protector's voice trembled uncontrollably. This is a deterrent force that comes from the very soul. He couldn't resist. That's right, it's the same power from back then. The Black Palace Master's tone was equally somber. What a detestable power! I never imagined that after more than 2,000 years, this power would reappear in this world. It seems that the secrets hidden in the key are far more than I, the Lord of the Palace, have ever known. Originally, his only desire to obtain the key was to break a certain seal. Once that seal is broken, the world will once again fall into darkness. However, what he didn't expect was that this key seemed to contain extremely terrifying energy. That kid Lin Xian was able to break through the Saint Realm barrier before and possess the power of purification within his body. Now he can come back to life and survive under his absolute crushing strength. That's right, it's all thanks to that experience. He didn't know how much divine power was hidden or sealed within that key. But he must eliminate Lin Xian completely today and take the key, no matter the cost. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. If that kid were to comprehend its secrets, he might become a real threat to the Black Palace and their clan's great revival plan in the future. That was the only force that could pose a threat to their race. He has to do it today. We must kill this kid before he has completely mastered and fully integrated his knowledge. Boom! With this in mind, the Black Palace Master no longer held back. A vast amount of black energy surged out of his body like a raging storm, causing the entire world to tremble slightly. What terrifying power! Under this terrifying aura, Lin Xiao and the others' expressions changed drastically. Boy, you're going to die here. A chilling murmur came from the mouth of the Black Palace Master. The next moment, he lifted his feet and then gently landed in the air. Buzz! Instantly, a wave of power spread down from the soles of his feet. Whoosh! In the next second, his figure seemed to traverse space, instantly appearing in front of the ball of light that was bursting with brilliant light, right in front of Lin Xian. Whoosh! He stretched out his palm, and the demonic energy on it surged wildly, as if it had transformed into a series of ferocious venomous snakes, which violently stabbed towards Lin Xian in the ball of light. 1005, Chapter 1005. Who said I was going to run away? Boom! The surging demonic energy transformed into a ferocious python, lunging towards the ball of light. Buzz! However, just as the black demonic energy was about to hit the ball of light, the air around the ball of light suddenly trembled violently. The next second, the ball of light vanished into thin air. The monstrous python formed from demonic energy lost its target and crashed into each other like headless flies, exploding with a deafening roar. Disappeared? The Black Palace Master's eyes narrowed. That ball of white light was able to escape his perception and vanish into thin air right before his eyes. At the same time, Lin Xiao and the others were also surprised by what they saw. The ball of light vanished into thin air? Where did it go? And what about Lin Xian? Where did he go? Everyone looked around. Look, there it is. At one point, Han Feng let out a gasp. The next second, everyone looked in a direction that was 45 degrees above their heads. There, the white light that had disappeared was now shining brightly, dispelling the darkness. Within that ball of light, they could vaguely see what appeared to be a figure. It must be Lin Xian. Xianer! Lin Zhao's eyes immediately lit up with intense surprise. It's good that Xianer is alright. What exactly has changed about this kid? Compared to the surprise of the crowd, the face of the Black Palace Master, shrouded in dark mist, became much more solemn. Just now, that ball of light was moving extremely fast. Not only did she avoid his attack, she even avoided his senses. It should be noted that although this was only a secondary body of his, its strength was less than 1/5 of that of the original body. But this secondary body still possesses the strength of the early stage of martial saint. That's the peak strength of the saint realm. How is that possible? They can't even sense or capture the movements of a kid who has just entered the saint realm. Something's definitely fishy. There must be something strange about that white light. A venomous glint appeared in the eyes of the Black Palace Master. He wanted to find out for himself. Boom! A surge of murderous intent welled up within him, and the black demonic energy within the Black Palace Master erupted like a torrent. In just a few breaths, it enveloped the surrounding area of several thousand meters, turning it into a world of miasma. Cough cough. In this world formed by miasma, everyone suddenly felt suffocated. Many of those who were weaker even coughed violently and turned extremely pale. Sigh. Black miasma surged, cutting off air and light. Here, everything seems to be imprisoned. Here, it seems that only darkness reigns supreme. This time, you got away. The Black Palace Master's gaze locked onto Lin Xian within the ball of light, a ferocious look appearing in his eyes. In this world formed from miasma, all things are affected by and imprisoned by him. He wanted to see where this kid could run to. He lightly touched the air with the soles of his feet. Buzz. The next second, a ring of black energy ripples appeared beneath his feet. Its figure seemed to traverse space, instantly moving in front of the ball of light. Whoosh! His fierce palm strike, like a venomous snake, shot out straight towards the ball of light. This time, let's see where you run to. The Black Palace Master locked onto the ball of light, a sinister smirk creeping across his lips. His palm moved so fast it seemed to pierce through the void, stabbing straight into the ball of light. However, the sinister look on his lips suddenly froze the next second. He felt as if his palm was firmly clamped by something, unable to move an inch. What is this feeling? A look of surprise flashed in the eyes of the Black Palace Master. Just as the Black Palace Master was feeling surprised, a cold voice slowly came through the ball of light. Who said I was going to run away? 1006, Chapter 1006 The Power of Contradiction. A cold, emotionless voice slowly emanated from the white orb of light. What? The Black Palace Master's pupils contracted. This kid actually took his punch head-on? You should know that even though he only used 80% of his power in that punch, it was still enough to seriously injure any Sate Realm expert. However, the feeling that his punches were being blocked told him. Just now, his attack was directly blocked by that kid Lin Xian. But that kid has only just entered the Saint Realm. Also, what is the cause of this unusually hot energy fluctuation within this ball of light? The Black Palace Master's brows furrowed sharply, and a rare look of surprise and doubt appeared on his face, which was shrouded in black mist. Because it was a power that even he didn't know. Sigh. As the Black Palace Master was taken aback, the dazzling light on the orb suddenly trembled violently. Then, under everyone's gaze, the ball of light slowly dissipated, revealing a resolute and calm face in the air, right before everyone's eyes. It was Lin Xian. Xianer. Lin Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up with surprise. Xianer is indeed alright. And judging from his appearance, it seems he has encountered a tremendous opportunity. Dad. Lin Xian looked at Lin Zhao in the distance. He saw and heard everything that just happened within the ball of light. To protect him, his father risked everything to fight the Black Palace Master. This time, it's his turn to protect his father. Call. Lin Xian let out a deep breath and focused his gaze once again on the Black Palace Master in front of him. A glimmer of holy light flashed silently in his dark eyes. The Black Palace Master's pupils suddenly trembled at that moment. At this moment, he felt a force that made him inexplicably uneasy. What exactly happened? There haven't been any major changes in this kid. However, what's with that pale white heat emanating from his body? The Black Palace Master's gaze was fixed on Lin Xian. He observed Lin Xian carefully. Compared to before, Lin Xian's aura remained almost unchanged, except that it became calmer. In terms of cultivation level, he is still only at the early stage of Martial Saint. That's absolutely right. With the strength of a late-stage Martial Saint and his extraordinary perception, he would never misjudge anything. However, there was one thing that puzzled him. What's with the pale white heat emanating from this kid's body? Within this heat, he felt an unusually scorching power. However, despite the scorching heat, he could not sense any rage, and was even unusually calm. It was as calm as a deep pool in the mountains, without the slightest ripple. On one hand, there is absolute heat, on the other hand, there is absolute calm. This state of ice and fire is itself a huge contradiction, and they cannot coexist. Because the scorching heat must represent rage. Conversely, if the breath is in a calm state, it is impossible to unleash scorching power. Kid, what exactly happened to you? The Black Palace Master was completely baffled and asked Lin Xian in a low voice. Just now, he sensed the movement of the key. It must be the energy within the key that changed everything. To be honest, I don't know either. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian calmly looked at the Black Palace Master. The next sentence made the Black Palace Master's pupils shrink sharply. However, I want to thank you for letting me know that the key has always been with me. So now, in return, it's my turn to ask you a few questions. 1007, Chapter 1007 Blood Eyes. Kid, what do you want to ask? The Dark Lord frowned, staring at Lin Xian with a gloomy gaze. First, answer me, the location of your Black Temple. You don't need to invite me there, I will naturally pay you a visit. Lin Xian spoke indifferently, a holy light slowly shimmering in his dark eyes. Apart from my own body, no one truly knows the location of the Black Palace. The Black Palace Master gave a chilling reply. The main body? Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and he immediately asked, where is he? The Temple of Darkness. The Black Palace Master answered in his secondary form. The problem seems to have come full circle, returning to its starting point. It seems you guys are indeed very mysterious. What could possibly keep from me, even my own identity? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, their interest in the mystery of the Black Palace intensified. Just to be on the safe side. The second incarnation of the Black Shopkeeper said calmly, after all, no one can guarantee that the second incarnation won't betray you. Huh? Is that so? Lin Xian sneered, for the first time having a different opinion on the matter of his second body. It seems that the secondary body that the Black Palace Master split off from has its own consciousness, rather than being completely controlled by the original. However, perhaps it is only because of this that he possesses such terrifying strength this time. Next, answer my second question. Lin Xian knew that there was no point in continuing to dwell on the first question, so he asked the second question. Next, the second question. What are those enormous red eyes deep within the Black Hall? Giant red eyes? The Black Palace Master's eyes flickered, then his voice suddenly turned serious. How did you know? This is something only the main body, the secondary body, and the four guardians of the Black Palace know. Why would this kid know? You don't need to worry about that, you just need to answer me. Lin Xian smiled indifferently. Did the Shadow Protector reveal this to you? The Black Palace Master's voice suddenly turned sinister. My lord, that's not true. I have never betrayed you, nor have I revealed anything about the Black Temple to that boy. Upon seeing this, the Shadow Protector was immediately horrified. How did he know? The Black Palace Master spoke in a profound tone. It's because that brat entered my consciousness space when he destroyed the key point of my 9 nether soul devouring array. Explanation of the Shadow Protector Dharma. A bunch of useless trash, completely incompetent and more likely to ruin everything. The Lord of the Black Palace was furious. The Blood Eyes are their secret, a secret that must never be known to outsiders. Because once they find out, it's equivalent to their identities being exposed. However, it seems that Lin Xian doesn't know the secret about Blood Eyes at the moment. These messages were completely erased over 1,000 years ago, and only people in the ancient martial arts world and ancient martial arts families know about them. However, it cannot be ruled out that a very small number of people in this world know this secret. For example, Lin Xian's master, Mo Yuntao. However, Mo Yuntao has been missing for several years now. He was convinced that the other party had already perished. But if the other party is still alive, once they know these things, once they tell Lin Xian the secret behind Blood Eyes, the consequences will be very serious. This concerns their clan's centuries-old plan for revival. 1008, Chapter 1008 A Distorted Reality. The Black Palace Master's secondary body had a gloomy gaze. At this moment, Lin Xian spoke again, asking the last question. One last question, you must be the descendants of the remnants of the evil sect in Japan 2,000 years ago, right? Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. And the face of the Black Palace Master, shrouded in black mist, finally underwent a dramatic change at this moment. As expected, this kid guessed it. Sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. The Black Palace Master spoke in a low voice. Is that so? Lin Xian smiled faintly. He probably already knows the answer. However, there was something else that troubled him even more than that. Just now, when the jade bracelet on his chest emitted light and enveloped him, a scene that shouldn't have existed in his memory appeared in his consciousness. He was unsure of the time frame depicted in the image. But the location was a cemetery in Japan. And the main characters in this story are him and Wang Yutong. Lin Xian quickly began to recall. It was an unknown cemetery in Japan. That day, there was lightning and thunder, and a torrential downpour was falling from the sky. He knelt before the grave, holding a dying woman in his arms. The woman wore a pure white wedding dress. However, the mud had now stained the wedding dress filthy. Black blood kept flowing from the corner of her mouth. And she was none other than Wang Yutong. His little sister, Yutong. I'm sorry I am late. In the video, his eyes are bloodshot as he looks at Wang Yutong, who is on the verge of death, in his arms. It's not your fault it's May trusted too much and made this choice. Brother Lin Xian, do you remember when we were little I said that when I grew up I wanted to marry you and be your bride? Do I look good now? Wang Yutong looked at him, her voice weak, as if it would dissipate with a gust of wind. Nice. His voice trembled. That's good. Wang Yutong smiled gently, but her smile grew paler and weaker. Brother Lin Xuan, if there is a next life, I still want to be your bride, okay? Will you be willing to marry me then? I do. Yutong, don't die. His voice was hoarse and trembling. Brother Lin Xian, why are you crying? You said you would never shed tears. Yutong. His eyes reddened even more. Even now, Yutong still remembers every single word he ever said. Brother Lin Xian, you haven't answered me yet. If there is a next life, would you be willing to marry me? Yes, no matter how many lifetimes it takes, I'm willing to marry you. That's good. Having received the answer, Wang Yutong smiled gently again. She reached out her hand. Finally, I wanted to feel the temperature of Lin Xian's cheek one last time. Yutong. He grabbed Yutong's hand and placed it on his face. So warm. A satisfied smile appeared on Wang Yutong's face as she slowly closed her eyes. Yutong, Yutong. He screamed in the rain. However, Wang Yutong in his arms never responded again. Yutong. He held Yutong tightly, his body trembling violently with grief. Yutong, please don't die. He kept calling out in sorrow. At this moment, Yutong gave no further response. The rain from the sky was falling even harder. Lin Xian's thoughts suddenly returned, and his face turned deathly pale. That feeling was clearly just a mistaken image in my mind. But why does it feel so real? 1009, Chapter 1009. We must take this seriously. Furthermore, other strange images appeared in his mind. He also saw him carrying Wang Yutong's lifeless body into the coffin. Behind him stood a woman dressed in a black fitted suit. The woman's name was Zhu Ke. It was none other than the Vermilion Bird War God, one of the 4 great war gods of the Great Xia Kingdom. Yutong, why did you have to be so foolish? At that time, he was heartbroken. Yutong didn't ask for a next life. I'll come down here to be with you in this life. He muttered something absent-mindedly. He has already let Yutong down once. This time, on his journey to the underworld, he will not let her continue to be alone. Wiping away the tears in his eyes, he turned his head and looked at Zhu Ke behind him. Zhu Ke, after I die, bury me and Yutong together. Every year when the gardenias bloom, please fill my grave with gardenias. Gardenias were Yutong's favorite flower when she was alive. She once said that gardenias represent hope and waiting. Mr. Lin, are you really going to? Zhu Ke felt a violent tremor in her heart. This is what I owe her. I said I would protect her forever, but I broke my promise. But this time, I will not break my promise. His voice was full of determination. But Mr. Lin. Alright, Suzaku, there's no need to persuade me anymore. You should know my personality best. He interrupted softly, handing a token engraved with a golden dragon pattern from his waist to Zhu Ke. After I die, you will be the supreme commander of the Great Xia War Zone. Protect this country in my stead. After saying this, he swallowed a highly poisonous pill and carried Wang Yutong slowly into the cemetery. He spent his life in the military and has already fulfilled his mission. The rest of the time was entirely his own. Mr. Lin. Zhu Ke held the golden token in her hand, her phoenix eyes instantly turning red. She was an orphan who was abandoned when she was 5 years old. At that time, it was Mr. Lin who rescued her and raised her until she was 8 years old. After that, she was sent to a military school. However, as she grew up, her appearance and figure underwent tremendous changes. And she lived up to Mr. Lin's expectations, was admitted to a prestigious military academy, and eventually became the goddess of war of the Great Xia Kingdom. Mr. Lin was unaware of these things later on. She never mentioned it. Because Mr. Lin was too outstanding, she only dared to observe him from afar and did not dare to approach him. She dared not reveal her deep love for Mr. Lin to anyone. Right now, she has protected everyone, but she cannot protect Mr. Lin. She is powerless to prevent the tragedy from happening and can only watch helplessly. Tears welled up in her eyes. Lin Xian witnessed this scene at the last moment. Seeing Suzaku, who never sheds a tear, I cried for him. But he was no longer able to speak. His consciousness also began to waver. His life flashed through my mind like a movie. After his consciousness was detached from that scene. Because the energy within the jade bracelet has stopped being released. However, a suppressed thought kept lingering in Lin Xian's mind. Although none of this was real, it felt so real to him. It was as if it were foreshadowing something. This was something he had never encountered before. Normally, he wouldn't have taken it too seriously, treating it as just a nightmare. But the special nature of the jade bracelet made it impossible for him to keep it in mind. And he felt a chill run down his spine at the sights he saw. Because in the scene, Yutong died protecting him. 1010, Chapter 1010. A strange feeling. Yutong. Lin Xian couldn't help but clench his fists. Although we don't know exactly what happened, this matter seems to be inextricably linked to the Black Palace Master in front of us and the descendants of the evil sect in Japan. He's going to settle everything here. Regardless of whether those images were real or a premonition for him. He couldn't let the tragedy happen. So, Lin Xian's gaze suddenly turned to the Black Palace Master's secondary body in front of him. Buzz. At that moment, the space around him suddenly trembled rapidly. The vibrating sound was extremely fast, like the flapping of countless bees' wings, causing a sharp pain in the eardrums and blurring the vision. That kid. The Black Palace Master gritted his teeth. This trembling sound was so powerful that even he found it hard to resist, as if it were directly attacking its soul. Whoosh! As the Black Palace Master gritted his teeth, Lin Xian's fist was as fast as lightning, instantly piercing through the air and arriving in front of his opponent. How is that possible? The Black Palace Master's pupils suddenly contracted, and the black mist covering his face trembled violently. This kid's speed is so fast that he can bypass his senses. Bang! Before the Dark Lord could react, Lin Xian slammed his fist heavily into his face. Suddenly, the black mist on his face trembled. Then, he shot out like an arrow, staggering back several steps in the night sky before finally managing to steady himself. Immediately, he looked up and stared at Lin Xian in horror. But, in his shock, he seemed to fall into deep thought. Xianer actually sent the Black Palace Master flying. Lin Zhao's gaze was shaken. Mr. Lin. Han Feng and the others were also filled with astonishment and shock. They clearly didn't sense any particularly strong aura emanating from Lin Xian, yet his attack was incredibly fierce. The Lord of the Palace was actually defeated by that brat? The Shadow Protector, not far away, gaped in horror, his blood-red pupils trembling violently. He never expected that the almost invincible Palace Master in his mind would be injured by that kid. You must understand that even though the person you are descending to now is only a secondary incarnation. But that was a secondary body with the strength of a late-stage martial saint, possessing power that surpassed that of this world. To think could be injured by a mere novice who had just entered the saint realm. What strange thing is that kid hiding? Also, what exactly is the burning heat emanating from his body? The Shadow Protector stared at Lin Xian in horror. Lin Xian simply ignored the Shadow Protector's gaze. His gaze fell on his right hand, the one that had just thrown the punch. There, a scorching white aura rose up like steam. A holy white light permeated the white mist. His body was filled with immense power. But the feeling of that punch just now was very strange. Furthermore, the feel of hitting the Black Palace Master's secondary body was also very strange. Leaving aside the strangeness of the Black Palace Master's secondary body, it is his fist that is strange. Lin Xian thought to himself with a heavy heart. He looked up again at the Black Palace Master, whom he had previously knocked away, not far away. At that moment, the Dark Lord's gaze was also fixed on him. Buzz! Lin Xian flashed and instantly appeared in front of the Black Palace Master. Whoosh! His lightning-fast fist struck the Black Palace Master's chest once more. He wanted to verify some of his suspicions. The Black Palace Master seems to be the same. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, without dodging, he let Lin Xian's fist strike his chest. 1011, Chapter 1011 Uncontrollable Power. Whoosh! Lin Xian's fist strike was like lightning, piercing through the air and instantly arriving in front of the Black Palace Master. The Dark Lord made no attempt to dodge, simply letting Lin Xian's fist strike him. His face, shrouded in thick black fog, flickered slightly, as if he wanted to verify a certain conjecture in his heart. Lin Xian was the same. Bang! The fist slammed heavily into the Black Palace Master's chest. The Black Palace Master was struck and sent flying backward like an arrow. Lord Palace Master! The Shadow Protector exclaimed in surprise. Well done, Xianer! Lin Zhao's eyes flickered. Su Lai, Han Feng, and the others also showed signs of excitement. If this trend continues, it will probably only take a few moves to defeat the Black Palace Master's secondary body. Because the Dark Lord was completely powerless against Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian's expression remained solemn in the face of everyone's joy. He looked down at his right hand, the one that had just thrown the punch. There, the intense white aura rose and lingered like steam. Above it, a holy white light flowed. An extremely intense heat spread from it. However, there was no joy on Lin Xian's face. His mind grew increasingly serious. He. The Black Palace Master, who had been struck squarely by Lin Xian's punch, let out a cold laugh at that moment. He seemed to have figured something out. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the other person. His dark eyes were surrounded by a white light, making him look incredibly sacred. However, a solemn expression kept appearing in his eyes. What happened? The expressions of Lin Xiao and the others around them changed immediately upon seeing this scene. They could sense a hint of seriousness emanating from Lin Xian. Furthermore, the Black Palace Master had been attacked twice by Lin Xian, yet he stood there as if nothing had happened. Not only did he show no signs of injury, but his breathing was also perfectly steady. Could it be that he neutralized Lin Xian's attack just now? However, they clearly saw with their own eyes that Lin Xian's attack hit him. That's absolutely true. Furthermore, when the Black Palace Master's secondary body was struck by the fist wind, he did not divert any demonic energy to defend himself. In other words, Lin Xian's attack hit head-on. But why was he completely unharmed? Just as everyone was astonished, the Black Palace Master's secondary body looked at Lin Xian and uttered a faint voice, Kid, I think you should have sensed the problem by now, right? I don't know how you obtained this power, or how your body received the power generated in the key, which allowed your body to be in this state now. However, judging from your appearance, it seems you are completely unable to unleash its power, right? Lin Xian frowned slightly upon hearing this. He didn't waste any words, but calmly looked at the Black Palace Master in front of him. Then, take a deep breath. This time, he changed his strategy, condensing his fiery white true energy at the tip of his right fist, and then unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! In an instant, the fist wind seemed to transform into a white rainbow, piercing through the air and arriving in front of the Black Palace Master. The Black Palace Master's pupils suddenly contracted. Because the speed of that fist's energy was so fast that even he couldn't sense it. Bang! The fist strikes landed squarely on his chest, causing his expression to change. I thought the excruciating pain would spread. However, the next second, when the Dark Lord's body fully absorbed the force of that punch, a playful smile immediately appeared on the corner of his mouth. 1012, Chapter 1012 Waste Time. The Black Palace Master looked at Lin Xian. At this moment, he was certain of his own thoughts. That kid simply cannot control the power within him right now. Or perhaps, the method he used was completely wrong. As a result, speed was achieved. However, in terms of power, it was like tickling him. In fact, the damage he suffered was less than that inflicted by a master who had just entered the saint realm or the early stage of martial saint. Lin Xian frowned. At that moment, he looked down at his right fist and fell into deep thought. This strange feeling lingers in my heart. His actions just now have fully proven his worth. But why is that? Why is it that even though he concentrates his power, it dissipates the moment he makes a move? The feeling was like he had thrown a punch with all his might, but it ended up hitting cotton. So, what exactly went wrong? He could feel the surging power coursing through his body. He could also feel the intense heat flowing across his body, burning like flames. His perception and speed were both significantly enhanced by this energy. But, just when they were about to score, his attack, which he had gathered power for, would suddenly dissipate in an instant, making his attack appear fierce but actually powerless. It couldn't even pose a threat to an ordinary early-stage martial saint, let alone injure the secondary body of the Black Palace Master, who possessed late-stage martial saint strength. The air suddenly became oppressive and silent. Lin Xiao and the others also looked at Lin Xian and the Dark Palace Master with surprise. They are not empaths. Therefore, they didn't know what went wrong with Lin Xian's attack just now, which led to the current situation. However, judging from the current situation, it seems to be very unfavorable for Lin Xian. Lin Xian's attack was extremely fast, so fast that even the Dark Lord's secondary body could not dodge it. However, its fatal flaw is also obvious: it has no power whatsoever. Although in martial arts, speed is the ultimate weapon. However, if you can't inflict damage, even the fastest martial arts skills are just empty gestures. Furthermore, the aura emanating from Lin Xian's body became increasingly scorching. They didn't know if Lin Xian's body would be unable to withstand it, just like before. Similarly, they were unsure how long the mysterious power that had suddenly surged within Lin Xian's body could last. If the energy is depleted again, the situation could be reversed in an instant. At that time, no one will be able to contend with this secondary body of the Black Palace Master. Lin Xian, as the person involved, understood everyone's concerns better than anyone else. He could feel the heat rising gradually on the surface of his body. You could also feel the increasing load gradually being placed on the bones of his limbs. He must end the battle before that happens. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's gaze once again focused on the Black Palace Master. Real-world application is the only true test. To find the problem, you have to rely on real-world experience. Daydreaming is just a waste of time. Buzz. Thinking of this, a holy white light once again shone in Lin Xian's dark eyes. The next instant, he lightly touched the void with his foot, and his figure disappeared again as if he had teleported. Heh, still not giving up? Upon seeing this, the Black Palace Master's lips curled into a playful smile. In his view, the battle was decided the moment Lin Xian lost control of the energy within his body. What follows is nothing more than meaningless, wasted time. 1013, Chapter 1013 Discovering the Problem. Buzz. The space trembled. Lin Xian appeared before the Black Palace Master as if he had teleported. His eyes shone with a holy light as he stared at the Black Palace Master, who was shrouded in black mist. Kid, still not giving up? The Black Palace Master looked at Lin Xian, who was so close at hand, and a mocking smile seemed to appear on his lips. In his view, no matter how many times Lin Xian attacked, it was all a futile struggle. Because he had completely seen through the other party. This kid has absolutely no control over this power. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Xian did not respond. He unleashed a powerful punch, which at that moment seemed to transform into a fierce storm, densely enveloping the Black Palace Master. The Black Palace Master's lips curled into a mocking smile. He made no preparations, letting the dense and surging wind of punches fall on his body, yet he remained completely unmoved. "Kid, I told you, your attack is just tickling me." The Black Palace Master looked at Lin Xian with a mocking expression. "Why isn't Xianer's attack effective?" Upon seeing this, Lin Xiao and his group, who were not far away, immediately frowned deeply. "I don't know." Sulai shook his head, also looking puzzled. "I saw that Lin Xian's attacks were very fierce and ruthless, and his aura was also very strong and scorching, but why were his attacks ineffective? Leaving aside his current level of understanding, we can no longer see through it. Even if it was only the early stage of the Saint Realm, the Black Palace Master's secondary body couldn't possibly have escaped unscathed if it was completely unprepared, right?" Everyone expressed their doubts. This dense and fierce offensive was formidable, even for someone as powerful as the Dark Lord. However, it's impossible for him to be completely unharmed without putting up any defense. Which link in the chain went wrong? Whoosh! Amidst everyone's astonishment and doubt, Lin Xian unleashed a fierce whip kick, slashing horizontally towards the Black Palace Master's neck. Bang! The shin bone struck the Black Palace Master with a heavy blow. However, the Lord of the Black Palace remained completely still. He remained standing in the same spot, without releasing any fluctuations of true energy from his body, only black mist swirled around him. However, even though he was completely unprepared, Lin Xian's attack still did not cause any damage. Lin Xian frowned, his eyes flashing with a holy white light. The Dark Lord watched this unfold, his sneer deepening. "Haha kid, I already told you, stop putting up a fight." The Black Palace Master chuckled. Lin Xian ignored him. He frowned and quietly sensed the state of his body. The power within him remained surging, showing no signs of diminishing. However, the feeling he had when he attacked was the same as before. At the very last moment before the attack lands, the concentrated power is suddenly dispersed in that instant, in a mere 0.1 seconds. And, every time, it's the same situation. This feeling is very strange. It was as if some mysterious force was controlling his body. It's consciousness. At one moment, Lin Xian suddenly thought of something, and his heart skipped a beat. That's right. It's consciousness. It means that consciousness controls the body. Then, at the moment he unleashed his full power, the strength he had been gathering in his hands suddenly dissipated. Could it be that when he manipulates this mysterious power, he cannot use his own consciousness, that is, he cannot exert any subjective thoughts on the body's movements, but needs the body to fight using subconsciousness, or relying on instinct and feeling? Lin Xian seemed to have realized the problem. However, they soon found themselves in a dilemma. In that case, what move should he make? 1014, Chapter 1014. The moment to verify the conjecture. Lin Xian was caught in a dilemma. At that moment, he seemed to have discovered the problem. However, one must use one's consciousness during the battle. Otherwise, it would be impossible to make a move. Because every move and every technique a person makes requires thought and consideration from their brain. A master is someone who thinks in less time than others, but that doesn't mean they can't think naturally. Of course, once every master reaches a certain level, they will develop muscle memory and the ability to automatically assess danger in their surroundings. This is the subconscious. Subconsciously, one senses danger in the surroundings. Subconsciously, one uses the memory formed by muscles to avoid certain attacks from the opponent and launch a counterattack. However, these only exist in the defensive process, not in the active attack. Anyone, even the world's top experts, even the peak powerhouses in the late stage of martial saint, when they launch an offensive, they all rely on their subjective will. This is something that no one can overcome. Unless impossible. Lin Xian quickly rejected this idea. How can a person launch an attack without their own awareness? This is a complete paradox. No one can solve this. Unless he's a god of war. Perhaps those who exist in the legendary realm of martial gods can accomplish this. Because that is the true pinnacle of martial arts. That is a realm where one has completely transcended mortals and transformed into a god. The word God of War in God of War says it all. However, that only exists in legends. Throughout the long history of the Great Xia dynasty, spanning 5,000 years, no martial artist has ever reached this level. Therefore, this realm is even said to not exist, but is merely a beautiful aspiration and pursuit of martial arts practitioners for the pinnacle of martial arts. Lin Xian thought to himself and shook his head. This scene was witnessed by the Black Palace Master's secondary body, who immediately let out a sinister laugh. Have you given up resisting? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He did not answer. However, he did not launch another attack. He knew that no matter how many attacks he launched, they would be futile if they couldn't be effective. Furthermore, the continued offensive was also a huge drain on his body. He could feel that with each attack he launched, the power flowing through his body would become even hotter. At the same time, the white vapor emanating from his body will become even hotter, bringing more burden and pressure to his body. Therefore, he could no longer proceed rashly. Otherwise, once the strength is exhausted, the body will revert to its previous state. He will lose the ability to contend with the Black Temple's master. Seeing Lin Xian remain silent, the Black Palace Master let out another eerie laugh. Since you've given up, then it's my turn to make a move. The words fell. The Lord of the Black Palace also decided to stop wasting time on meaningless procrastination. At present, Lin Xian's offensive cannot cause him any harm. Therefore, he had no qualms whatsoever. He slowly clenched his right fist. Above it, a large amount of black miasma condensed, accumulating a strong corrosive power. Sigh. Under this corrosive force, even space itself was distorted and warped. Such powerful corrosive force. Not far away, everyone turned pale. Only Lin Xian's dark eyes remained calm. There was even a sliver of hope. He was waiting to see if his internal verification was correct. 1015, Chapter 1015. The attack works. Sigh. A dense corrosive power was frantically gathering on the Black Palace Master's right fist. Under the surge of that corrosive power, the entire space became violently distorted, as if all the air had been sucked away, forming a vacuum zone in the vicinity. This scene caused Lin Xiao and the others to tremble with shock. If any of them were to come into contact with this level of corrosive power, their bodies would be completely corroded away in an instant. Can Lin Xian handle it? At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with worry as they looked at Lin Xian. Facing the corrosive power emanating wildly from the Black Palace Master's right fist, Lin Xian's dark eyes appeared incredibly calm and composed. He could clearly feel the intensity of the corrosive power accumulating on his opponent's right fist. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the destruction of everything. Lin Xian took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. He completely relaxed his body. At this moment, the visual aspect is disregarded. He completely surrendered his body to his senses. It gave him his subconscious judgment of the crisis. Have you given up? The Black Palace Master looked at Lin Xian, who had chosen to close his eyes at this moment, and the corners of his mouth quickly spread into a smile. Young friend Lin Xuan has given up? Su Lai and the others' eyes flickered. They were not given time to think. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly erupted from the body of the Black Palace Master. At this moment, determined to kill Lin Xian, he suddenly tapped the air with his foot. Buzz! A ring of violent black demonic energy spread rapidly beneath his feet like ripples. The next instant, his figure appeared in front of Lin Xian like a ghost. It's over. A chilling murmur rang out as the Dark Lord, having gathered a powerful, corrosive force, slammed his fist toward Lin Xian's chest. The intense corrosive power frantically eroded the surrounding air, causing the void in front of Lin Xian to rapidly distort. Lin Xian could feel the rapidly approaching corrosive force and the intense stinging sensation on his skin. However, he remained completely still. "Xianer, get out of the way!" Lin Xiao cried out in alarm, his face turning bright red. "Mr. Lin!" Han Feng and the others' expressions also changed drastically. They wanted to step forward to stop them, but not only was there a huge disparity in strength, they also couldn't keep up with their speed at all. They could only watch helplessly as the fist wind, containing a strong corrosive force, rapidly approached Lin Xian's chest. There, the black demonic energy seemed to be devouring the white light surging around Lin Xian. The Black Palace Master watched this unfold, a smug sneer appearing in his eyes shrouded in black mist. "Heh, kid, sometimes choosing to give up isn't such a bad thing. This Lord of the Palace will grant you a quick death." As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Palace Master's fist slammed down towards Lin Xian's chest. "Everything is over." Buzz. However, at this moment, an unexpected change occurred. Lin Xian's previously still body suddenly rippled with energy. In the next instant, his body instinctively shifted slightly to the left, creating a dazzling series of afterimages. "What?" The Black Palace Master's expression changed drastically, and his fierce punch missed its mark, only striking Lin Xian's afterimage. He stood there, stunned. Whoosh! Before he could react, Lin Xian suddenly clenched his right fist and punched the Black Palace Master hard in the abdomen. Bang! Bang! A punch landed squarely on the Black Palace Master's lower abdomen. Snort! This time, the Black Palace Master let out a painful groan, and the black mist surrounding his body trembled violently. Cough! He clutched his lower abdomen and staggered back a few steps in pain. Then he looked up and stared at Lin Xian in disbelief. How could this happen? That kite actually controlled that power. This astonishing turn of events was also witnessed by Lin Xiao and his group. Immediately, while their eyes showed shock, they also showed great joy. Lin Xian's attack worked. 1016, Chapter 1016. Get out of here. In the night sky ravaged by demonic energy, a chilling wind howled past. However, the air was unusually quiet at that moment. All eyes were fixed on the center of the battlefield, on Lin Xian. Because just now, Lin Xian's attack worked. How is this possible? The Black Palace Master raised his head, staring at Lin Xian with disbelief. This guy's attack actually worked on him just now. How is that possible? Clearly, that kid didn't do anything. Clearly, his aura remained the same as before. But it actually worked. That punch landed squarely on his lower abdomen, bringing an intense burning pain. That was the power of purification, which invaded his body and dissolved his corrosive power. Sure enough, the sacred power within that boy contained a purifying power that had a strong restraining effect on his clan. Kid, what exactly did you do? The Dark Lord's voice was hoarse, and a ferocious look seemed to appear on his face, which was shrouded in black mist. Lin Xian ignored the Black Palace Master's questioning. He calmly gazed at the Black Palace Master before him. Sure enough, just as he had thought, when he abandoned his conscious control and relied entirely on his body's instincts to react to the crisis. This power existing within him can then truly exert its effect. However, another problem soon troubled Lin Xian. If that's the case, he can only passively defend and counterattack. He cannot unleash this power unless the opponent takes the initiative to attack him. Because proactive offense cannot be separated from conscious control. Otherwise, what he could do was undoubtedly an attack. But that in itself is a paradox. And even if it could actually be achieved, given his current situation, it is impossible for him to do so. In the future, he doesn't know if, as he becomes more familiar with and masters this mysterious power, he will be able to discover new ways to use it, or adapt his body to the feeling and state of passive combat. But right now, he is far from being able to do it. Therefore, he had to provoke the Dark Lord to launch an attack on him. Alternatively, one could persuade the other party to back down and leave the Great Xia Kingdom. In this way, their crisis can be considered temporarily resolved. Thinking of this, a mocking smile appeared on Lin Xian's lips. He stared at the Black Palace Master and said, "Heh, it seems you miscalculated. That punch just now, it must have hurt a lot, right?" However, what I didn't expect was that the dignified Lord of the Dark Palace only had this much ability, and couldn't even withstand one of my punches. With this kind of strength, I think it would be very difficult for you to revive the former evil sect of Japan, and it would be very difficult for you to achieve anything significant, right? What did you say? One sentence was enough to move the Dark Lord. What he cares about most is the revival of the evil faction in Japan. However, Lin Xian's appearance created a huge obstacle to his path of revival. Boy, Nemo doesn't think that just because he now possesses some power that doesn't belong to him, he can challenge this Lord of the Palace, does he? The Dark Lord stared at Lin Xian with a gloomy gaze. "Let me tell you, the strength of this secondary body is only 1/3 of the strength of my main body. If I wanted to crush you, it would be as easy as crushing an ant." "Ha, is that so? But at least in your current form, you are not qualified." Lin Xian sneered, his tone full of disdain. "So, get out of here, get out of the territory of my Great Xia Kingdom." 1017, Chapter 1017 Successfully Provoking. "Hat, are you telling me to get lost?" The Black Palace Master's secondary body smirked coldly, his eyes, veiled by black mist, fixed on Lin Xian with a dark gaze. "Even the capital of your country wouldn't dare say that to me. Boy, do you really think that just because you now possess some power that doesn't belong to you, you can be arrogant in front of this palace master? Not mine?" Lin Xian looked at the Dark Lord, his cold smile growing even stronger. "I really don't know what kind of understanding or mindset you have to say such a thing. First of all, the power that exists within me is mine. Secondly, just because the head of state doesn't dare to tell you to get out doesn't mean I don't dare. So, before I shatter this secondary body of yours, you'd better get lost." "Good, very good." Upon hearing this, the Black Palace Master let out a low, cold laugh. "Boy, to be honest, I really regret it a little. I regret not taking your life myself 15 years ago, allowing you to linger on until now. Heh, so what's the point of you spouting all this useless nonsense?" Lin Xian sneered. "If you don't want to die, get out of here. I think your secondary body can inherit 1/3 of your main body's strength if it's destroyed. Your main body should also be affected to some extent, right?" The Black Palace Master narrowed his eyes slightly. He hadn't expected that this kid would actually figure that out. Just as the kid said, this secondary body is connected to the main body. If the secondary body is killed, the main body, which is thousands of miles away, will sense it immediately and will also suffer a certain backlash immediately. Right now, his main body is in seclusion, making its final breakthrough. If successful, at that time, the whole world will be under his feet. Even the mighty ancient martial arts world, or those reclusive sects, he would not take them seriously. Therefore, he absolutely cannot allow his secondary body to be killed. Did I hit the nail on the head? Lin Xian looked at the Black Palace Master's body, who had suddenly fallen silent, and said calmly, "Kid, you're very smart." The Black Palace Master's secondary body spoke up. "However, sometimes being too clever can backfire. Besides, I don't believe you have the strength to kill my secondary body. Now that I, the Palace Master, have taken action, I will not return empty-handed. Either hand over the key you possess, or come back with me. I am now very interested in you. Hee, the key is on me. If you're capable, come and get it yourself." Lin Xian reached out his hand towards the Black Palace Master and hooked his fingers provocatively. His next words ignited a surge of anger within the Black Palace Master. "However, I think you don't have that ability." "Ha, what an arrogant brat." The Black Palace Master laughed angrily, his voice like thunder, booming through the night sky. "You really think that just because you've been lucky enough to gain some strength, you're qualified to challenge me, the Palace Master? I know you're deliberately trying to provoke me. But sometimes, people have to pay a heavy price for their words and deeds. Now, experience the taste of hell. Pay a heavy price for your ignorance and arrogance." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Palace Master's mind stirred. The next second, terrifying dark demonic energy surged out of his body like a raging tide. Rumble! Black demonic energy surged, like a world-destroying torrent, above the head of the Black Palace Master. Where the torrent swept through, the entire space was overwhelmed and shattered. A destructive wave emanated from it. This caused the expressions of the people below to change drastically. Is this the true strength of the Black Palace Master's secondary body? 1018, Chapter 10:18 The Two Going All Out. Rumble. The overwhelming demonic energy surged forth like a tidal wave, causing the sky to rumble with tremendous force. Click click click. Black cracks quickly appeared in the night sky, above the head of the Black Palace Master. That was a sign that space was overwhelmed and cracked. The Black Palace Master's secondary body has actually reached such a level of strength. What terrifying pressure! Not far away, Lin Xiao, Su Lai, Han Feng, and other martial emperor experts watched this scene with deep shock in their eyes. It possesses such terrifying strength even in a mere secondary body. If one day the true form of the Black Palace Lord were to descend upon this territory, how would they respond? Even if they gathered the top combat power of their 8 great families, they probably wouldn't be a match for the Black Palace Master alone. No wonder back then, the old leader was so wary of the power behind the Black Palace Master, and was willing to swallow his anger and watch the Lin family perish. Is this the full power of the Black Palace Master's secondary body? Lin Xian also stared at the Black Palace Master not far away. That boundless and vast demonic energy, that demonic energy powerful enough to bend the heavens. If it weren't for the mysterious power within him that he was currently supporting, even if he were at his peak, with his strength as someone who had just entered the Saint Realm, he probably wouldn't have lasted more than 3 rounds. The Dark Temple. Lord of the Dark Temple. And the power behind him. Just how large and terrifying is this organization? If one day they were to march on the Great Xia, the entire Great Xia Kingdom would likely suffer a devastating blow. At this moment, he finally understood why the former head of state and his father had preferred to watch the country's territory be invaded and their family members be slaughtered, and why they had no choice but to swallow their anger. Because the power of the Black Palace is too vast and terrifying. In this world, the strong are respected. All order and laws are built upon absolute power. If you fall behind, you will be vulnerable to attack. If you fall behind, you will be invaded by other countries. Therefore, the country has continuously developed its military capabilities and expanded its strength over the years. Similarly, they are constantly cultivating powerful martial artists. The two complement each other and are indispensable. Now, the strength of the Black Palace is probably completely superior to that of the top martial artists in the Great Xia Kingdom. If it weren't for the support of a powerful military, and if it weren't for the existence of something else behind the Dark Lord that he would be wary of. It is likely that as early as 15 years ago, those who stepped into the Great Xia Kingdom and into the Lin family were not just a few hundred martial arts experts, but the entire Iron Cavalry of the Dark Temple. Therefore, Lin Xian could not allow the Black Palace Master's secondary body to leave. The relationship between the secondary body and the principal deity. If the secondary body is injured, the main body will also suffer a certain degree of backlash. The deeper the damage, the greater the backlash. If we could bring it down. Thinking of this, a dazzling, holy light suddenly appeared in Lin Xian's dark eyes. He took a deep breath of the damp, chilly air. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Buzz. With a thought, an increasingly intense energy surged forth from his body. At this moment, facing the Dark Palace Master's secondary body unleashing its full power, he also decided to give it his all. Life or death hangs in the balance in this final battle. Kid, pay the price for your arrogance just now. Just then, the Black Palace Master's chilling voice pierced through the air and reached Lin Xian's ears. Boom! The next instant, the Black Palace Master's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The overwhelming demonic energy transformed into countless torrents, engulfing Lin Xian like a doomsday star falling. The density was so high and the aura so strong that it almost completely locked Lin Xian in place. Not a single gap. 1019, Chapter 1019 Unavoidable. Rumble. The demonic energy filled the sky, transforming into countless black torrents that enveloped Lin Xian from all directions. Under such an offensive, Lin Xian had almost no chance to dodge. "Boy, today, you will perish here for me, the Palace Master." A ferocious smile appeared on the lips of the Black Palace Master's secondary body. An all-around attack, plus a long-range strike. Under such an offensive, Lin Xian could neither dodge nor avoid contact with him, so as to avoid the counterattack he had just suffered. This is a win-win situation. He also noticed something amiss with the boy's strange behavior. He will never make the same mistake twice. He wanted to preserve the integrity of this secondary body as much as possible. Because I am currently in the final sprint of my closed-door training, I absolutely cannot be disturbed in any way. Rumble. The demonic energy surged and rapidly approached Lin Xian. The entire night sky trembled. Within a radius of several kilometers, trees withered, flowers and grasses died, and the air was filled with a deathly atmosphere, as if a desolate apocalyptic world had descended upon the earth. Lin Xian's gaze locked directly onto these attacks that were hurtling towards him from all 360 degrees. He had no way to dodge this relentless, storm-like onslaught. Furthermore, he couldn't help but admire the Black Palace Master's keen insight. That guy knew he couldn't engage in close combat. Therefore, this long-range, extremely powerful area of effect attack was adopted. Boom boom boom. Just as Lin Xian was pondering this, the torrent of black demonic energy roared toward him. Buzz. A white light flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. The next instant, his entire body rapidly blurred, leaving behind several afterimages. Bang! At this moment, several black torrents fell like meteorites, crashing heavily into the location where Lin Xian was, unleashing a thunderous roar. Is it over? The Dark Lord stared at Lin Xian, who had been struck by the black torrent. His eyes, shrouded in black mist, flickered and a ferocious glint appeared. However, before he could even feel happy, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He quickly looked up at the night sky. There, Lin Xian's figure appeared out of nowhere. That kid actually dodged it? The Dark Lord couldn't help but feel a sense of horror. How can you dodge attacks at point-blank range? It must be just good luck. His eyes turned ferocious again, and the Dark Lord manipulated the black torrent, rushing towards Lin Xian. That was just the first test. This time, the torrents were even more numerous, almost condensing all the demonic energy. With such immense power, the entire void trembled. Lin Xiao and the others watched in horror. They all looked at Lin Xian with concern. Such an attack, if hit multiple times, would likely result in immediate death. Even being hit by just one of the torrents would cause severe damage to the body. Can Lin Xian pull through? Rumble. Without giving everyone much time to worry, or giving Lin Xian much time to react and think, the dense black torrent appeared around Lin Xian like a swarm of tracking missiles. At this distance and with such an attack, it was almost impossible for Lin Xian to dodge. Lin Xian had no way to avoid it and could only let the overwhelming attacks engulf him. Bang bang bang. Finally, amidst a series of muffled thunderous roars, it slammed fiercely into his body, kicking up clouds of dust. 1020, Chapter 1020 The Fear of the Black Palace Master's Second Body. Dust filled the air, obscuring everyone's view. Xianer. Lin Zhao's expression suddenly changed drastically as he looked at Lin Xian, who was being swallowed up by the vast black torrent. Mr. Lin. Han Feng and the others trembled violently. Even in Mr. Lin's current state, he probably couldn't withstand such a dense offensive. After all, that was a full-force attack from a late-stage martial saint. It's over. The Black Palace Master looked at the dust-filled area and uttered a cold, eerie murmur. Based on the feedback from the aura, he was certain that the attack had hit Lin Xian completely, without missing a single point. In that case, even if that kid has a body of steel, he's doomed. The night sky was completely silent. Smoke and dust billowed. This state lasted for about half a minute before the thick smoke and dust slowly dissipated. and then the smoke and dust dissipated. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the dense, rich liquid. There, the smoke and dust became increasingly sparse. A blurry figure slowly emerged from the smoke and dust. It was none other than Lin Xian. Buzzing. At this moment, a white energy shield enveloped Lin Xian. Within the protective light barrier, Lin Xian stood unharmed, towering between heaven and earth. Thank goodness, Xianer is all right. Lin Zhao's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, immediately relaxed. Call. Han Feng and the others breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that Mr. Lin is all right. This kid? The Dark Lord stared at the unharmed Lin Xian, but his pupils, hidden beneath the black mist, suddenly contracted. This kid actually blocked it? How is that possible? You have to understand, he had already used all his strength in that attack. However, that kid actually withstood the attack without getting hurt? That white light shield, that sacred purifying power. Damn it, why does that kid possess such power? Even the key. But the key is just the key to unlock the seal. Could it be that there are hidden mysteries within this key that even he doesn't know about? This sacred purifying power. This power should have perished more than 2,000 years ago when our ancestors were sealed away. Why would someone be reborn and reappear in this world 2,000 years later? Did that guy have some backup plan back then? Bastard. The voice of the Black Palace Master grew increasingly ferocious and deep. This was also a rare instance of him losing his composure. Because that is the only power that can restrain their race, and the only power that can seal them away again. He couldn't let Lin Xian continue like this. He needs to get out of here right away. Inform his master of this situation. Currently, the main body is at the most critical moment of its secluded cultivation, and is completely cut off from outside information. Unless the second body perishes. Otherwise, the message cannot reach the recipient in a timely manner. He must inform the Lord of this news so that the Lord can personally intervene. Even if it means going to war with the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Even if it comes at a terrible price. He also had to get rid of Lin Xian. He absolutely cannot let Lin Xian continue to grow. Right now, this kid has only just begun to grasp this power, yet he already possesses such terrifying strength. If he becomes more familiar with and fully masters this power. At that time, their clan's plan, which their ancestors had laid out for 2,000 years, might very well be lost entirely because of the variable that is Lin Xian. 1021, Chapter 1021 Fusion of Power. Retreat. The Black Palace Master's secondary body made a decisive decision not to have any further contact with Lin Xian. He must rush back to the Black Temple and report this to his master. Otherwise, missing the best opportunity will affect the revival plan that their ancestors have built up over thousands of years. Thoughts surfaced. The Black Palace Master also forbade him to waste any more time with Lin Xian. Firstly, given the strange nature of the power within this kid, he wouldn't gain any advantage by continuing to stall. Secondly, if his secondary body was indeed seriously injured by that kid. At that time, it will have a huge impact on his physical body. Right now, the main body is at the most critical moment of its closed-door breakthrough, and absolutely no mistakes can be made. Boom! Dark demonic energy erupted from within the Black Palace's main body, sweeping out like a hurricane. Oh no, that guy's retreating. Lin Xian immediately saw through the other party's intentions. He absolutely cannot let the other side get their way. The other party's panic precisely illustrates their fear of the power within him. At the same time, it also confirmed one of his suspicions. That is, once the Black Palace Master's secondary body is severely injured, it will inevitably affect his main body. That's even more true. The more he wanted to be, the less he could let the other person leave. Heh, you really think that my Great Xia Kingdom is a place you can come and go as you please? A cold smile curved Lin Xian's lips, his dark eyes flashing with a sharp light as he stared at the Black Palace Master. Today, you'll stay. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian had a thought, and a large amount of sacred white light immediately emerged from his body, shining brightly on his body surface. As Lin Xian unleashed all the energy within his body. In an instant, the aura around him became exceptionally hot, as if a raging fire was burning. Creak! Lin Xian gritted his teeth. At that moment, he also felt the intense heat flowing across his body. Under the intense heat, he felt a sharp burning pain on his skin. What caused him even more pain was the enormous burden his body bore as he exerted all his strength to redirect this power. The load was so heavy it almost bent his back and crushed his bones. However, he must endure this pain. At present, the Black Palace Master is determined to escape. If we want to keep him, we have to go all out. Furthermore, the next move is only in the planning stage. It was an illusion created based on his physical reaction and the power of his move. Because if he puts in a little thought and actively controls his attack, the power of the move will be greatly reduced, and the force will dissipate the moment the move is made. Therefore, he cannot resort to ordinary offensive tactics. Therefore, we have no choice but to risk trying the following method. We absolutely have to succeed. Lin Xian cried out in his heart. Place your palms together on your lower abdomen. Buzzing. Buzzing. As Lin Xian got into position. Instantly, waves of pure energy rapidly converged in his palm like a vortex, forming a small ball of energy. Within the sphere of light, a moving purifying power was continuously accumulating and condensing, increasing in strength by several times, tens of times, or even hundreds of times. This is... The Black Palace Master witnessed this, and for the first time, a look of horror appeared on his face, which was shrouded in black mist. Clearly, he hadn't expected this kid to do something so crazy. It actually further fused and condensed the already high-density energy. If this fails, the kid will suffer a severe backlash. But if it succeeds... Thinking about this. At this moment, even the Black Palace Master, with his composure, couldn't help but feel a sense of shock. He has to get out of here as soon as possible and get rid of this kid. 1022, Chapter 1022 Blood Escape Technique. This kid actually had such a trump card up his sleeve. The Black Palace Master's pupils suddenly contracted. At that moment, a surge of intense horror welled up in his heart. If such a dense and compressed energy ball were to hit him head-on, even with the strength of his current secondary body, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. At that time, if the secondary body perishes or suffers severe damage, it will cause serious trauma to the primary body. He absolutely cannot let this happen. We must retreat. With this in mind, the Dark Lord decided to stop delaying. The black demonic energy within him surged forth violently, enveloping him like a thick fog. Rumble. At the same moment, the space around him emitted a thunderous roar, and then quickly distorted, as if forming a spatial vortex. You want to leave? Lin Xian saw through the Dark Palace Master's motives. This guy wants to use the cover of the black mist to break through the void and escape. Buzz. Without any hesitation, Lin Xian unleashed the full power of purification within his body. The space around him began to rapidly distort and vaporize. An extremely hot wave, like boiling steam, emanated from Lin Xian's body. Whoosh! He lightly touched the air with his toes. The next instant, it appeared above the black mist as if it had teleported. Break! With a low shout, Lin Xian unleashed a white energy orb that had gathered between his palms, aiming it directly at the Dark Palace Master's secondary body hidden in the black mist below. Boom! A pure, purified light, like a white beam of light, burst forth from the energy sphere and struck the thick black fog with tremendous force. Sigh. In an instant, the dense black substance that originally contained strong corrosive power melted away rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, just like snow meeting the bright sun. The thick black fog dissipated, revealing the secondary body of the Dark Palace Master, who was attempting to distort the void and escape from this place. That kid. Upon realizing that the protective shield had been breached, the Black Palace Master immediately looked up, a deep and unpleasant expression appearing on his face beneath the black mist. He never expected that the protective shield he had put so much effort into would be so easily broken. The purifying power within this kid's body indeed has a very strong restraining effect on the evil arts of his clan. We can't afford to waste any more time with this kid. He must leave immediately. Thinking of this, the Black Palace Master's gaze involuntarily fell on the Shadow Protector not far away. At this moment, the Shadow Protector was covered in wounds and looked extremely disheveled. Seeing the Palace Master's sinister gaze fall upon them, they trembled slightly. Shadow Protector, I have nurtured you for many years. It is time for you to give your all. The Black Palace Master uttered a sinister murmur. The next second, he grabbed at the Shadow Protector from a distance. Suddenly, a powerful suction force pulled the Shadow Protector right in front of him. Without any hesitation, the Black Palace Master grabbed the Shadow Protector's crown with his sharp claws. Lord Temple Master, what are you doing? The Shadow Protector shuddered violently, his face instantly draining of color. It is time for you to be loyal. A sinister smile crept across the Black Palace Master's lips. No, Your Highness. Ah! The next moment, amidst the Shadow Protector's shrill screams, the hand exerted force, crushing the Shadow Protector into a bloody mist. This guy doesn't even spare his own men. Upon seeing this, Lin Xiao and his group, who were not far away, trembled violently. A white light flickered slightly in Lin Xian's dark eyes, and his brows furrowed. Blood escape technique. Before he could fully react, the Black Palace Master suddenly let out a deep shout. The next second, he waved his sleeve, and the blood mist that had exploded in front of him began to writhe as if it were alive. Immediately, it condensed rapidly. 1023, Chapter 1023 Time Rift. Sigh. The blood condensed and writhed as if it were alive, forming a huge sphere in front of the Black Palace Master. That guy. Lin Xiao and the others' expressions changed abruptly. Clearly, the Black Palace Master hadn't expected that he would send the Shadow Protector to take the sacrificial array. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. This guy is truly ruthless, he actually killed his most loyal subordinate. However, that wasn't what he was concerned about at the moment. He absolutely cannot let the Black Palace Master's secondary body leave. The more the other party tries to leave this place by any means necessary, the more it shows that he has some reservations. Clearly, if this secondary body were to perish here, it would cause enormous damage to his main body. Buzz. Thinking of this, a burst of white light suddenly appeared around Lin Xian. He brought his hands together again, gathering a rich and pure energy. That kid. The Black Palace Master stared at the energy ball that Lin Xian had once again condensed in his hand, his eyes narrowing sharply beneath the black mist. He absolutely cannot be hit by this move. Blood escape technique. He immediately manipulated the crimson mist in front of him and crushed it violently. Bang! As the crimson mist exploded, a cloud of blood mist suddenly sprayed out, as if turning into a blood rain that enveloped the entire body of the Black Palace Master. Buzz! At the same moment, the space around his blood rain violently distorted, forming a huge space-time vortex. Clearly, with the blessing of the essence blood of a martial saint in the early stage, the speed at which spatial rifts are generated is 10 times faster than before. We absolutely cannot let him leave. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He clenched his teeth, and the white energy between his palms rapidly condensed like a vortex, making a whooshing sound. Buzz buzz buzz. His entire body resonated at that moment. The sacred energy in Lin Xian's palm quickly gathered into a sphere. Rumble. Just as the energy sphere in Lin Xian's palm was about to take shape, a thunderous roar erupted from the Black Palace Master's body. In the next instant, a dark spatial rift suddenly tore through the night sky in the space where blood rain was falling everywhere, appearing in a way that was extremely shocking to the eye. A spatial rift appears. The Black Palace Master interrupted without pause. He suddenly tapped the air with his foot, and his figure, enveloped by the blood rain and thick black mist, quickly floated into the spatial rift. Shut up! The Black Palace Master's figure disappeared into the spatial rift, followed by a low shout and a clenched fist. In an instant, the entire The entire rough, black spatial rift closed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The crack quickly shrank. Lin Xiao and the others watched helplessly as the other party left. Because with their strength, they simply couldn't stop the Black Palace Master from leaving. Even the terrifying pressure emanating from the spatial rift was enough to shatter them. That's a pressure that only experts at the Martial Saint level or above can withstand. It's too late. Lin Xian was nearly 100 meters away from the spatial rift. Just as the Black Palace Master's secondary body burrowed into the crack was about to close. At this moment, not to mention that the energy sphere has not yet fully condensed and cannot be released. Even if it were to condense, it would be too late to release it. He absolutely cannot let the Black Palace Master leave. Otherwise, we will face enormous disaster in the future. Lin Xian was well aware of this. Therefore, at this moment, disregarding his own safety, a crazy idea popped into his mind. He suddenly pushed off the ground with the sole of his foot. In the next instant, his figure transformed into a rainbow of light and hurtled toward the closing spatial rift. We absolutely have to make it. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing intensely. 1024, Chapter 1024 Inside the Void. Whoosh! Lin Xian's figure transformed into a rainbow of light, flying towards the black spacetime rift that was about to close. Xianer, you mustn't take this risk. Upon seeing this, Lin Xiao cried out in alarm. Spacetime rifts are not the same as anything else. Once inside, if it causes a spatial displacement, then it's truly a matter of life and death. At that time, even a martial saint with a strong physique would likely be reduced to ashes in the chaotic spatial turbulence. The spacetime turbulence is also known as the Graveyard of Masters and the Giant Meat Grinder. They were caught up in it. The slightest mistake could lead to utter ruin. However, despite knowing the danger emanating from Lin Xiao's shouts and the terrifying spatial turbulence, Lin Xian did not hesitate at all. This is the only chance to kill the Black Palace Master's secondary body. If they are allowed to leave, the consequences will be unimaginable. At that time, the human world may once again be plunged into a catastrophe. I'm sorry, Dad. Lin Xian murmured, a hint of apology in his voice. Immediately, his body accelerated rapidly. Just as the spacetime rift was about to close, he leaped into it. Hey kid, what are you doing here? In the pitch-black space, the Black Palace Master looked at the white light that suddenly appeared behind him and turned his head to take a look. Immediately, a look of deep horror appeared in his eyes, which were shrouded in black mist. Just as I suspected, if this secondary body of yours were to perish, your true body would suffer a tremendous backlash, wouldn't it? A cold smile appeared on Lin Xian's lips. This is the void. If you act recklessly and cause a spatial collapse and temporal turbulence, you will not escape death. The Black Palace Master unleashed a ferocious roar. He didn't believe that Lin Xian would actually dare to make a move here. The terror of spatial turbulence was such that even his secondary body had less than a 20% chance of withstanding it. As for Lin Xian, although he used the power hidden in the key to increase his strength. However, in terms of physical strength, he is still only at the early stage of martial saint. There is a stark difference between him and others. They will definitely get caught up in it, and there is almost no chance of survival. Death? However, at this moment, Lin Xian seemed to have seen through life and death. Moreover, for some reason, he had a strange feeling in his heart. That means he won't die. He didn't know where this feeling came from. But now that he has arrived in this void. So, leave everything else to your feelings and fate. Today, he must sever the secondary body of the Black Palace Master. Kid, I advise you to stay put and not move. Otherwise, you'll regret it. The Black Palace Master snarled. Is that so? Then I'll see how I regret it. A cold smile appeared on Lin Xian's lips. Buzz. At the same moment, the energy sphere that had been condensed between his two palms had completely taken shape, resembling a small sun and bursting out with extremely bright and hot light. The Black Palace Master's pupils suddenly contracted. At that moment, horror swept over him, making his voice shrill. Boy, stop, this is inside the void. If we break the balance and cause space-time turbulence, we'll all be dead. Heh, then let's gamble with our lives. Lin Xian smiled faintly. The next second, a holy light flashed in his dark eyes. Without any hesitation, he compressed the energy in his palm and released it fiercely at the Black Palace Master. 1025, Chapter 1025 Spatial Turbulence. No! The Black Palace Master's pupils trembled, and he let out a sharp scream. At this moment, even someone as strong as him could feel the breath of death. Furthermore, his main body is currently in seclusion, attempting to break through to the highest realm. Break through to the legendary realm of Martial God. We must not allow ourselves to be disturbed in the slightest. In such a situation, if his secondary body perishes, his primary body will suffer a backlash. At that time, the impact will be forcibly broken. Buzz! Lin Xian's eyes narrowed, and without the slightest hesitation, the purifying power gathered in his palm transformed into a white rainbow light, roaring fiercely towards the Black Palace Master's body. Click click click. A white, rainbow-like energy streaked across the pitch-black void. The immense energy caused the already unstable interior of the void to rapidly crack open. Kid, are you crazy? The Black Palace Master roared in alarm as he stared at the void before him, which was now riddled with countless cracks. Once the void shatters, the entire space will collapse. At that time, spatial turbulence will also emerge. Once you get involved, even a powerful expert in the late stage of Martial Saint would suffer severe injuries. And even if they miraculously survive, after being caught in the spatial turbulence, they lost their original teleportation target and were randomly teleported to a certain location. This is not what the Black Palace Master's secondary body truly fears. What truly terrified him was the terrifying damage the spatial turbulence inflicted on his physical body, and the white rainbow light that Lin Xian condensed and emitted from his palm. The purifying power contained within it made him feel an unprecedented threat. At the same time, it also has a great restraining effect on the cultivation techniques he practices. You bastard! Since you wish to die, this palace master will grant your wish. A fierce and extremely menacing glint suddenly appeared in the eyes of the Black Palace Master beneath the black mist. Being inside the void, he originally did not want to fight Lin Xian. However, since this kid is being so aggressive, then don't blame him for being impolite. Even if he ends up severely injured and near death today, he will keep this kid here forever. More powerful than physical body. Despite being a late-stage martial saint, he was still able to withstand the spatial turbulence. But this kid is different. This kid has only just entered the martial saint realm. If his body were caught in the spatial turbulence, his chances of survival would be less than 10%. Moreover, if we could eliminate this scourge here forever, it would be a very satisfying thing. Thinking about this, the Black Palace Master's secondary body decided to no longer conceal any of his strength. Boom! The dark aura within him surged forth like a world-destroying torrent. The black demonic energy surged, and the intense corrosive power contained within it caused the surrounding void to subtly distort. Stay here forever, my lord! The demonic energy surged, and the Lord of the Dark Palace let out a ferocious roar. The next second, he manipulated the surging demonic energy with his mind, and it transformed directly into a massive black python, tens of meters long. The python opened its blood-red maw and lunged at the white rainbow light. Bang bang bang! Wherever it passed, the void could not bear the weight and shattered instantly, revealing streams of white energy within. The airflow was extremely sharp, like countless wind blades, surging and emitting a series of piercing sounds that made one's scalp crawl. It was none other than spatial turbulence. Lin Xian saw this and the white light in his eyes suddenly sharpened. Upon seeing this, the Black Palace Master's expression turned extremely ugly. Fear even surfaced in his eyes. Clearly, they are extremely wary of this terrifying spatial turbulence. 1026, Chapter 1026 Fighting for Life. Bang! Two immense energies collided fiercely in the air, unleashing an unprecedented shockwave. Rumble! In an instant, the entire void began to tremble violently. Click click click. Countless cracks spread rapidly like a spider web, covering the entire void in an instant. Buzz buzz buzz. White air currents, like sharp wind blades, spread rapidly from the crack. It was none other than spatial turbulence. Similarly, it is the sharpest thing in the world. A sharp object capable of tearing anything apart. You brat, we're all staying here today. The Black Palace Master's face was contorted with rage. Before this, he had never imagined that he, a dignified late-stage martial saint, would be forced to this point. They'd been driven to the point where they'd rather die together with this kid. The collapse of the void was something he hadn't anticipated either. With such a level of spatial turbulence, even if he were caught in it, his chances of survival would be less than 1 in 10. Moreover, even if they survive, they will probably be severely injured. Stay here together? Hearing the Dark Lord's ferocious roar, Lin Xian's eyes remained calm. I have no intention of dying together with you. What did you say? The Dark Lord's pupils suddenly contracted. Boom! Before he could react, Lin Xian amplified the power of the energy he was pushing with his palm, unleashing a terrifying roar. How could this be? A deep sense of horror appeared in the Dark Lord's eyes. This kid actually possesses such enormous energy? He desperately unleashed his dark energy in an attempt to resist. However, the purifying power contained within that torrent of white energy itself exerted a great restraining effect on him. Therefore, after only a few breaths of resistance, the Dark Lord gradually felt exhausted. An overwhelming pressure swept fiercely toward him, as oppressive as a tsunami. Creak! He clenched his teeth tightly, desperately trying to unleash the demonic energy within his body. However, the dark demonic energy that was once invincible and possessed a strong corrosive power is now like a venomous snake that has lost its fangs under the effect of the purifying power. Damn it! The Lord of the Black Palace cried out in his heart. He never imagined that he would end up in such a situation. Not only was he forced to sacrifice a guardian and use the blood escape technique by a novice, but he was also forced to do so by a mere upstart. They were even chased into a time rift, forced into this precarious situation of imminent demise. Rumble. Click click. Click click. With the frenzied clash and mutual consumption of the two energies, the already fragile interior of the void is now cracking layer by layer, riddled with holes. Countless enormous cracks filled the pitch-black void. A series of sharp spatial turbulences, like meat grinders, surged forth and rapidly swept towards the two of them. Kid, if we stop now, we might still survive. Seeing that he was no match for the enemy and that the situation was becoming increasingly critical, the Lord of the Dark Temple had no choice but to resort to this excuse. Is that so? However, Lin Xian was completely unmoved by this, his tone cold and indifferent. Compared to this, I'd rather you die that way. Your true form would suffer a great backlash, wouldn't it? You. The Dark Lord's expression suddenly changed. Sure enough, this kid saw right through his thoughts. No wonder he would risk his life. Right now, the main body is in the most important period of seclusion and must not be disturbed in any way. It seems that we have no choice but to use that one move. Thinking of this, a look of madness suddenly appeared in the Dark Lord's eyes. 1027, Chapter 1027. Leave it to fate. Since that's the case, then let's all die here today. A look of madness suddenly flashed in the eyes of the Black Palace Master. Since Lin Xian doesn't want him to live, then even if he suffers a huge backlash from his physical body today, he will make sure that Lin Xian dies here forever, with no chance of survival. Boom! A ferocious look surged in his eyes, and the dark power within the Black Palace Master's body, like an out-of-control raging tide, suddenly swept out. Rumble! The dark energy spread so rapidly that it indiscriminately crashed into the void in all directions. That movement wasn't aimed at Lin Xian, but rather at destroying the interior of the void. Because the interior of the void is inherently fragile, it will collapse once it is subjected to an energy impact. Once the void completely collapses, the spatial turbulence within it will roar out. At that time, with the spatial turbulence raging, Lin Xian, given his physical strength, would have no chance of survival. That bastard! Lin Xian naturally discerned the Black Palace Master's thoughts, and his expression immediately turned ugly. However, at this point, he has no way back. Therefore, he intensified his efforts, and the purifying power within his body surged out like a tidal wave, pouring into the energy clusters in his palms. Boom! In an instant, the energy ball surged, and the rainbow light emitted from it also suddenly increased in power. In the blink of an eye, it completely shattered the dark torrent released by the Black Palace Master with an extremely domineering attitude, and then roared fiercely towards its main body behind it. Ah! The Dark Lord suddenly let out a shrill scream. The moment he was struck by that rainbow of energy, his body twisted instantly, then transformed into countless wisps of dark energy, rapidly vanishing like snow meeting the blazing sun. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Darkness billowed forth. Under the white torrent of energy, it was rapidly evaporated like water vapor. Huff huff. Having completely dealt with the Black Palace Master's secondary body, Lin Xian's face turned pale, and he was panting heavily, his breath coming in gasps like a windmill. Clearly, using that move had taken a huge toll on his body. He could feel the weakness welling up inside him. The white energy radiance flowing across his body was also rapidly diminishing. However, this is not something Lin Xian needs to worry about right now. What he's really worried about now is this collapsing void. During his first energy clash with the Dark Lord, the void itself collapsed due to the impact of the two energies. However, the void at that time could barely hold on. However, just now, the Dark Palace Lord's secondary body unleashed demonic energy and launched another powerful attack on the void. The already unstable interior of the void finally collapsed completely after being subjected to constant impacts. Click click click. Within the pitch-black void, countless silver-gray cracks rapidly appeared. As the crack shattered, the countless spatial turbulence that had been hidden behind it, like chicks hatching from their eggs, swept across the area like countless wind blades. Buzz! The wind blades vibrated at a high frequency, emitting a sharp sound that stung the eardrums. Immediately, the attack surged and raged towards Lin Xian and the uninvited guest within the void from all directions. Oh no! Lin Xian stared at the spatial turbulence that completely surrounded him, and his expression suddenly changed. He could clearly feel the sharpness contained within the spatial turbulence, even from a distance. Even before the spatial turbulence got very close, he already felt his skin being torn apart. If someone were to be swallowed by that thing, their fate would likely be certain death. However, the void has now completely collapsed, and spatial turbulence has completely surrounded him. Even if he wanted to hide, he couldn't escape. Creak! He clenched his teeth tightly. At this moment, Lin Xian took a deep breath. He had no choice but to tough it out. The rest is up to fate. 1028, Chapter 1028 Getting Involved. Buzz! Countless out-of-control spatial turbulences erupted with sharp, high-frequency vibrations, engulfing Lin Xian. Creak! Lin Xian clenched his fists, his eyes fixed on the turbulent spatial currents rushing towards him. At this moment, he dared not relax his guard in the slightest. Boom! The body's energy is directly stimulated to its maximum. Buzz buzz buzz. As the spatial turbulence drew closer, the tremors it emitted caused even one's soul to tremble, feeling a subtle sense of being torn apart. Is this the terror of spatial turbulence? A look of horror appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. This was the first time he had ever encountered something like this. Previously, I had only heard about it. Now, when he actually came into contact with spatial turbulence, he finally understood how terrifying it was. This is practically a giant cutting machine. A giant cutting machine that is dozens of times sharper than laser cutting. Boom! A burst of white energy light emanated from Lin Xian's body. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, countless silver-gray spatial turbulences, like wind blades, also descended upon Lin Xian like an intricate giant net. Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine. He could already feel a sharp stinging pain coming from his skin. Before he even touched it, he felt as if his skin was about to be torn apart. Creak! Lin Xian gritted his teeth, ready for battle. Buzzing. The spatial turbulence was devoid of any emotion, engulfing Lin Xian from all directions. Buzz. Finally, the two made complete contact. Ah! In an instant, Lin Xian felt as if his soul had been split apart, and he couldn't help but scream in agony. Ah! He screamed wildly. The sound was like weeping blood. Buzz buzz buzz. The spatial turbulence was like the sharpest thing in the world, frantically cutting into Lin Xian's body. It was as if all of this was meant to shred his bones, meridians, and even his soul. Boom! Lin Xian's internal energy erupted wildly, attempting to resist the erosion of the spatial turbulence. However, everything he did was nothing but a drop in the ocean compared to the spatial turbulence that possessed absolute destructive power. The white energy shield that enveloped his body was easily torn apart by the spatial turbulence as easily as cutting tofu, and then touched Lin Xian's skin and his physical body. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. In an instant, a bruise appeared on Lin Xian's skin. The bruise quickly turned purple. Then, countless fine bloodstreaks, like bloodlines, sprayed out from Lin Xian's body. That's a phenomenon that only occurs when the body is extremely dissected. Ah! Lin Xian's voice was hoarse, his throat felt as if it had been injured by a sharp weapon, and he was about to lose his voice. His eyes were bloodshot, with grotesque blood vessels filling his eyeballs. At this moment, his body was numb. However, deep within his soul, he felt an excruciating pain countless times stronger than that felt in his physical body. He felt his soul being torn apart bit by bit at that moment. He felt his consciousness had completely fallen apart. At this moment, he was even unable to control his thoughts and brain. He was swallowed up by countless silver-gray spatial turbulence, his whole body convulsing and trembling, his 10 fingers clenched, yet he was too weak to clench his fists. Countless drops of blood oozed from Lin Xian's skin pores, completely staining him a blood-soaked figure. He stared wide-eyed. However, his eyes had completely lost their sparkle. The pupils were completely dilated. His consciousness had also vanished. 1029, Chapter 1029 Consciousness Collapse. Lin Xian's consciousness completely vanished. He could no longer feel any pain in his body. Even the pain in one's soul can no longer be felt. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Countless drops of blood, like fine bloodlines, sprayed from his skin pores, completely staining him a blood-soaked figure. Am I going to die? At this moment, deep within Lin Xian's heart, a weak murmur seemed to escape. Buzzing. Just then, a warm and dazzling light suddenly burst forth from his chest. The burst of light instantly dispersed the surrounding spatial turbulence. Then, enveloping Lin Xian's body, it swiftly sped towards the deepest part of the void, transforming into a stream of light and dissipating. Consciousness floats in the darkness. I don't know how much time passed. A strange scene suddenly appeared in Lin Xian's dark space. The location of the scene is the same as before, still somewhere in Japan. Furthermore, the woman who lives there is still Wang Yutong. This is the third time that the image of his sister Yutong meeting with misfortune has appeared in his consciousness. The scene depicts a dimly lit basement. Wang Yutong, dressed in a long dress, was tied to an iron chair. Before him, countless men laughed mockingly, each with a lewd look on their faces. And this time, he's in the picture too. At this moment, however, he dared not make any rash moves. Because one of them had a sharp dagger pressed against Wang Yutong's thin throat. Furthermore, each and every one of them is a martial artist. They all possess the strength of a martial venerable. He dared not act rashly. At this moment, the man in the gray vest who was in the lead spoke up, his face full of mockery. Kid, you really like playing the hero and rescuing the damsel in distress, don't you? What's your relationship with this woman? We are just ordinary friends. In the video, he frowns as he answers. He didn't directly reveal his relationship with Yutong, always feeling that this guy asking such a question at this time must have ulterior motives. Ordinary friends? The man's smile grew even more sinister and effeminate. Don't you want to touch her? Aren't you interested in her body? Sorry, I don't want to. Lin Xian said calmly. Really, but I don't think so. The man shook his head and said to himself, if he were just an ordinary friend, would you have broken into our underground base for him? To be honest, kid, I admire your courage. How about this, why don't you join us? With your skills and my brains, I guarantee you can get any woman you want. Roll. Lin Xian could only respond coldly. A sharp glint flashed in his dark eyes. Damn, kid, it's your good fortune that our boss has taken a liking to you, don't push your luck. Damn it, let me cripple him. The crowd spat in anger. Shut up, all of you. The man raised his hand to stop him, his tone low and somber. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately shut their mouths. Wu Jia looked at Lin Xian again, his eyes radiating a venomous chill. Kid, you really have guts, you actually dare to talk to me like that. However, I've met far too many stubborn people like you over the years. I have the means to deal with you. But I don't want to kill you so easily. You really like this woman, don't you? Then I'll destroy her bit by bit right in front of you. I'll play with her until she breaks down, ha. You beast, if you dare lay a finger on Yutong, I will never let you get away with this. Lin Xian's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. He, is that so? The man smiled nonchalantly, then I'd like to see how you're going to keep me from leaving. After saying that, he reached his hand directly towards Wang Yutong's chest. With a scream from Wang Yutong, the neckline of her long dress was ripped open. 1030, Chapter 1030. Amidst suspicion and uncertainty. This woman has a really hot figure. The man's eyes gleamed with a sinister light. Boss, hurry up, we can't hold back any longer. The men around him also revealed intense lustful glints, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Many people's eyes even reddened with excitement at this moment. At that moment, they wished they could rush up and tear all of Wang Yutong's clothes to shreds. They ate her raw. Such a figure. Such skin. The beauties of the Great Xia Kingdom are indeed all stunning. Everyone, don't be in a hurry, line up one by one. The man grinned, deliberately glancing at Lin Xian as he spoke, his eyes filled with provocation. Today, everyone gets a share, so let's all have some fun later. Let this skinny monkey from the Great Xia Kingdom see how we play with the women of their country. Boss, I want to be the first one up. I want the women of this Great Xia Kingdom to bear us a child. One isn't enough, of course, we should have a whole litter. Baka, do you think she's a pig? Isn't she just a pig, our future breeding pig? Ha. The dark basement was filled with foul language. Don't want. Wang Yutong struggled desperately, but her hands and feet were tied to the iron chair, and she couldn't move at all. You bunch of Japanese beasts, if you dare to lay a finger on Yutong, I will tear you to pieces. Lin Xian's eyes were bloodshot seeing Wang Yutong being humiliated by this group of people, his emotions instantly turned frenzied. Is that so? Then I'd like to see how you're going to tear us to pieces. The man looked at Lin Xian with disdain. You coward from the Great Xia Kingdom, open your eyes wide and see clearly how we're going to toy with your woman. Asshole. Lin Xian's eyes were bloodshot with rage. Boom. At that moment, an overwhelming surge of malevolent energy erupted from his body, causing his eyes to turn crimson. Bang. He could no longer suppress his murderous aura, and his true energy burst forth from his feet, hurtling towards his opponent. You dare! The man was terrified. He never expected Lin Xian to possess such strength. What surprised him even more was that this guy actually disregarded the woman's life and chose to fight them to the death. He thrust the sharp dagger in his hand fiercely toward Wang Yutong's throat. Goodbye, brother Lin Xian. Wang Yutong felt a sharp sensation in her throat and resignedly closed her eyes. At that moment, she felt a sense of relief. Rather than be humiliated by these guys, rather than have her existence become a hindrance to Lin Xian's brother, she would rather die. A bright red line of blood quickly appeared at Wang Yutong's throat. No! Lin Xian's eyes widened immediately. Yutong! He suddenly cried out in surprise. At the same time, in a lush forest, Lin Xian, who was unconscious, suddenly shouted, Yutong. He suddenly stretched out his palm and opened his eyes at the same time. Yutong! He shouted. However, when he looked around, he found that there was no one around him. What came into view was an unfamiliar environment. It is surrounded by lush vegetation and large trees. Huff huff. Lin Xian was pale and panting heavily. It turns out that what I just experienced was all a dream. However, he was still filled with tension. Why do scenes of Yutong's murder keep recurring? Moreover, all the locations are in Japan? What does this signify? Could it bet that misfortune will truly befall Wang Yutong in the future? 1031, Chapter 1031. The jade bracelet is missing. Yutong! Lin Xian murmured, a sense of unease rising within him. Recalling the scenes that had just appeared in his mind, Wang Yutong had fallen into the hands of a group of Japanese martial artists and was being humiliated. The other person's dagger had already slashed across Wang Yutong's throat, drawing a line of bright red blood. If he hadn't woken up in time, he didn't know what terrible things he would have seen next. This inevitably reminded him of his previous battles against the Shadow Protector and the Dark Palace Master's secondary body. At that time, these strange images also appeared in his mind. In the scene, Wang Yutong lay in front of him, covered in blood and on the verge of death. And the location was also in Japan. It is located in a cemetery. It was raining heavily in the cemetery. The Vermilion Bird God of War was also there. At that time, after he finished explaining his last wishes to the Vermilion Bird God of War, he carried Wang Yutong into the cemetery. He didn't know what had happened. He was also unaware of the cause and effect of the matter. What came to mind was already the outcome of the matter. At that time, he was engaged in battle with the Shadow Protector and the Black Palace Master's secondary body, so he didn't have time to think about anything else. But now, when he calmed down, he recalled those scenes and couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Because the locations in the scenes all happened to be in Japan. Moreover, both scenes ended in tragedy. The people in the picture are Wang Yutong and him. If this is a coincidence, then it's far too coincidental. And, most importantly, what truly makes him feel uneasy now is both of these scenes occurred when the energy within the jade bracelet was exerting its effect. If it's just a simple dream, he might not think much of it, simply treating it as a nightmare or a warning. But ironically, this was when he was on the verge of death, when the mysterious energy contained within the jade bracelet took effect. This made him wonder if the jade bracelet was a warning to him in advance. A warning sign that a tragedy is about to unfold. Because of the jade bracelet's magic, because of the energy within it, as it flowed into his body automatically sensed the danger and took evasive action. Could these two tragedies involving Wang Yutong be a kind of early warning for his physical and mental health? Does this foreshadow a tragedy that will soon occur? Is it to prepare him in advance? However, it would be fine if it were just a warning. In the days to come, all he needed to do was keep Yutong by his side, in the Great Xia Kingdom, and protect her well. But if it is a foreshadowing of future disasters, then such a tragedy is destined to be an unchangeable outcome. Thinking of this, Lin Xian felt a chill run through him. No, it can't be like that. Lin Xian murmured in shock, his eyes trembling. That's absolutely impossible. This must have been a warning from the jade bracelet, rather than a result. No. He has to find Yutong quickly. Whether it's true or not, at least he felt a little more at ease after seeing Yutong. Lin Xian quickly got up. Hiss. However, a sudden surge of weakness from within his body caused his mind to spin, and he collapsed back onto the ground, utterly powerless. Lin Xian shook his head bitterly. He forgot that the fierce battle just now had exhausted all his strength. He is still alive thanks to the jade bracelet. Oh, right, the jade bracelet. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly reached out to touch his chest. However, the next second his heart skipped a beat. Because he discovered that the jade bracelet was missing. 1032, Chapter 1032. The Realm of Ancient Martial Arts? The jade bracelet is gone. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He searched through all his pockets again, but couldn't find the jade bracelet. No way, the jade bracelet is definitely on me. Lin Xian murmured. Just now, when he was caught in the spatial turbulence, he felt the jade bracelet on his chest emitting warmth. This means that the jade bracelet was still there at that time. However, when he woke up, the jade bracelet was no longer on him. Could it be that the jade bracelet was left behind inside when his body was swept into the spatial turbulence? If that's the case, he will never be able to find the jade bracelet again. Not to mention that his void is incredibly vast. He had no idea where the jade bracelet was left in the void. With his current strength, he is far from capable of breaking through the void. That's something only a peak martial artist who has reached the late stage of martial saint can accomplish. Moreover, even so, it still requires a huge amount of effort. Moreover, even if the void is broken through, the physical body cannot withstand the spatial turbulence. At that moment, the entire space shattered, and he, along with the jade bracelet, was swept into the spatial turbulence within the void. If the jade bracelet really was left there, the chance of finding it is zero. Like finding a needle in a haystack, there's still a glimmer of hope. The chance of finding something lost in the spatial turbulence within the void is truly zero. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's heart sank. Right now, the jade bracelet is of utmost importance to him. This is not only a keepsake left to him by his mother, but also the only means at present to fight against the Black Palace Master and the remnants of the evil faction from Japan. The secrets hidden within the jade bracelet are truly astonishing. The sacred energy it contained alone helped him achieve a huge breakthrough in strength. This time, if he hadn't relied on the power of the jade bracelet, he would have had no chance against the powerful secondary body of the Black Palace Master. Now that the jade bracelet has disappeared, the sacred power that was born within him has also vanished without a trace. This further convinced Lin Xian that he was able to obtain this magical power because of the jade bracelet. According to the Black Palace Master's secondary body, the jade bracelet is a key that can unlock a certain seal. He absolutely must find the jade bracelet. Let's keep looking, maybe it's nearby. Lin Xian murmured to himself, clinging to the last glimmer of hope, and began his search. He looked up at the unfamiliar surroundings. The surrounding area is lush with trees, with towering ancient trees reaching for the sky, almost blocking out the heavens. A light mist drifted around, and only a few rays of sunlight could penetrate through the gaps in the leaves, leaving dappled shadows in the grove. What surprised Lin Xian even more was this forest, which stretches as far as the eye can see, contains an extremely rich and pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The richness of this spiritual energy far surpassed anything he had ever seen before. Furthermore, when he calms down and senses his surroundings, he was even more horrified to discover that the faint mist surrounding him was actually formed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Hiss! Lin Xian couldn't help but gasp. What kind of place is this that can nurture such pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth? It should be understood that the world today is extremely lacking in spiritual energy, far from what it was thousands of years ago. In his memory, there was only one place that possessed such rich and pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth. That is the ancient martial arts world, separated from the present world. 1033, Chapter 1033 Lin Xian's worries. Could this be the realm of ancient martial arts? Thinking of this, Lin Xian's heart trembled violently. He opened his eyes wide, looking in astonishment at this lush land rich in spiritual energy. It is surrounded by trees, and each one is a towering tree, completely different from the trees in the outside world, even in the primeval forest. If you look closely at each tree here, you'll find that its leaves are very green, and although its trunk is not particularly thick, it grows very tall. This is a very contrary existence to the laws of nature. In nature, trees need solid roots and a sturdy trunk to grow tall. Otherwise, not to mention that they wouldn't grow that tall to begin with, even if they could grow taller. A tree that stands out in the forest will surely be felled by the wind. Even a sudden storm can easily break a tree trunk. However, the trees here are different. Trees that have absorbed the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth can transcend ordinary laws of nature. Moreover, it is said that there are very few stormy weather events in the ancient martial arts continent. It's spring-like all year round, with gentle breezes and bright sunshine. Lin Xian looked around at the surroundings and felt the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth permeating the area. Although he had never set foot on the ancient martial continent, because there was a special barrier between the ancient martial continent and the present world, people from the two places could not travel between them. However, he had also heard his master talk about the ancient martial continent, about this mysterious continent that had been left over from ancient times. This continent, untouched by any environmental pollution from the Industrial Revolution, and due to its unique characteristics, retains the same rich and pure spiritual energy as it did thousands of years ago. Unlike the reality he lived in, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was already extremely scarce. Even the most talented martial artists, who exhaust their entire lives and use up all the rare and precious materials, often remain at the peak of the late martial emperor stage, unable to reach the martial saint realm or advance to the saint realm they have always dreamed of. His advancement to the early stage of martial saint was, in a way, a blessing in disguise. If it weren't for the Su family's conspiracy, and if he hadn't been forced into a desperate situation, the mysterious spiritual energy contained in the jade bracelet wouldn't have been activated, helping him successfully break through the martial emperor barrier and advance to martial saint. Thinking about the special nature of the jade bracelet, Lin Xian became increasingly anxious. He now prayed that the jade bracelet had fallen into this forest somewhere when he was transported here by the spatial turbulence, rather than being lost in the void or in the spatial turbulence. Because the jade bracelet was extremely important to him. In particular, if he were truly in the ancient martial continent right now, and he were indeed swept into a random teleportation point by the spatial turbulence and teleported here, then he needs to find the jade bracelet even more. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to leave here on his own. There exists an absolute barrier between the ancient martial arts continent and reality. No one, not even a peak martial saint in the late stage, could break through this barrier with their own power. This also means that although he was lucky enough to survive this time, he has come to this sacred place that martial artists dream of. Because of the rich and pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth here, cultivation here can be 10 times, or even dozens of times, faster than outside on the ground. If he stayed here for a year or two, Lin Xian was confident that he could successfully break through to the mid-stage of martial saint. But he had to leave. It's not just because of the existence of the Black Temple, their very existence will bring calamity to the entire world. More importantly, he is currently worried about Yutong. I'm worried about her, wondering if something might happen to her. 1034, Chapter 1034 An Unexpected Joy. Call. Lin Xian let out a deep breath, a sense of suppressed emotion welling up inside him. If this really is the ancient martial continent, without the jade bracelet, he might never be able to leave this place again. Hopefully, the jade bracelet was left behind when he was caught in the spatial turbulence and randomly teleported here. Lin Xian prayed silently. Right now, the most urgent task is to recover my strength. Otherwise, with his current physical strength, let alone finding the jade bracelet, he would probably have difficulty dealing with even a slightly stronger martial artist. If this is truly an ancient martial arts continent, there must be quite a few powerful individuals here. Faced with such a sudden intruder, he would most likely be treated as an outsider. Without sufficient strength, one cannot save one's life, nor can one deter powerful enemies. Compared to the present world he lived in, the ancient martial continent was a world where strength reigned supreme. Here, strength is the only criterion. Therefore, he must recover his strength as soon as possible. With that in mind, Lin Xian decided not to delay any longer. Right now, the surrounding air is filled with spiritual energy, and there is no external interference, making it the best time to meditate and restore physical strength. Lin Xian quickly sat cross-legged, simultaneously forming hand seals and placing them on his legs. Buzzing. As he entered a meditative state, the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth surrounding him began to ripple gently. Energy rapidly gathered and, under Lin Xian's mental control, quickly surged into his body, replenishing his depleted true qi in his dantian. As expected of the ancient martial arts continent, the spiritual energy here is not only abundant, but also exceptionally pure. Lin Xian's spirits lifted, and he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. At this moment, he could almost be certain that the place he was in was the ancient martial arts continent recorded in the ancient books. Because the quality of the spiritual energy in this world is far, far superior to that of the outside world. If the quality of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is measured in numbers from 1 to 100, the spiritual energy of the outside world is 10, while the spiritual energy of the ancient martial arts continent is 100. The speed of cultivation here is at least 10 times that outside. The higher one's talent, the faster one's cultivation speed will be. Lin Xian was filled with excitement. The richness of the spiritual energy in this world far exceeded his imagination. He absorbed the nutrients more quickly. In less than half an hour, his previously depleted dantian was once again filled with energy. Call. Lin Xian exhaled a breath of turbid air. The next moment, his tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. A sharp, piercing glint flashed in his eyes. Lin Xian twisted his neck, and a crisp cracking sound immediately came from between his bones. He took a deep breath with a look of ecstasy on his face, then stood up, clenched his fists, and felt the power that was filling his limbs again. This long-lost feeling is so refreshing. Moreover, he could feel that with the previous battle and the pure spiritual energy he had absorbed this time, his body was filled with energy. His abilities have been further demonstrated. It has been completely stabilized at the early stage of Martial Saint. And, to his surprise and delight, although the jade bracelet is no longer on him, and the energy that the bracelet previously flowed into his body has been completely exhausted. However, as his internal energy was replenished once again, he discovered that within the white vortex that had originally appeared, there were tiny, dazzling specks of white light shimmering. These white lights scattered like stars. A sacred purifying power quietly permeated the air. Furthermore, at this moment, it can be used by him as he activates his true energy. 1035, Chapter 1035 The Shadow. A surge of joy welled up in Lin Xian's heart. It should be noted that this holy purifying power has a strong restraining effect on the corrosive power of darkness. Moreover, this power was extremely mysterious, and when it filled his body, it brought him an unprecedented feeling. It was a kind of perception that could be described as the ultimate. It was under this extreme perception that his body was able to sense and evade danger on its own when he fought against the Black Palace Master's secondary body. It is a kind of perception and reaction to danger that abandons visual observation and conscious control. Under that extreme perception, his body avoided all the attacks from the Black Palace Master's secondary body. This would have been absolutely impossible for him before he obtained this power. Furthermore, under those circumstances, his body's perception and evasion of the Black Palace Master's attacks were flawless. 0 errors. This is a truly alarming number. Even experts at any level can make mistakes when sensing danger with their naked eyes or through their senses. Sometimes, it might be a feint by the enemy. Sometimes, it might be a misjudgment of the attack's trajectory. However, he managed to avoid any mistakes by instinctively sensing the danger through his body. What excites him most is that he can achieve true zero reaction and zero delay when reacting to and avoiding crises through his body. Because when a person is thinking and issuing instructions through their brain, commanding their body to react. Even peak martial artists have a very short reaction time. However, by sensing and judging the crisis on its own, the body can bypass the brain and respond directly. This means zero latency. Although the impact may not be huge, at the peak level of the competition, any slight change can lead to a different outcome. Lin Xian originally thought that after losing the energy supply from the jade bracelet, his body would completely lose this power. However, a small portion of the energy has now turned into sand and merged into his vortex, becoming one with the true energy within his body. In this way, his strength should be able to improve even further. Moreover, he also wanted to see what changes would occur when he activated his true energy again after incorporating these sacred energies. Lin Xian was filled with excitement. He took a deep breath and then quickly stood up. He wanted to see how his body had changed. He quickly focused his mind and prepared to mobilize his inner energy. Meanwhile, on an island shrouded in a thick black fog, Inside a vast, dark palace, in a quiet, deep, and mysterious secret. A dark figure sitting cross-legged suddenly trembled violently. Put! The next second, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The originally powerful and stabilizing aura within his body suddenly erupted and became chaotic at this moment. The shadowy figure swiftly formed hand seals. After a long while, he finally managed to suppress the restless energy within his body. Huff huff. Even so, he was already covered in sweat. He opened his scarlet eyes, staring at the dark wall in front of him, his voice hoarse and venomous. You brat, how dare you destroy my secondary body and ruin my cultivation? I will not let you go. I will grind you to dust. I will make your Lin family bleed like a river. I will turn all the women of your great Xia kingdom into slaves of my Eastern Ing kingdom. 1036, Chapter 1036 Special Energy Fluctuations. Lin Xian was unaware of what was happening on the Dark Island. At this moment, he was completely absorbed in his thoughts. He sensed the powerful true qi surging within his dantian, as well as the white energy light mixed within it. Boom! With Lin Xian's mental control, powerful true energy surged forth from his body, enveloping his skin. The true energy was like a pale white flame, burning fiercely. Within that originally pale white true energy, a holy white light now permeated the air like specks of sand, faintly radiating a scorching heat. Lin Xian was very familiar with this scorching energy. It was the same energy that had surged from the jade bracelet when he fought against the Black Palace Master's secondary body not long ago. Although this energy is much weaker than before, it still significantly boosted his strength. In particular, under the blessing of this white light, he felt his body become much lighter, and his body's perception of danger seemed to have become much stronger than before. At this moment, he could clearly sense even the slightest rustling of wind or grass around him. Even if it's just a ladybug on a leaf or an ant crawling in the grass. He could clearly sense all of these. The range is approximately 50 meters. Although it's not a particularly large increase, when engaging in combat with an opponent, this 50-meter range improvement is enough to change a lot. Lin Xian was filled with excitement. The small amount of remaining energy alone brought such a boost to his body. If he could absorb the complete energy, he really couldn't imagine how much his strength would improve. We must find the jade bracelet. I hope it's lost somewhere nearby. Lin Xian prayed silently. After regaining his strength, he no longer hesitated and began searching for the lost jade bracelet in the vicinity. If he really came to the ancient martial continent, then this continent is said to be incredibly vast. If the jade bracelet hadn't fallen nearby, even if it were truly lost somewhere in the ancient martial arts continent, finding it would be as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. However, as long as this continent remains, there is at least hope of finding it. If it's lost in the void, then there's truly no hope left. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Xian began a careful search in the nearby dense woods. Because they share the same energy, the jade bracelet and he can sense each other when they get close. Lin Xian moved swiftly through the woods. However, what gradually made him anxious was that, despite his continued searching, he could not sense any energy fluctuations related to the jade bracelet. This only made him more uneasy. He kept moving forward. We walked another 700 or 800 meters. Suddenly, he heard what sounded like the gurgling of flowing water. Furthermore, he sensed that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in front of him had become even more concentrated. Moreover, within that rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth, there seemed to be a special fluctuation that emanated from time to time. Could it be a jade bracelet? Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. Without saying a word, he quickly walked forward. After nearly 100 steps, ahead was a dense thicket of bushes. The sound of flowing water grew clearer behind the bushes. And that peculiar fluctuation became increasingly intense. Lin Xian was certain that something was behind those bushes. 1037, Chapter 1037 Mysterious Woman. Lin Xian's mind stirred as he sensed the unusual energy fluctuations behind the bushes. However, before confirming what was behind the bushes, Lin Xian completely concealed his presence and carefully slipped into the bushes so as not to disturb the other party. The bushes are very deep. Lin Xian walked for about 20 meters before reaching the end of the bushes. At this moment, the sound of flowing water could be heard all around. Lin Xian carefully parted the leaves and looked ahead. What came into view was a clear lake. The lake connects to the mountains and rocks. The gurgling spring flows down the mountain rocks, splashing countless water droplets and waves on the lake surface, forming a light mist. The sound of water is produced by the clear spring water hitting the lake. Kindness? Lin Xian frowned slightly as he looked at the scene before him. Clearly, this unusual fluctuation originated from here. What, you didn't see anything? Could it be from the bottom of the lake? Lin Xian thought to himself and decided to dive down into the lake to check it out. However, just as he was about to head to the bottom of the lake, a powerful aura suddenly emerged from behind the bushes on his right not far away. Immediately afterwards, a sound of wind breaking rang out. A graceful figure appeared before Lin Xian, beside the lake. The woman wore a light purple gauze dress, her face veiled by the veil. Her figure was graceful and tall, and her long, flowing hair cascaded down to her waist, just covering the top of her pert buttocks. Her skin was as white as snow, her feet were bare, and there was a pale purple peach blossom mark between her eyebrows. Her temperament was ethereal and flawless. She was facing away from Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian couldn't see the woman's face clearly because of the veil, he knew that her face beneath the veil must be stunningly beautiful. However, this was not what truly amazed Lin Xian. What truly amazed him was that the other person was so young, and looked to be a year or two younger than him. However, the opponent's realm had already reached the Saint realm. Early stage of martial saint. Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine. At this moment, even with his composure, he couldn't help but be horrified by the woman's strength. This woman's identity is definitely not simple. Lin Xian was amazed. At this moment, he was even more certain that the place in front of him must be the ancient martial continent, which was separated from the present world. Because only in the ancient martial arts continent, only in this ancient martial arts continent that contains rich and pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth and countless rare and precious materials, can such a young martial saint powerhouse be cultivated. And even so, the other party is so young yet possesses such strength, and has such an extraordinary temperament. Lin Xian could also tell that the other party's identity was definitely not simple. Perhaps she's the young lady of some super ancient martial arts family. Lin Xian thought to himself. At this moment, the woman lifted her crystal clear jade foot and walked towards the lake. Lin Xian's eyes flickered instantly. Could it be that she, too, came for the treasure in the lake? Damn it! We're letting the other side get there first. Lin Xian couldn't help but grit his teeth. However, being new to the area, he dared not act rashly or make enemies before figuring out the other party's background. He completely suppressed his aura, hiding himself in the bushes, revealing only his dark eyes as he observed the situation before him. However, just as Lin Xian was staring intently at the woman, thinking that she had gone for the treasure in the lake, the latter, with her jade-like feet, suddenly stopped by the lake. She looked down at the misty lake in front of her, a gentle and relaxed look appearing in her eyes. Then, her delicate shoulders trembled slightly. Under Lin Xian's gaze, her pale purple gauze dress slowly slid down. 1038, Chapter 1038 Bathing in the Lake. Depend on. Lin Xian's eyes widened immediately. It turns out that the other party didn't come for the treasure at the bottom of the lake, but to take a bath. Watching the light veil slowly slide off the woman's body. Suddenly, a body as smooth as jade was presented naked before Lin Xian. Her skin was as white as snow, her breasts were full and rounded, and her figure was graceful and light, as if surrounded by an ethereal aura. Next, continue. Lin Xian's gaze instantly became unsettled. That slender waist, so delicate it seemed to bend at the slightest bend, and those pert, shapely buttocks. He swore that this was absolutely the most beautiful buttocks he had ever seen in his life. Lin Xian was not allowed to continue admiring the scene. The woman's jade-like feet gently stepped into the lake, and she disappeared completely, leaving only her head and swan-like long neck visible. However, the woman's graceful figure from just now still lingered in Lin Xian's mind. That slender waist, that pert bottom, those long legs. Lin Shen couldn't help but smack his lips. However, upon reflection, he couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt. How could such a beautiful woman suddenly appear to take a bath in this great forest? She looked completely unsuspecting. Isn't she afraid of being spied on? Although the woman's face was covered by a light veil, the veil remained on until she took a bath, making it impossible to see her true face. However, her otherworldly temperament and graceful figure alone are enough to prove that she is definitely a great beauty. Unless, of course, the people of this ancient martial arts continent don't love beautiful women. Otherwise, there probably wouldn't be many people who could resist a woman's charm and figure, right? They came here to take a bath in broad daylight, completely unprepared. If someone else were to hide in the bushes like him, wouldn't they all be seen? Of course, Lin Shen didn't mean he was a pervert. After all, he had stumbled upon this place by accident, originally attracted by the strange energy emanating from the lake, but just happened to see a woman coming to bathe. Certainly. Ahem, everyone has a love for beauty. He also couldn't help but glance at the woman a couple more times while she was taking off her clothes. Just as Lin Shen was coughing in his heart, the woman walked into the lake, her jade-like hand gently brushing across the surface, scooping up a handful of clear lake water, and slowly pouring it down her neck. She raised her jade-like neck, her long black hair cascading down, floating on the lake's surface. The woman was completely absorbed in the beauty of nature and scenery, and a faint smile seemed to appear on her face beneath the light veil. Splash! Not far from her, clear spring water cascaded down the rocks, splashing countless tiny droplets on the lake and in the air. Sunlight poured down, turning the water droplets a golden hue. The woman standing in the middle of the lake seemed to blend into the scene, forming an elegant landscape painting. Lin Shen stared at the woman in the lake, momentarily lost in thought. Unbeknownst to the woman, her every move while bathing in the lake was being observed by Lin Shen, who was hiding in the bushes. She gracefully and slowly turned around, facing Lin Shen directly. And only at this moment did Lin Shen finally see the woman's face. Her face was veiled by a light veil, and a pale purple peach blossom mark between her brows shimmered softly in the sunlight as she gently raised her jade-like hand. Her eyes were bright and deep, as if they could see through all the troubles of the world. Lin Shen glanced at it once, and his gaze became somewhat lost in it. And at this moment, he was certain that the woman's identity was definitely not simple. With such beauty and temperament, plus the peculiar peach blossom mark between her eyebrows, the other party seems to be. Lin Shen frowned and fell into deep thought. He remembered that his master seemed to have mentioned it to him before. 1039, Chapter 1039. They'd been discovered. Lin Shen frowned. For a moment, he couldn't quite recall. He fell into deep thought. A moment later, a sudden thought struck me. Oh, right. He remembered. She is a saint. She is the holy maiden of the ancient martial continent. The woman with this peach blossom mark between her eyebrows is hailed as the most talented and strongest young woman in the ancient martial arts continent. This pale purple peach blossom mark is the best proof. My master told me that in the ancient martial arts continent, only one saintess is born every 100 years. The selection of the holy maiden is conducted through various rigorous methods among all the families of the ancient martial arts continent. As for the selection process, the master wasn't entirely clear on it either. But one thing is certain, the person chosen to become the holy maiden must be the most talented among the younger generation in terms of cultivation. And she must be a virgin. Furthermore, after becoming a saintess, she must remain a virgin until she is 26 years old, specifically the exact year she turns 26. Otherwise, once one's virginity is violated, not only will one's cultivation be greatly weakened, but it also seems that it will incur the wrath of the gods. Back then, Lin Shen didn't believe in gods or spirits, nor did he understand why it was enough to stay at 26 years old instead of staying that way indefinitely. Because, according to common sense, the fact that virginity accelerates cultivation is a lifelong process, not something that happens at a certain stage. Of course, even the master wasn't entirely sure, he only heard about it from his own master. Furthermore, his master seemed to have vaguely mentioned that every holy maiden seemed to have a very tragic fate. Their glory will be frozen before they turn 26, frozen at the moment they became saints. And once they reach a certain age, it seems that something terrible happens to them. Could it be some kind of ritual? Lin Xian murmured to himself. Of course, this is just his guess. After all, he wasn't from the ancient martial continent, nor had he ever been in contact with it, he was only relying on his own conjectures. However, putting aside that tragic experience, both the Holy Maiden and the Holy Son hold a revered position in the ancient martial arts continent. Their status is second only to the people of the ancient martial continent, and the gods they worship. In this ancient martial arts continent, the words of a Holy Maiden or Holy Son are like an ironclad decree, which no one can disobey. Lin Xian hadn't expected this either. By sheer coincidence, he ended up meeting the Saintess here. Moreover, at this moment, he had even seen the entire body of the other person. Fortunately, the other party did not notice. Otherwise, it's likely that not only the Saintess would kill him. It's estimated that everyone in the entire ancient martial arts continent will hunt him down. After all, the person he saw naked was none other than the Saintess, who held a status comparable to a god in their hearts. As Lin Xian thought to himself, he suddenly felt a little scared and decided that it would be best to slip away before the Holy Maiden noticed him while she was taking a bath. After all, the opponent's strength was no less than his. Once she activates her true energy, no matter how well he hides it, due to the equal strength of both sides and the close distance, he will inevitably be exposed. That would be troublesome. Take a deep breath. Lin Xian held his breath and quietly retreated, preparing to leave the bushes. However, just as he stepped back, his right foot accidentally stepped on a tree branch on the ground. Click! The branch snapped, making a soft sound. Such a subtle sound should have been completely masked by the sound of mountain springs crashing into the lake. However, the saint's hearing was exceptionally keen. She noticed it almost immediately. A pair of eyes, as cold as a clear spring, instantly locked onto the bushes where Lin Xian was, and a cold shout rang out, "Who goes there?" "Oh no, we've been discovered." Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat upon hearing the shout. 1040, Chapter 1040 being teasered. Oh no! Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He never expected that, of all times, he would step on a tree branch. He had a brilliant life, but at the crucial moment, he capsized in a ditch. Now that he had been discovered, Lin Xian decided to stop hiding. Right now, before the Saintess can see his face clearly, running away is the priority. If the other party recognizes you, you're doomed. Of the 36 stratagems, the best is to flee. Thinking this to himself, Lin Xian quickly activated his internal energy, intending to run away. "You scoundrel, I'll kill you." However, the Saintess in the lake, with her keen senses, had already realized Lin Xian's intention to escape. That bastard, he secretly watched her innocent body from the shadows, how could she let him leave? Whoosh! A murderous intent arose in her heart, and the Saintess suddenly waved her jade hand. Buzz! Instantly, a sharp burst of energy tore through the water like a sword, slashing furiously towards the bushes where Lin Xian was. What a fierce aura! Lin Xian's eyes widened in surprise. Even though the opponent was of equal strength to her, the refinement and sharpness of her true energy seemed to be superior to his. Is this the strength of the Holy Maiden of the ancient martial arts continent? Furthermore, he could tell that the other party genuinely wanted to kill him. This move was completely unreserved. Don't underestimate this seemingly simple stream of energy. Its power is such that any expert below the Saint realm who is struck by it will be severely injured or even killed on the spot. Boom! Lin Xian dared not be careless in the slightest, and at this moment, his true energy surged forth. Whoosh! Just as Lin Xian activated his true energy, the force unleashed by the Holy Maiden had already completely cleaved the bushes in two. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed, and he leaped up like lightning, quickly dodging the streak of energy. You avoided it? As the Saintess gazed at the figure rising into the air, a rare look of surprise appeared in her clear, beautiful eyes. Clearly, she hadn't expected that this lecherous man who was hiding in the shadows and spying on her while she was bathing was actually a master of the Saint Realm. Moreover, judging from his appearance, he seems to be about the same age as her. Lecher. However, after a brief moment of surprise, a terrifying killing intent erupted once again from the saintess's icy eyes. Although her cheeks were covered by a light veil, anyone could sense the intense embarrassment and shame emanating from her beautiful face. A man saw her naked. In the ancient martial arts continent, this is a fact that no woman could accept. Besides, she is a saint. Beautiful lady, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Let me explain. Lin Xian sensed the opponent's intense killing intent and hurriedly explained after landing. Beautiful woman, you lecherous scoundrel, I'll kill you. The woman felt she had been insulted and was filled with anger and shame. With a wave of her hand, another sharp stream of true energy tore through the water and shot towards Lin Xian. Hiss! Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine and quickly dodged to the side, while calling out again, beautiful Ladino, miss, it's really a misunderstanding. I'm just here to search for treasure and happen to be passing by. I am sure I'm offending you, young lady. Lecher! The woman wouldn't listen to Lin Xian's explanation. At this moment, she had a very bad impression of him. This guy not only spied on her while she was showering, but he also made frivolous and disrespectful remarks to her just now. Today, she's determined to cripple this guy, then force him to reveal his family background and bring him back to face the consequences. 1041, Chapter 1041, Deepening Misunderstanding. Girl, I swear to God, it's really a misunderstanding. Seeing that the beauty was about to make another move, Lin Xian hurriedly explained. He had no desire to fight with a woman. Firstly, as a man, he never bullies women. Secondly, although it was undoubtedly true, he saw that the woman's body was indeed innocent, and he felt somewhat guilty. Lecher! Seeing Lin Xian's continued attempts to argue, the woman became even more furious, her beautiful eyes flashing with murderous intent. Boom! Boom! With a sudden thought, her inner energy surged forth. Bang! In an instant, the entire lake's surface exploded. Splash! The lake water splashed, creating a torrential downpour that completely submerged the woman. Taking advantage of the moment, the woman leaped into the air, and with a flick of her jade-like hand, the pale purple veil that had fallen by the lake swept up to her and swiftly passed through her smooth, alabaster-like body. The woman's delicate feet landed lightly on the ground. In an instant, all the beauty was completely concealed by the dress. Who are you? What are you doing here? The woman's beautiful eyes flashed with anger and scorn as she stared at Lin Xian. Even when she's angry, her eyes remain beautiful, free of any worldly impurities, clear and sparkling. Miss, may I say that I was swept in by spatial turbulence? I really meant no offense. Faced with the woman's questioning, Lin Xian offered an explanation. Spatial turbulence? The woman frowned. The next second, the anger in his eyes deepened. Do you think I'll believe your explanation? Even with her current strength, being caught in spatial turbulence would mean certain death. Her opponent was of equal strength. How could he possibly survive the spatial turbulence? Moreover, judging from this guy's unfamiliar face, he wasn't one of the 10 major families she was familiar with. That's right, it's spatial turbulence. Lin Xian nodded repeatedly, thinking that the woman believed him. Who exactly are you? A chill settled in the woman's eyes. They are not from the 10 major families, yet they possess such strength. Furthermore, the fact that they could silently infiltrate the barrier she had set up and arrive here clearly indicates a strong purpose. Could it be someone from that faction? Thinking of this, a chilling glint suddenly flashed in the woman's clear, beautiful eyes. Swish! Swish! With a flick of her jade-like hand, a dazzling green sword radiating 7-colored light appeared in her grasp. A divine power rapidly emanated from the sword's edge. Now, I'm giving you one last chance. Admit where you came from, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, you will die. The woman spoke each word with an icy tone, as cold as an Arctic blast. Her grandmother had taught her from a young age to face the dark force that everyone wanted to kill. If you encounter them, kill them. Young lady, there really is a misunderstanding between us. Seeing the woman's astonishing killing intent towards him, Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He always felt that the misunderstanding between them had deepened. Speak, are you someone sent by that force? The woman spoke coldly, showing no intention of listening to any further excuses from Lin Xian. Thinking of that filthy force that stole women's virginity and used their bodies as furnaces to absorb their cultivation, the murderous intent in the woman's eyes deepened. What power, young lady, I was truly swept in by spatial turbulence. I am not from your ancient martial arts continent. Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine and quickly offered explanations. You're not going to tell, are you? Fine, then I'll cut off your hands and feet, and then slowly interrogate you. After speaking, the woman stepped forward. Buzzing. The green blade in her hand suddenly unleashed a fierce sword aura. It was as if the space itself was being subtly torn apart. Lin Xian, having witnessed the terrifying strength of the woman, dared not be negligent in the slightest. If explanations are useless right now, we'll have to fight a battle first. Then, once the woman has calmed down a bit, slowly explain the situation to her. 1042, Chapter 1042 Clash between the two sides. Girl, please calm down, I really just happened to be passing by. In the end, Lin Xian still wanted to try to save him one last time. He didn't want to fight the woman in front of him unless absolutely necessary. Unintentionally? The woman's eyes grew even colder. Now that things have come to this, you still want to hide your identity? Hide? Lin Xian frowned and said with a wry smile, Miss, I am really not from the ancient martial continent. I come from the outside world. Do you think I would believe such a lie meant for a 3-year-old? Upon hearing this, the woman's clear eyes grew even colder. Living on the ancient martial continent, she had heard stories about the world outside the ancient martial continent since she was a child. That was a world lacking in spiritual energy. Furthermore, there was chaos. It is almost impossible for a strong person to emerge there. Especially since this Saint Realm expert in front of her possesses strength comparable to hers. And the most crucial point. This is also why she judged that the man in front of her was one of those dark forces, like a sullen rat hiding in a stinking ditch. It was this guy who managed to break through the barrier she set up. The barrier she set up possessed the 7-colored divine power of the Saintess. Looking across the entire ancient martial continent, apart from Grandma and a few other clan leaders who possess the strength of a late-stage martial saint, no one has the strength or ability to break through the barrier she has set up. Furthermore, this forest is exclusively for the Saintess's cultivation. Apart from a few maids she permitted to enter with her, no one else was qualified and would be repelled by the power of the barrier. However, Lin Xian entered the forest where a barrier had been set up and hid in the shadows to spy on her. Aside from that sinister force, she really couldn't think of any other possibility. Young lady, I really am from the outside world, and I have no intention of offending you. Seeing the growing chill in the woman's eyes, Lin Xian could only offer a helpless explanation. No need to explain. Once I've crippled your cultivation, you just need to obediently return to the clan with me. People will naturally come to interrogate you then. The woman's tone was icy cold. Buzz. Having said that, he didn't give Lin Xian any more chances to explain. With a thought, the green sword in his hand burst forth with a fierce sword aura, revealing a dazzling 7-colored light. What is this energy fluctuation? Lin Xian felt the 7-colored light emanating from the green blade, and his brows furrowed involuntarily. Because at the very moment the woman activated this energy, the white energy that permeated his dantian like sand seemed to resonate with something and began to vibrate slightly. Whoosh! Without giving Lin Xian much time to think or confirm, the woman raised the green sword in her hand and slashed it down fiercely at Lin Xian. Instantly, a sharp sword aura, carrying the sharpness to tear through the air, whistled towards Lin Xian. Hiss! The sharp sword energy whistled through the air, and Lin Xian's scalp tingled instantly. He could feel the sharpness of the sword energy coming at him. It seems this woman really intends to take his life. Boom! Lin Xian's internal energy erupted rapidly, and with a quick twist of his foot, he swiftly dodged the sword energy. There was no other way. given the irreconcilable nature of the current situation, the only way to have a proper discussion was for him to temporarily suppress the Holy Maiden. Buzzing. With that thought in mind, Lin Xian didn't hesitate any longer. His inner energy surged out like a boiling tide. Faced with the Holy Maiden's swift attacks and the fact that her true energy was even slightly superior to his own, he dared not hesitate in the slightest. When they make a move, they unleash their full power. Rumble. A surge of powerful true energy rapidly churned within Lin Xian's body. Within the condensed true energy, a pure white light spread out like grains of sand, shimmering like stars. What is this power? Sensing the unusual nature of this power, the woman's eyebrows furrowed slightly. The attacking posture in his hands suddenly stopped. 1043, Chapter 1043. Still dare to laugh. The woman's eyebrows furrowed. What are the energy fluctuations emanating from these white lights? Why does she feel like something was off? Seeing that the woman suddenly stopped what she was doing, Lin Xian assumed that she believed his explanation and was ready to have a proper talk. Miss, are you willing to listen to my explanation now? Explain what? One sentence instantly pulled the woman back to reality, and a thick layer of frost covered her clear, beautiful eyes once again. You lecherous scoundrel. Buzz. As soon as she finished speaking, the sword in the woman's hand hummed with energy. She held a green sword, its seven-colored light dazzling and emanating a fierce sword aura, and thrust it fiercely towards Lin Xian's tendon. Lin Xian glanced at him. He could tell at a glance how ruthless the woman was. They really intended to sever his tendons. Boom! With a surge of energy emanating from his body, Lin Xian immediately stomped his foot on the ground and retreated rapidly. Whoosh! The woman's beautiful eyes flashed with anger. Seeing that Lin Xian was about to retreat, she changed her attack and slashed down fiercely at Lin Xian with her sword. Depend on. Lin Xian's lips trembled violently. This woman really intends to kill him. No, we can't let this go on any longer. He has to find a way to get away as soon as possible. At present, let's not even talk about whether the opponent's strength is evenly matched with his. The other party is a saintess from this ancient martial arts continent. If their fight alerts anyone else, they're doomed. When the time comes, surrounded by numerous experts, he will be in real trouble and truly unable to defend himself. He had to leave this place quickly, find the jade bracelet as soon as possible, and leave this ancient martial arts continent. Otherwise, even if he manages to escape today, given the irreconcilable conflict between him and the Holy Maiden, it's only a matter of time before she issues a kill order against him. Thinking to himself, Lin Xian had no intention of lingering in the fight. The powerful true energy flowed through the meridians like a tide. At the same moment, the holy white light shone even more brilliantly, as dazzling as the stars in the night sky. Buzzing. A white light flashed. Lin Xian's body suddenly became more sensitive, especially his brain senses. At that moment, the hairs on his body stood on end slightly, like a spider sensing danger. He could clearly feel the sword energy rushing towards him. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. The feeling was so clear. Furthermore, the speed at which the sword energy tore through the air seemed to slow down in his perception. Lin Xian turned to the side, and the sword energy grazed his chest and clothes, passing by less than 3 centimeters away. It seemed extremely dangerous. In reality, it was entirely under Lin Xian's control. Lin Xian was both surprised and delighted by this change in his body's sensitivity. It seems that the energy remaining in his body from the jade bracelet has truly become part of his body's energy, and can be fully utilized by him. Previously, he fought against the Black Palace Master's secondary body, and it seems that he turned misfortune into blessing. You shameless scoundrel, how dare you laugh? However, the woman clearly misunderstood Lin Xian. Interpret the smile on his face as a smug satisfaction at having dodged her sword aura. That lecherous scoundrel. He spied on her while she was showering, and now he dares to laugh at her. Today, she's determined not to let this guy leave. The woman's beautiful eyes held a murderous glint. Finally, I've decided to go all out at this moment. 1044, Chapter 1044. The Light Veil Falls. Girl, that's not what I meant. Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine and quickly gasped. You scoundrel, take this. The woman's beautiful eyes held a murderous glint. Buzz. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her jade-like hand, and the cyan sword in her hand, which emitted a dazzling 7-colored light, slashed down directly at Lin Xian's head. The sword energy hummed. Moreover, this time, the sword energy was twice as sharp and large as before. Above it, dazzling 7-colored light emanated an even more pronounced strange energy imbued with a sense of holiness. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. At the same moment, the white light emanating from his dantian also faintly trembled slightly. It was a feeling like resonance. Buzz. However, before Lin Xian could think it through, the 7-colored sword energy, carrying a chilling sharpness, slashed down towards Lin Xian's brow. Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine. He could feel the power of that sword strike. Furthermore, as he activated the white light, his physical perception was undoubtedly doubled compared to before. Therefore, they gained a clearer perception of the power contained within that sword energy. She truly deserves to be called the Holy Maiden of the ancient martial arts continent. The power of this sword strike was probably enough to severely injure the Shadow Protector at that time. Both are at the early stage of martial saint. However, the two are not comparable in strength. If it weren't for the fact that a small portion of holy power had been fused into his body, he wouldn't be a match for the Holy Maiden with his current strength. The ancient martial arts continent is indeed teeming with powerful individuals. Lin Xian dared not be careless in the slightest and dodged the sharp sword energy with all his might. At the same time, he twisted his right foot hard on the muddy ground, unleashing a burst of true energy from the sole of his foot with a powerful thrust. He shot towards the Saintess like an arrow released from a bow. At this moment, simply resorting to passive defense is definitely not an option. To get the Saintess to calm down and listen to his explanation, he must first subdue her. Lin Xian moved swiftly, appearing before the Holy Maiden like lightning. Wow, that's fast. A look of surprise appeared on the goddess's face, which was veiled by a light gauze. This was the fastest speed she had ever seen, apart from her grandmother and the others. The speed was so fast that even she was a little dazzled. Whoosh! Lin Xian's eyes flashed like lightning as he unleashed a punch. Its speed was so great that it left a blurry afterimage in the air, accompanied by a deafening explosion that tore through the air. Wow, so fast! The Saintess's beautiful, icy eyes widened in surprise once again. However, she reacted very quickly, and soon tilted her head slightly to avoid Lin Xian's punch. Lin Xian was not too surprised by this. After the punch missed, the hand immediately transformed from a fist into a palm and flashed towards the woman's snow-white neck. The Saintess frowned slightly, and before she could make many moves, she thrust the hilt of her sword, Xingfeng, directly towards Lin Xian's lower abdomen, attempting to repel him. However, Lin Xian's hand did not stop at all, and it reached for the Saintess's neck like an eagle's pincers. The Saintess's beautiful eyes flickered once more. I was somewhat surprised by Lin Xian's desperate, life-risking approach. She even sensed a hint of bloodlust in it. She had never seen this kind of close-quarters combat among the younger generation in the ancient martial arts world. Could it bet that he really is from the outside world? And why does that white light emanating from him feel so familiar to her? She didn't have much time to hesitate. The Holy Maiden seemed unwilling to fight Lin Xian to the death. She lightly touched the ground with her jade-like feet and quickly retreated backward, trying to avoid Lin Xian's attack. Lin Xian's claw missed its mark, almost grazing the light veil in front of the Saintess. The saint landed safely. The same applies to Lin Xian. He turned to look at the Saintess. The other person also looked up at Lin Xian. Their eyes met. Just then, a gentle breeze blew by. The veil covering the Saintess's face, seemingly affected by the earlier commotion, fluttered gently and slowly fell away, revealing an unparalleled beauty that could topple kingdoms. Lin Xian saw it all. I was momentarily stunned. 1045, Chapter 1045 Misunderstanding escalates. That was a face that could launch 1,000 ships. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains shrouded in mist, her eyes like clear, sparkling spring. She had willow leaf eyebrows, lips painted with crimson, and soft, delicate facial features that gently converged at her chin. Her long, flowing black hair swayed gently in the breeze. Lin Xian stared blankly. If I had to use one word to describe her, it would be breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Xian dared to swear that he had never seen such a beautiful and elegant woman in the world. Whether it's her inner and outer temperament, or those beautiful eyes that seem to purify one's soul. You. As the light veil fell, the saintess's eyes also trembled slightly. She hurriedly touched her cheek, momentarily flustered. Because of the rules of the ancient martial arts continent, those who are chosen as holy maidens can no longer show their appearance to outsiders from the moment they become holy maidens. It must continue until the age of 26, until that sacred ceremony begins. She could only remove her veil the moment she entered the altar and met the priest. Otherwise, it will anger the gods. This has caused huge problems. The people of the ancient martial arts continent worship gods. Therefore, they maintain absolute piety and faith in the rules set by their ancestors. However, to her surprise, during the exchange just now, the light veil on her face was knocked off as Lin Xian's palm blew past. You lecherous scoundrel! Thinking of this, the saintess immediately raised her hand to cover her face, her beautiful eyes filled with a mixture of shame and anger. I am sorry, miss, I didn't mean to. Lin Xian's lips twitched, somewhat embarrassed. He didn't do it on purpose. Moreover, he was unaware of the so-called rules of the ancient martial arts continent. He simply assumed that the other party mistook him for a pervert and wanted to see what she looked like, so she deliberately tore off the veil covering her face. Therefore, this also serves as an explanation. Moreover, it's really not good to tear off someone's veil, it carries a somewhat frivolous connotation. Sorry, you lecherous scoundrel, you ruined the sacrificial ceremony a week later and destroyed the fortune of my ancient martial arts family that has lasted for centuries, you bastard, I'm going to kill you. Upon hearing this, the saintess trembled violently with anger. A fierce killing intent suddenly flashed in her originally clear and beautiful eyes. Today, she will not let this lecher get away with it no matter what. She wanted to take him back to her clan to atone for his sins. Take him back to atone to the priests and the gods. Did I ruin your luck? Lin Xian's eyes flickered, completely bewildered. He simply accidentally knocked off the woman's veil and accidentally saw her face. How did he become the heinous sinner she described? Still not admitting it? The saintess covered her face, her tone even colder. Admit what? Won't we misunderstand each other later? Lin Xian was filled with doubt. Then, thinking of the ritual, he couldn't help but remind her, and young lady, you must be the holy maiden of the ancient martial continent, right? I heard my master mention you when I was in the outside world. Also, you just mentioned sacrifices. Umit can't be that we need to sacrifice you, can it? Sacrifice? The saint's beautiful, icy eyes trembled. A moment of confusion flashed through his mind, but his killing intent instantly returned. Gritting her teeth, she said coldly to Lin Xian, you know my identity, so you really are someone sent by the Netherworld sect, aren't you? You want to disrupt the sacrificial rites of my 10 great families and destroy the fortune of my ancient martial arts continent that has lasted for thousands of years. I'm telling you, you're dreaming. The Netherworld sect? Lin Xian was taken aback upon hearing this. What Netherworld sect? 1046, Chapter 1046. The strange thing noticed. What Netherworld sect? Lin Xian was taken aback. Aren't you afraid to admit it? The saintess's beautiful eyes flashed with a chilling light as she stared at Lin Xian, her gaze filled with disgust. A bunch of dark rats, all you do is steal and cheat. They are attempting to disrupt the sacrificial rites of my 10 great families and undermine the fortune of my clan in this way. Disrupting the ritual? Disrupting the flow of fortune? Lin Xian frowned. Not to mention that he wasn't a member of the Netherworld sect at all. Even so, he only glanced at the woman's face. How did that become disrupting the ritual and ruining the luck? Is it not even permissible to glance at the saintess's appearance? Is it blasphemy to just look at it? At this point, you're still playing dumb. The saintess looked at the hypocritical and pretentious Lin Xian in front of her, and the coldness in her beautiful eyes intensified. That bastard, just like those dark rats in the Netherworld sect, dares to do it but not to admit it. Playing dumb, girl, you've really misunderstood me. Seeing the misunderstanding deepen, Lin Xian helplessly explained again, first of all, I am definitely not a member of the Netherworld sect as you say. I really come from the outside world. If you don't believe me, I can explain it to you. Secondly, I admit that I accidentally saw some things I shouldn't have seen, and I also lifted the veil from your face and saw your appearance. However, just looking at your face shouldn't be so serious as to affect your family's fortune and the priests of the 10 great families, right? You scoundrel, how dare you try to argue? The saintess's beautiful eyes flashed with murderous intent as she glared at Lin Xian. Do you know the rules of our ancient martial arts continent's sacrificial rites? The saintess's appearance must not be seen by anyone for the 16 years from when she was chosen as a saintess until the successful completion of the sacrifice. Otherwise, it would be blasphemy against the gods, and on the day of the sacrifice, you would incur their wrath. The fortunes of my 10 great families will suffer a great loss as a result, and they will no longer be protected by the gods. The saintess grew increasingly angry as she spoke, her large, firm breasts heaving violently beneath her purple gauze dress. There's such a saying? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Although he was unfamiliar with the ancient martial continent, such a concept did not exist in the outside world, nor was there any such thing as a god severing one's destiny. If he had defiled or blasphemed the saint, thus incurring the wrath of the gods, it would be somewhat forgivable. After all, there is such a thing as a god in this world. However, it is truly absurd that he would subject the 10 great families to such punishment simply by glancing at the holy maiden's face. Everyone says that the guardian deity is benevolent, but this seems more like a tyrant. Besides, thinking of this, Lin Xian hesitated for a moment. He had already thought of this. However, he kept wondering whether he should tell the other person. After all, what he was about to say might overturn the woman's perception. Somewhat subverted her beliefs. However, after thinking about it, Lin Xian decided to speak up. After all, although he and the saintess had no real connection, once he found the bracelet and left, they would never cross paths again. However, he also did not want this beautiful woman in front of him to be harmed by some so-called gods or sacrifices. Yes, he sensed the problem from the beginning. The so-called sacrifice, the so-called requirement for the holy woman to remain a virgin, and the various rules that her face cannot be shown to others. This made him feel that this was nothing more than a huge conspiracy. And whether it's a saintess or a saintly son, it is very likely that this so-called deity is the furnace needed for cultivation. Use their cultivation and virgin blood to accelerate his cultivation. Draw upon their cultivation. 1047, Chapter 1047 Blasphemy. Young lady, there's something I feel I need to say. Lin Xian took a deep breath and looked at the stunningly beautiful saintess before him, who displayed intense coldness and hostility towards him. You scoundrel, what else do you have to say? The saintess's gaze was sharp and cold. Regardless of whether the man in front of her was a member of the Netherworld sect or not, it was true that he had spied on her while she was bathing. Right now, they're also removing the veil from her face. Young lady, when I was in the outside world, I also heard my master talk about the Holy Maiden and Holy Son of the ancient martial continent. Facing the Holy Maiden's sharp gaze, Lin Xian stated, May I ask, how often is this sacrificial ceremony held? 100 years, what happened? The saintess frowned, looking at Lin Xian warily. In the ancient martial arts continent, is a sacrificial ceremony held only once every 100 years? Lin Xian frowned, then asked, Do you know the final fate of the previous Holy Maidens? The previous Holy Maiden? Upon hearing this, the saintess frowned even more deeply. He hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. I don't know, why are you asking? He just feel that there might be something fishy about this once-in-a-century ritual. Lin Xian hesitated for a moment before speaking. Something fishy? The saintess's clear eyes suddenly flashed with icy coldness. Are you questioning the sacrificial traditions left by our ancestors, you lecherous scoundrel? You really have ulterior motives. No, girl, let me explain. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and he quickly explained, "It's not what you think, I'm just worried about your safety." "Are you worried about my safety?" The Saintess looked at Lin Xian warily, not believing that this lecherous man had any good intentions. "Yes." Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, "Based on some information I learned from my master, combined with what you just said. The gods who protect our families, the gods who protect the fortune of the ancient martial arts continent, should be benevolent. But after listening to what you just said, it sounds like the gods you're talking about are somewhat cruel, and they don't seem like real gods, but more like something that's done by humans." "What did you say, you bastard? It's one thing to blaspheme me, but now you dare to blaspheme our gods." Upon hearing this, the Saintess's beautiful eyes suddenly blazed with intense anger. This lecherous scoundrel not only spied on her while she was bathing, but now he even dared to blaspheme against the gods they revered. She wouldn't believe it if you told her that this guy didn't have ulterior motives. "Girl, don't be angry, listen to me, in the outside world where I live, there are many people who impersonate gods. They often use virgin men and women to refine their cauldrons." "Shut up and take this." The Saintess's face was frosty, she didn't want to hear any more of Lin Xian's blasphemous words. She raised the green sword in her hand, ready to slash at Lin Xian. Hiss! Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine. Sure enough, people from two different worlds, exposed to different things, find it very difficult to communicate. Indeed, the ancient martial arts continent possesses abundant spiritual energy, which has given birth to many powerful individuals. However, due to their limited access to information, their thinking seems to remain at a very feudal level. Since we can't explain it to them, we might as well just slip away. With that thought in mind, Lin Xian prepared to slip away. What happened to Qing Xian? Just then, a middle-aged woman's shout suddenly came from the forest not far away. "Grandma?" The Saintess paused in her movements. Oh no! Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. The other party's grandmother actually came. Moreover, he is an extremely strong individual. 1048, Chapter 1048 Leaping into the Lake. Oh no! Lin Xian's heart trembled. Unexpectedly, the other party's maternal grandmother showed up. Moreover, there was that faint, oppressive aura emanating from afar. The opponent is very likely a powerful expert in the late stage of martial saint. As expected of the ancient martial arts continent. The elders in their clan actually possess such peak strength. Grandma! When Xingxuan's beautiful eyes flickered. Although she was puzzled as to why her grandmother had come to this jade crystal forest, this was a perfect opportunity to deal with this lecherous man and bring him back to be punished. Thinking to herself, when Xingxian was about to speak into the distance. Wait a minute, young lady. At this moment, Lin Xian urgently stopped him. He enveloped his voice with powerful internal energy, forcing it into a thin line that reached Wen Xingxuan's ears. However, Wen Xingxian did not react to this and was about to call out Grandma's name. We absolutely must not let her speak. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. If she were to call over the grandmother she's talking about, it would be all over. Right now, he's struggling to deal with even one saintess on his own. Even if they win, it will probably be a fierce battle. If another late-stage martial saint were added to the mix, he would truly be facing a 9 out of 10 chance of death. Moreover, the opponent's strength is definitely not low in the clan. Moreover, given their outdated thinking, if that old woman found out that he not only saw the saintess's body naked but also knocked off her veil, she would definitely fight him to the death. At that time, not to mention that this matter might alarm the 10 major families, the mere thought of being hunted down by the Holy Maiden clan would be enough to make one's scalp tingle. Not to mention that the ancient martial arts continent is full of powerful figures. He is currently all alone. Even a powerful dragon can't defeat a local snake. Moreover, these local bullies are all incredibly powerful. He has to stop it. Damn it, I'm going all in. Seeing that when Xingxian was ignoring him, Lin Xian decided to take a gamble. Buzz! A sudden surge of white light erupted from the surface of his body. The energy sand scattered within Lin Xian's Dantian vortex erupted with scorching energy at this moment, causing the space around Lin Xian to distort slightly. At the same time, he slammed his foot into the ground, and the speed he generated became extremely fast. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept by. Lin Xian appeared in front of Wen Qingxuan almost instantly. Wen Qingxuan's clear eyes trembled instantly. A strong sense of vigilance appeared in his eyes. She was about to scold him. However, Lin Xian did not give her that chance. Just as Wen Qingxuan was about to speak, his lips pressed firmly against hers, covering her moist lips. Wah! When Lin Xian forcefully covered her lips, Wen Qingxuan was struck dumb, her eyes widening in surprise. Before this, she had never had any physical intimacy with a man. She never imagined that she, a dignified saintess, would be forcibly kissed by a lecherous man today, and that this lecherous man would actually dare to do such an outrageous thing to her. At this moment, Wen Qingxuan's delicate body stiffened, and her mind went completely blank. She was unable to recover from the fact that Lin Xian had forcibly kissed her for a long time. As Lin Xian kissed Wen Qingxuan's lips, he felt a soft, fragrant sensation wash over him. Qingxian, are you there? Before Lin Xian could process this, the old woman's voice rang out again from afar. And the sound was getting closer and closer. Wah! When Qingxian realized what was happening and immediately tried to struggle. Lin Xian sensed the intense struggle that was about to erupt from the other party. To avoid the old woman. At that moment, he directly hugged Wen Qingxuan's slender waist tightly with both hands and exerted force with the soles of his feet. Just as when Qingxian was about to struggle. Holding her soft, delicate body, he leaped into the splashing lake before him. 1049, Chapter 1049 Sinking to the bottom of the lake. Thump! A splash of water rose from the lake. However, it was quickly drowned out by the sound of mountain spring water crashing against the lake surface. Water droplets splashed across the lake, creating ripples. It was impossible to tell whether the sound was Lin Xian leaping into the lake with Wen Qingxian in his arms, or the sound of a mountain spring crashing against the lake's surface. Swish! Not long after. A sharp, whistling sound of wind breaking came from the lakeside. An old woman with a full head of white hair, a hunched back, and a cane appeared at the edge of the lake. Where is Qingxian? She looked at the empty lake in front of her. Water droplets splashed all around, and the feeling of them landing on my face brought a touch of coolness. However, her gray eyebrows furrowed involuntarily at this moment. Because just now, she clearly sensed an unusual movement of energy. However, by the time she arrived, the unusual aura had completely disappeared. All she could sense was the strange energy fluctuations emanating from the bottom of the lake. She was very familiar with this fluctuation. It originates from the bottom of the lake. It is precisely because of its existence that the area around this lake is full of vitality, and it also allows Qingxian to accelerate the absorption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth during her bath. This is a place reserved for the holy maiden to bathe. No one may be allowed to touch it. Otherwise, they will be punished by the gods. This was an order that even she, as the head of the Wen family, dared not disobey. Swish, swish, swish. Just as the old woman was wondering where Wen Qingxian had gone, the sound of wind breaking through the bushes around them rang out again. Immediately afterwards, 6 beautiful young women dressed as maids appeared beside the old woman. Chief, we have searched the surrounding area, but we have not found Miss One. The 6 women bowed respectfully to the old woman. Each of them possessed a powerful aura, indicating they were in the middle of Emperor Wu's reign, and were the old woman's 6 accompanying maids. That's strange. This is the time when Qingxian usually comes to the Jade Crystal Forest to bathe. Why isn't she here? The old woman murmured in surprise. Chief, shall we go elsewhere to look for the young lady? The maidservant asked for instructions. No need, let's wait here for now. If we still don't find Qingxian, we'll make further plans. The old woman answered. Yes, clan chief. The maid obeyed. By the way, you all wait here. If you hear any news about Miss, bring her back immediately. The high priest said he has urgent business tonight and needs to meet with Miss Alanites about the sacrificial ceremony a week from now. The old woman said, if you see the young lady later, tell her to put down everything and come back immediately. I'll go check on Saintis Peak, which Qing Xian usually loves to visit, to see if she's cultivating there. Yes, chieftain. The maid obeyed. Kindness. The old woman nodded, then lightly tapped the ground with her cane, and her figure vanished as quickly as a phantom. After the old woman left, the 6 maids obeyed her orders and waited for their mistress in the same spot. At the same time. Lake bottom. Lin Xian held Wen Qingxuan's soft, delicate body in his arms, his mouth tightly sealed around hers, and the two of them were about to sink to the bottom of the lake. The bottom of this lake is deeper than I imagined. It's a full 50 meters deep. Lin Xian carried Wen Qingxian as they descended, avoiding the old woman's senses. Wen Qingxian remained in a state of mental blank after being defiled by Lin Xian. Until the two were about to sink to the bottom of the lake. She finally realized what was happening. Wah! Immediately, he began to struggle violently, whimpering. 1050, chapter 1050 asking. Wah! Wen Qingxuan's eyes widened, and she let out a sob. Her delicate body began to struggle violently. Glug glug. Tiny bubbles rose continuously from the bottom of the lake, boiling upwards. However, before even approaching the lake surface, it was already being mixed with the flowing lake water. Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine and clung tightly to Wen Qingxian. At the same time, their mouths were sealed even more tightly. Currently, there are still 6 maids guarding the lake. If they found out that he had made a disrespectful advance on their Saintis, he would definitely be torn to pieces. Wah! Holding Lin Xian tightly, Wen Qingxian struggled even more violently. But at the same time, feeling the domineering force invading her lips and teeth, her delicate body inexplicably felt weak and powerless. Therefore, even though she is struggling very hard, she still cannot break free from Lin Xian's restraints. However, this scoundrel dared to take liberties with her. Thinking of this, a strong anger suddenly welled up in Wen Qingxuan's clear and beautiful eyes. She bit down hard with her silver teeth. Hiss! Lin Xian was in so much pain that the hairs on his body stood on end. At the same time, he also pulled his tongue out, his expression filled with pain. You lecherous scoundrel, I'll kill you! When Qingxian broke free of her restraints, although her body was still weak, she was filled with rage and drew her sword to stab Lin Xian in the throat. Girl, will you really listen to my explanation? Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine as his voice, enveloped in his inner energy, reached Wen Qingxuan's ears. What else is there to say? When Qingxian breathed slightly, her chest rising and falling. The first time I've been like that with someone of the opposite sex. Her body was filled with a feeling she had never experienced before. However, this also intensified her murderous intent towards Lin Xian. She, a dignified saint, was actually taken advantage of by this lecherous man. Right now, the fortunes of the Wen family and the fortunes of the 10 major families have been ruined by this guy. Furthermore, she had heard about it from her grandmother when she and Lin Xian sank to the bottom of the lake. Tonight, the high priest will summon her again for the sacrificial ceremony a week from now. If the high priest were to discover that this lecherous man had seen her face and even stolen her first kiss, he would likely incur the wrath of the entire Wen family. At that time, the fate of the Wen family. Thinking of this, a startling killing intent suddenly appeared in Wen Qingxuan's clear and beautiful eyes as she looked at Lin Xian. At the same time, his eyes also became a little red. It's all her fault for being careless and letting that lecherous man take advantage of her, which has implicated her family. Girl, what's wrong? Lin Xian was startled when he saw Wen Qingxuan's beautiful eyes turn red. He had a feeling that the other person was about to cry. You lecherous scoundrel, you shameless scoundrel. Wen Qingxian gritted her teeth and hurled out every single word she could think of to vent her anger. Girl, I really had no choice. Also, I'm really not from the Netherworld sect you mentioned, and I heard what your grandmother said just now. Lin Xian hurriedly explained that he couldn't bear to see a woman cry. Especially since she's such a great beauty. So what? Wen Qingxian clenched her teeth. So I still think the same thing. I think there's something wrong with the so-called sacrificial ceremony. Lin Xian took a deep breath, his gaze immediately becoming serious. Not to mention that the ritual itself is problematic. This time, the high priest also chose to summon Wen Qingxian in the evening. That's quite intriguing. That's just your imagination. Wen Qingxuan's tone was icy. The sacrificial ritual has been passed down among our 10 great families for 1,000 years. If there were any problems, they would have surfaced long ago. Passed down for 1,000 years? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian frowned, as if he had found a breakthrough. What about 1,000 years ago? He then asked. 1,000 years ago? Wen Qingxian was taken aback. That one sentence stumped her. 1051, Chapter 1051 Wavering. 1,000 years ago? Wen Qingxian was stunned. Yes, 1,000 years ago. Lin Xian asked. The two of them floated on the bottom of the lake, their bodies enveloped in a faint aura of true energy, preventing the lake water from entering their bodies. I don't know. Wen Qingxian shook her head. Therefore, this ritual is very likely to have originated 1,000 years ago and was man-made. Lin Xian took a deep breath and gave his analysis. 1,000 years ago, the ancient martial arts continent where you lived probably didn't have the concept of sacrifice. Man-made? Wen Qingxuan's gaze flickered. For the first time, a hint of confusion appeared in her clear eyes. Yes. Lin Xian said solemnly, otherwise, your family's ancient books must also record things from even further back. Instead of saying that we have only had 1,000 years of development, while 1,000 years ago it was a blank slate. Ancient books? Upon hearing this, Wen Qingxuan's clear eyes trembled once again. Lin Xian's incisive point of view caused her firm belief to crumble for the first time. That's right, so I think you'd better be careful. Lin Xian warned, I don't think you should go tonight. I think there's a conspiracy. The so-called masked. The so-called virginity. And tonight, that so-called private meeting before the ritual, and it was even chosen to be late at night. All of this combined made Lin Xian sense a deep sense of conspiracy. The people of the ancient martial continent are unlike the world he lives in. The people here believe in gods. Furthermore, martial prowess is revered. My most important task every day is cultivation. Unlike the world he lives in, which is full of deceit and treachery. This is a pretext for a ritual. In his world, it was something that had been played out to death long ago. It might fool naive people. Anyone with even a little knowledge can tell it's a scam. Therefore, he most likely believed that the so-called sacrifice was just a pretense. The high priest must have had some ulterior motive for inviting Wen Qingxian tonight. Conspiracy? Wen Qingxian looked at Lin Xian. In the lake, her beautiful hair swayed like water plants, and her stunningly beautiful face was filled with an unusual sense of bewilderment. At this moment, she found herself wavering in her faith in the deity she had always believed in. At that moment, she felt a faint fear of the ritual. And, inexplicably, she began to believe what this lecherous man in front of her said. However, her eyes quickly hardened. Wen Qingxian, how could you be so easily turned by this lecherous man? This guy is trying to shake your resolve. This guy is just up to no good. What a cunning fellow, trying to use your lies to sway me. Anger immediately flashed in Wen Qingxuan's beautiful eyes. Call. Lin Xian let out a deep breath, shook his head, and said, Miss, I really didn't mean to lie to you. I told you all this for your safety. Perhaps you think I'm a lecher, or that I'm someone sent by the Netherworld sect, but I must warn you. You must be careful tonight. Oomph, you don't need to tell me. Wen Qingxian snorted coldly, and said angrily, you just wait, you lecher. After saying that, she unleashed her inner energy and swam rapidly towards the lake. Wait, miss. Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at Wen Qingxian above him, who was swimming like a mermaid. Right now, 6 maids are standing by the lake. If they ask, and Wen Qingxian reveals his secrets, then it's all over. 1052, Chapter 1052. It's alright, let's go. Girl. Lin Xian tried to stop him. However, it was too late. Like a mermaid, when Qin Xian had already swum to the surface of the lake and poked her head out. Lin Xian only chased after them halfway before he dared not go any further. Because if he went any higher, the true energy leaking from his body would likely be noticed by the maid. He could only hold his breath and wait in the middle of the lake. At that moment, when Qin Xian poked half her body out of the lake, instantly, water splashed and rippled across the lake. Miss! The 6 maids waiting by the lake were immediately surprised when they saw Wen Qin Xian. Chunlan, Xiazhu, what are you doing here? When Qin Xian pretended not to know anything and looked at the maids in front of her who were showing surprise. Miss, we are here waiting for you on the orders of the clan chief. The maid named Chunlan spoke first. Grandma is looking for me? When Qin Xian frowned, feigning ignorance. Yes, miss, the clan chief has something very important to discuss with you. It concerns the sacrificial ceremony. Chunlan said. Sacrifice? When Qin Xian pressed for an answer. Yes, miss. Chunlan responded, the clan chief received instructions from the high priest that he would like to meet with you alone tonight in preparation for the sacrificial ceremony that will begin in a week. Meet me alone? When Qingshuan's eyes flickered slightly. This reminded her of what Lin Xian had said to her before. A strange unease rose in my heart. Do you know what this is about? When Qin Xian continued to ask. I don't know, miss. Chunlan shook her head and said, we have no right to know the specifics, and the clan leader didn't tell us either. She told us to wait for you here, while she went to Saintis Peak, where you usually cultivate, to find you. She instructed us to let you know if we saw you, so that you could return to your clan to see her immediately. Okay, I understand. I'll go back right away. When Qin Xian nodded. Yes, miss. Chunlan said, then seemed to suddenly remember something and asked, Miss, were you at the bottom of the lake the whole time? Yes, what's wrong? When Qin Xian asked. Are you in some kind of trouble? The clan leader came here just now, but he didn't sense your presence. Chunlan asked in surprise. Logically speaking, if the young lady was just here to bathe, the clan leader should have been able to sense her presence. Could it be that Miss has encountered some trouble and is intentionally avoiding the clan leader? Upon hearing this, when Qingshuan's eyes flickered slightly. Lin Xian, who was in the middle of the lake, felt a sharp tremor in his heart. If Wen Qin Xian were to say it, things would be in trouble. No. However, when Qin Xian simply shook her head and said, I was cultivating at the bottom of the lake. I recently discovered a place at the bottom of the lake with extremely rich spiritual energy. Perhaps the energy fluctuations there masked my presence. So that's how it is. Upon hearing this, Chunlan and the other women immediately nodded. They had no doubts about what the young lady said. Moreover, there is indeed a pure and strange fluctuation emanating from the bottom of this lake. However, there is an order from the ancient martial continent. Only those who are called to be saints are qualified to enter the lake for baptism. Therefore, they had no idea what was at the bottom of the lake. Alright, let's go back. When Qin Xian spoke at this moment, interrupting Chunlan and the other women's thoughts. Yes, miss. The women respectfully accepted the order. When Qin Xian took the lead. As I was leaving, I couldn't help but glance back at the lake. Then, she gracefully darted away. 1053, Chapter 1053 Strange Phenomena at the Bottom of the Lake. Call. Lin Xian, who was hiding in the middle of the lake, breathed a long sigh of relief. It seems he has escaped this ordeal for the time being. When Qin Xian did not tell anyone about his affair. However, he felt there was something fishy about tonight's meeting. Hopefully, Wen Qin Xian is alright. Now that he's new here, he can't offer much help. Moreover, he discovered that the people of the ancient martial continent had an unusually strong belief in gods. This makes his words even less effective. However, thinking of Wen Qin Xian in the final moments, he still had some trust in him. Furthermore, I have temporarily kept his matter a secret from him. He didn't want anything to happen to the latter. If he gets the chance tonight, he'll try to sneak in and take a look. Of course, right now, what he cares about most is the jade bracelet and the abnormal energy fluctuations at the bottom of the lake. Without the jade bracelet, he will be unable to leave the ancient Martial continent. This was absolutely fatal and unacceptable to him. As for the strange energy fluctuations at the bottom of the lake, he had a strange feeling of familiarity about him. It feels like I've seen it somewhere before. I was filled with doubt. Lin Xian decided to dive to the bottom of the lake to take a look. Who knows, we might make some amazing discoveries. Lin Xian circulated his true energy and then quickly headed towards the bottom of the lake. He quickly descended, following the direction from which the energy fluctuations were coming. Not long after, he then discovered that at the deepest part of the lake, there was a deep crack. The cracks looked like they were deliberately damaged. Inside, extremely pure energy fluctuations emanated from it. This caused the entire lake and its waters to be filled with crystalline energy. Inside, a vibrant energy emanates. Lin Xian's eyes widened in surprise. No wonder this lake contains such rich spiritual energy and strange fluctuations. It turns out there really is a hidden world at the bottom of this lake. All this energy emanates from the cracks at the bottom of the lake. Lin Xian wanted to find out the truth. However, when he tried to propel his body through the rift and into the world beyond it, he suddenly discovered that a powerful, invisible energy was blocking him from entering. This power is similar to the existence of a barrier. Invisible to the naked eye. You can only feel something when someone makes physical contact with you. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and touched the invisible barrier with his palm, attempting to forcefully break through. However, as the power in his hand intensified, the power emanating from the barrier also increased exponentially, completely negating the power in his palm. What a bizarre power! Lin Xian's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected that the barrier could actually defend itself. It felt as if the barrier possessed sentience. No wonder even when Qin Xian was unable to penetrate this barrier and reach the back of it. Otherwise, cultivating in the world behind this rift would definitely be faster. Because the world behind that crack contains energy that is dozens, or even hundreds of times purer than the energy in this lake. The more this is the case, the better. Lin Xian became even more eager to enter the world behind the barrier and explore it. He took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. Sigh. The internal energy within the body rapidly accumulated like a tide. Boom! Boom! When he opened his eyes again, his powerful true energy surged out like a geyser. Then, he clenched his right fist tightly. A punch with the force to shatter mountains and rivers slammed heavily into the transparent barrier in front of him. 1054, Chapter 1054 Penetrating the Barrier. Boom! Lin Xian threw a punch. The fierce fist wind, like a thunderbolt, struck the barrier, creating a violent ripple. Buzzing. However, under Lin Xian's full-force punch, the energy on the surface of the barrier also suddenly increased. In just a moment, Lin Xian's punching force was completely shattered. Even the force rebounding from the barrier made Lin Xian's arm go numb. This? Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Sure enough, the barrier strengthens as the destroyer's power increases. His all-out attack had absolutely no effect. However, this was entirely within his expectations. That was just his first attempt. Currently, the attempt has failed. Although he was unwilling, he had no choice but to give up. The barrier's strength is such that even a late-stage martial saint wouldn't be able to break through it, let alone him. Despite the presence of exquisite and wondrous energy behind this barrier. At the same time, it must also be a hidden paradise. But right now, he can't break through the barrier, so he can't get behind the crack. Staying here would just be a waste of time. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to leave this place first and search for the whereabouts of the jade bracelet. He prayed, and the jade bracelet fell into the forest, into the vicinity. Otherwise, he would probably have stayed in the ancient Martial continent for the rest of his life. He still has a lot of things to do. He still has many people he cares about. At least a few days have passed since he went missing. Wang Sisi, Subaimo, and Heidi must be anxiously searching for him everywhere. He must return as soon as possible. And then there's Wang Yutong. The tragic scenes he had previously witnessed about Yutong. And the dark forces in Japan. He has to leave this place. Otherwise, given the current strength of the Great Xia Kingdom, if the Black Palace Master were to attack, it would likely lead to a repeat of the tragedy that occurred 15 years ago. He will not allow the tragedy that happened to the Lin family 15 years ago to repeat itself. Lin Shan took a deep breath and clenched his fists. He needs to find the jade bracelet as soon as possible. Buzz. However, just as Lin Xian was about to leave the bottom of the lake, the vortex in his dantian suddenly emitted a slight vibration. The tremor was fleeting. It seems to resonate with some of them. Lin Xian frowned. He wasn't mistaken just now, was he? Indeed, there was a slight tremor in the energy within his dantian. Rather than a vibration in his aura, it was more accurate to say that the white energy fragments, like stardust and sand scattered within his vortex, experienced a slight tremor. Could it be that the energy here is related to the white energy fragments? Lin Xian murmured to himself, deciding to give it a try. Since we've already come this far, one more try won't hurt. Moreover, the energy fragments came from the jade bracelet, which is a mysterious object. Lin Xian held his breath and focused. After quickly calming his breathing, a thought occurred to him. He manipulated the white energy fragments within the cyclone, activating their power to transform them into specks of pure white light that adhered to his right hand. Then, with a tentative mindset, he slowly extended his palm, which was enveloped in white energy light, and gently touched the barrier. I thought the barrier would emit strong ripples like before. However, this time, something surprising happened to Lin Xian. His palm, enveloped in white light, actually pierced through the barrier. 1055, Chapter 1055 Summoning. Lin Xian's eyes widened in surprise. His palm actually pierced through the barrier. It seems that the energy resonance he felt earlier was not an illusion. The energy contained within this jade bracelet is indeed profound. Surprisingly, it was able to help him pass through the barrier without any hindrance. Judging from its appearance, this jade bracelet is indeed no ordinary item. Not only did she save him from danger several times, but she also possessed the ability to penetrate barriers. Could it be that this jade bracelet also comes from the ancient martial arts continent? Or perhaps it was passed down thousands of years ago? Lin Xian was filled with horror. At present, this possibility seems extremely high. Otherwise, why would the Black Palace Master go to such lengths to search for it? And it is called the key. The so-called key must be the energy that the jade bracelet possesses, which can open some kind of barrier or seal. And this energy, if he wasn't mistaken, should be this sacred white energy. Maybe. With this energy attached to him, he no longer needed to rely on the jade bracelet to pass through the barrier of the ancient martial arts continent and go to the present world where he originally lived. This possibility came to mind. Lin Xian's heart surged with emotion. If that were the case, he wouldn't be so eager to find the jade bracelet right now, nor would he have to worry about the possibility that if the jade bracelet were lost in the spatial turbulence, he would never be able to leave the ancient martial continent. And, relying on this energy, perhaps, in the future, he will be able to travel freely between the present world and the ancient martial arts continent. In this way, his cultivation speed can increase by 10 times, or even dozens of times. Because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth contained in the ancient martial arts continent is simply too rich. It was many times richer than the outside world. Furthermore, in this continent filled with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, rare and precious materials are everywhere. With these as support, he believed that even if he wanted to reach the late stage of martial saint, it would be a piece of cake. In this way, he was able to improve his strength in a short period of time, gaining the ability to contend with the Black Palace Master and the Dark Palace. That mysterious dark temple, the layers of mist shrouding the main hall, and the enormous scarlet eyes hidden in the deepest part of the dark temple. All of this proves the eeriness and power of the Black Temple, In particular, the Black Palace Master's secondary incarnation at that time already possessed the strength of a late-stage martial saint. Therefore, his true form must be even more powerful. Perhaps, he has already touched the edge of becoming a martial god. Or perhaps, it means that they have reached a realm that only exists in legends. To contend with it and prevent the apocalypse from coming, his top priority is to increase his strength. Of course, finding the jade bracelet is also of utmost importance. If the jade bracelet really was lost in the spatial turbulence, then so be it. No one can get it anymore. But what if it, like him, was transported to another place by the spatial turbulence? Therefore, he must find it. Otherwise, if it falls into the hands of the people of the Black Temple, or into the hands of other people with ulterior motives, the consequences will be quite terrible. Buzz. Lin Xian wasn't given much time to be shocked. At this moment, the white energy fragments within his body suddenly trembled and vibrated once more. Moreover, this tremor was undoubtedly much stronger than the previous one. Lin Xian quickly calmed himself down. He could sense it. In the space behind this barrier, something seemed to be calling to him. 1056, Chapter 1056 Finding a Treasure. Buzzing. The white energy fragments within Lin Xian's dantian were now emitting a strong vibration. Lin Xian was startled. He could sense that something, or rather, energy, was calling to him from behind the barrier. Immediately, he quickly cleared his mind of all other distractions and activated the holy white energy, attaching it to the surface of his body. Then, he took a step forward with the ball of his foot. He passed through the barrier without any hindrance. Buzz. The moment he pierced through the barrier, a blinding white light instantly enveloped Lin Xian's eyes, causing him to painfully close them. At the same moment, a loud buzzing sound quickly rang in his ears, like countless high-frequency vibrating bees and mosquitoes. Sharp and noisy. His entire body trembled violently at that moment. The feeling was as if he were in a gravity space with a force 100 times greater than normal. I felt like all the bones in my body were being pressed down and making a creaking sound. Lin Xian gritted his teeth in pain, enduring the pressure from the outside world. He desperately tried to activate the white energy fragments within his body to resist the impact. A full minute passed. His body was slowly getting used to the vibration. The energy within the space seemed to accept this uninvited guest, gradually reducing its oppressive energy. The bright light in front of Lin Xian gradually dissipated. The oppressive aura that had been building up gradually faded. Call. Lin Xian finally had a chance to catch his breath after exhaling a deep breath. He slowly opened his eyes. However, the moment he opened his eyes, my eyes were immediately filled with amazement. Before him lay an underground cave, similar to a bell tower. Above the cave, there are bells hanging like icicles. However, these bells are all condensed from extremely rich and pure spiritual energy. Moreover, this rich spiritual energy was actually of the same lineage as the white, holy power within his body. This. Lin Xian's eyes trembled, and a deep sense of shock appeared in them. It should be noted that the profound energy contained within the jade bracelet had already caused such a tremendous change in his body. However, the entire bell in the bell cave, including the stone walls, was actually formed by that sacred power. Although the concentration of spiritual energy in these bells is much lower than that in jade bracelets. However, the energy in front of us is equivalent to an entire Zhongru cave. Converted, the amount of energy is at least the equivalent of 100 jade bracelets. If he absorbs all this energy, his strength will definitely increase dramatically in a short period of time. Even if this energy cannot be integrated with true qi and cannot be used as material to improve cultivation, it is still insufficient. However, if he absorbs them and makes them his own, they will unleash energy that is more than 10 times stronger than the true energy he has condensed. Perhaps it can even help him further comprehend the transcendent state of no law and no thought that he experienced when he fought against the Black Palace Master's secondary body. At that time, he made his own judgment based on his body's perception of danger. However, at that time, he was unable to control this energy, and therefore could not unleash its true power. If this time, he can use the energy within these bell-shaped stones to achieve a breakthrough to a deeper level. Perhaps he will be able to overcome the difficulties. Thinking about this, Lin Xian was filled with excitement. This time, it seems he really struck gold. He couldn't wait to get started. 1057, Chapter 1057 Condensation. Lin Xian was filled with excitement. He took a deep breath, temporarily suppressing his excitement. He slowly made his way into the bell cave, and found that the cave was not very deep. He soon reached the end. However, on the rock walls deep inside the cave, there seemed to be a special energy fluctuation flowing through them. This energy fluctuation is somewhat similar to a barrier. Lin Xian reached out and gently touched the rock wall. What he felt was a hard, cold, almost tangible texture. No, it was the tactile sensation of the illusory energy from the previous barrier. Could it be that he sensed something wrong? Lin Xian frowned. Because the rock face in front of him felt no different from the normal rock faces around him. Furthermore, he couldn't find anything strange when he looked at it with his naked eye. However, he had a vague feeling in his heart. It felt like this rock face was somewhat special compared to the surrounding rock faces. Lin Xian shook his head, not paying too much attention to it. Right now, the most important thing is to refine and absorb the precious stones in the cave that contain the essence of energy. He was new to the ancient martial world. One's own strength is of paramount importance. Moreover, he was still somewhat worried about what might happen to the Saintess. I'm worried that something unexpected might happen to the latter tonight. After all, he was quite grateful that the Saintess had concealed his whereabouts from her maids. In addition, she had previously kissed and touched people, and had also seen what other people looked like while they were taking a shower. For both emotional and rational reasons, he did not want anything to happen to the Holy Maiden. However, considering the situation in the ancient martial continent, anyone who can become a high priest must be incredibly powerful. They are probably even higher than the Holy Maiden's grandmother, who was a late-stage martial saint. Therefore, they wanted to offer their help. He must improve his strength as soon as possible. These Zhongru mountain stones, which contain extremely pure and sacred power, are the fastest way for him to improve his strength. After all, it was this profound energy that forced the Black Palace Master's secondary body into a desperate situation. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Xian quickly found a central spot and sat down cross-legged. The cold touch from the ground made his buttocks feel icy, as if he were sitting under a block of ice. Hiss! Lin Xian couldn't help but shiver, and goosebumps rose on his skin. However, he quickly adapted to the cold. After taking a deep breath, quickly hold your breath and concentrate. Then, he formed a mysterious hand seal and slowly closed his eyes. Buzzing. As his body entered a meditative state, an invisible ripple spread out from the space around him. The ripple spread rapidly, quickly enveloping the entire bell cave and slowly refining the energy contained within each piece of bellstone. Then, it is inhaled into the body little by little. Boom! As the pure energy entered his body, a violent roar erupted from Lin Xian's dantian. Beneath that roar, Lin Xian could feel that the white energy fragments, which were originally scattered like sand in the vortex, were rapidly condensing together at this moment. Boom! The roar grew more and more intense. And the energy fragments were condensing at an increasingly faster rate. This is? Lin Xian was suddenly startled. Before this, he had never imagined that such a situation would occur. Furthermore, this is accompanied by the condensation of energy fragments. Those originally shattered energy fragments gradually coalesced into a sphere at this moment. A power he had never felt before was rapidly being born within the gradually forming sphere. 1058, Chapter 1058. Can it be broken? Buzz! Buzz! A strong shockwave occurred within Lin Xian's body. As more and more pure energy was refined and absorbed by Lin Xian's body, the white energy light that was originally scattered like sand within his body rapidly condensed into a sphere at this moment. At the same time, an unprecedented feeling spread from the deepest part of Lin Xian's body. Buzzing. A white light, imbued with holy power, enveloped Lin Xian's body like an eggshell. Under the shimmering light of this energy, Lin Xian felt his senses become exceptionally sharp at this moment. Although his eyes were closed, he felt as if he had opened them at that moment. Moreover, it offers a 360-degree panoramic view with no blind spots. He could sense all the changes in the surrounding scenery. It's less of a feeling. Rather, it's as if you could see it directly with your own eyes. This is a change in my body caused by the energy within me? Lin Xian was greatly shocked. He never expected that his body would undergo such an amazing change at this moment. At first, when he fought against the Lord of the Black Palace, when the energy in the jade bracelet is released and absorbed by his body, he had a similar feeling. However, the feeling wasn't so clear at the time. Furthermore, the range is only a dozen meters around the body. But now, this sensation spread directly to a distance of 100 meters. And it's so much clearer than before. With the blessing of this feeling, putting aside the increase in physical strength, the increase in insight into the surrounding environment alone is already terrifying. I ask you, what a terrifying existence it is for someone to be able to sense changes in their surroundings in 360 degrees during battle. Especially since it was a battle between peak-level warriors at the martial saint level or above. Even the slightest difference in judgment can affect the course of a battle. Such keen insight could potentially change the course of the entire battle. Lin Xian was deeply moved by these changes in his body. He took a deep breath. Subsequently, the refining and absorption of the surrounding Zhongru mountain stones were accelerated. Time flies by. Under Lin Xian's dedicated refinement, the stalactites that once filled the caves have now all disappeared. The entire cave was now completely bare. However, at the deepest part of the cave, Lin Xian had sensed something strange before, but upon probing, he found smooth stone walls that made no unusual noises. Call. Lin Xian breathed heavily. He inhaled the last wisp of milky white energy into his nose. His closed eyes suddenly opened at that moment. Boom! In an instant, a beam of pure white energy burst forth from Lin Xian's body, enveloping his body like a white flame. Splash! Under the influence of this energy flame, the entire cave became subtly distorted, and the air seemed to boil. Lin Xian's eyes revealed an extremely strong sense of excitement at this increase in energy. He looked down at his palm, and an immense, surging power coursed through it. At that moment, he felt as if his body had been reborn. Furthermore, the body became unusually light, and the senses spread, enveloping the entire cave. He gently clenched his fist. In an instant, an immense power surged through his entire body. Then, he looked up into the depths of the cave. He looked at the smooth rock wall that had struck him as odd. This is the only piece of stone wall that remained unaffected during his refining process. His intuition told him so. This rock face is not simple. He wanted to give it a try. This time, can he break through this rock wall using his newly acquired power? 1059, Chapter 1059 Movement. Lin Xian's gaze sharpened as he stared at the stone wall deep inside the cave. The cave wasn't very deep, you could see the end of it at a glance. However, that strange rock face was particularly eye-catching. The surface of the rock wall was exceptionally smooth and had a faint sheen. Now, under his refinement, the entire bell cave has been completely melted away. Furthermore, as the white energy sphere condensed within his dantian, the white energy erupting from his body contained a scorching heat like a raging flame. Under this intense heat, the surrounding air steamed, and the surrounding rock walls became faintly blurred, as if they were about to be melted by the heat. Only this stone wall deep inside the cave. This surprised Lin Xian, but it also strengthened his determination to find out the truth. Previously, he was unable to shake the stone wall with his internal energy alone. However, now, under this new energy, he wants to give it a try. Take a deep breath. A scorching heat was drawn into Lin Xian's chest. A silvery white light emerged in his dark eyes. Splash! The scorching white energy, like liquid flames, enveloped Lin Xian, releasing incredibly volatile and intense heat. However, Lin Xian's aura was unusually calm. It is as calm as a deep pool in the mountains, without the slightest ripple. Despite this extreme contrast, Lin Xian remained remarkably calm. This calmness surprised even himself. This was a state he had never been in before. He took steps and slowly walked towards the stone wall. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed through the cave. It only lasted a moment. Lin Xian reappeared deep inside the cave, facing the smooth, mirror-like stone wall that gave him a strange feeling. There was no delay whatsoever. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Buzz. The next second, the blazing white energy, under Lin Xian's mental control, rapidly condensed at the tip of his fist, as if transforming into a small white sun. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. Boom! The next second, a silver fist aura containing incomparably scorching heat burst forth like a rainbow, striking the stone wall with lightning speed. Bang! The fierce energy surges collided, unleashing a deafening roar like muffled thunder. The entire cave shook violently from the impact. However, the smooth stone wall remained completely still. Not even a single crack appeared. Lin Xian's eyes widened in surprise. The power of his punch just now, condensed with scorching energy, was even comparable to that of a late-stage martial saint. Furthermore, it contained sacred purifying power. However, they still couldn't budge the stone wall in the slightest. The hardness of this stone wall far exceeded his imagination. It even seems to be harder than the hardest diamond in the world. Lin Xian was deeply shocked. This ancient martial arts continent is indeed full of mysteries. However, this further confirms Lin Xian's conjecture. There's definitely something strange about this stone wall. Lin Xian thought to himself. Undeterred, he gathered his energy again and unleashed several powerful blasts at the stone wall. However, the result was the same as before. His powerful punches, aside from causing the cave to tremble and dust to fall from the ceiling, did not have any effect on the stone wall in front of him. Call. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly. It seems that with his current abilities, he has no way to break the stone wall. He quickly scanned his surroundings and found that the underwater cave contained nothing but the bells he had previously refined. He was preoccupied with the matter of the saintess's comfort. Lin Xian decided to go first. However, just as he was calming down the overflowing energy flames around him and preparing to leave. Buzz. A slight, strange sound suddenly emanated from the inside of the stone wall that had been standing still in front of him. The sound was fleeting. But it instantly caught Lin Xian's attention. Kindness? He immediately frowned. 1060, Chapter 1060 The World Behind the Rock Wall. Kindness? Lin Xian frowned, looking at the smooth rock wall in front of him. Just now, he heard a faint sound coming from deep within the rock wall. However, when he looked closely, the rock face was still as smooth as a mirror, without a single trace of damage. Could it be that the fracture occurred inside the rock wall? Lin Xian thought to himself. Originally ready to give up, he mustered all his strength again at this moment, quickly activating the white energy sphere containing holy power within his body, transforming the energy into white flames, and condensing it on his right fist. Boom! Then, he took a sudden step forward, and the wind from his fist howled like thunder. Bang! The energy flames, containing overwhelming power, slammed fiercely towards the smooth rock wall. Thump! In an instant, the entire cave began to shake violently again, as if an earthquake had occurred. Click click. This time, as Lin Xian unleashed his powerful punch, the same cracking sound as before reappeared inside the rock. Moreover, the sound was clearer and more distinct than before. His attack worked. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. It seems that his inability to move the rock wall earlier was due to his insufficient strength. Now, after he has refined the entire cave's bell, his body has condensed energy dozens of times stronger than before. His attack worked. Lin Xian was filled with excitement. He gathered his fist wind once more and blasted it towards the rock wall. He wanted to see what was hidden behind this rock wall. Why, deep down, he had a strange feeling. That feeling is indescribable. It felt like a summons, yet also like an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Xian's punches sent whistling winds through the air. This time, 3 beams of energy shot out in quick succession, crashing heavily against the stone wall. Click, click, click. The cracking sound became increasingly clear. In the end, the cracks spread directly from the inside of the rock wall and appeared on the surface. It's going to break. Lin Xian's gaze sharpened as he looked at the rock wall in front of him, which was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. Boom! He gathered his energy again and unleashed a punch. Bang! This time, it was accompanied by a deafening roar like muffled thunder. Click, click, click. The entire rock face was instantly covered with cracks. Click. Then, with a crisp sound, it shattered completely, turning into countless shards of glass-like rock that scattered everywhere. It's a success. Lin Xian looked at the rock wall that had finally shattered before him, his eyes filled with a deep sense of surprise and joy. Wah! However, before the joy in his heart could spread, the next second, a violent howling sound suddenly came from behind the rock wall. A powerful suction force suddenly pulled out from behind the broken rock wall. This is? Lin Xian's pupils suddenly contracted, and his gaze went straight to the back of the broken rock wall. Behind the rock wall, there was only a black void. Moreover, in that void, a powerful suction force, like a black hole or a black vortex, roared out, as if it wanted to suck everything in front of it in and then destroy it. From it, a destructive power emanated. Creak! Lin Xian gritted his teeth and dug his feet into the ground to resist the powerful suction. He could deeply feel the terror within the black hole. That was a terrifying power capable of destroying even a martial saint. He didn't know what it was, but his intuition told him otherwise. He seems to have unleashed something terrifying. But deep within that black abyss, there was also a faint sense of familiarity, as if it were calling to him. 1061, Chapter 1061 Terrifying Creatures. What is this feeling? Lin Xian paused, staring at the pitch-black space before him, which resembled a black hole. Wah! From within the black hole, the sound of eerie wind howling continuously echoed. A powerful, irresistible suction force, like a giant whirlwind, threatened to pull people in. A terrifying, destructive power emanated from it, sending chills down one's spine. He felt. His soul seemed to be sucked in. A faint sense of familiarity spread from the deepest part of that black abyss, making him unable to resist wanting to get closer. Is there something familiar behind this? Lin Xian murmured to himself. He channeled the pure white energy within his body, transforming it into flames that enveloped his body, resisting the powerful suction. On the other side, he cautiously stepped closer, wanting to investigate what exactly existed behind this mysterious black hole. He dispersed some of his mental energy and cautiously approached the black hole, attempting to sense its interior. Roar! However, the moment Lin Xian's thoughts touched the black hole, a deep roar suddenly came from its depths. The roar was neither like a human voice nor like the howl of a beast. The shock caused Lin Xian's soul to tremble. His face instantly turned deathly pale. In an instant, he broke out in a cold sweat. In an instant, he felt his very soul trembling violently. What is that? Lin Xian stared wide-eyed in horror, his gaze fixed on the black abyss before him. Just now, under his mental influence, it was as if I had seen an extremely terrifying figure. The figure was extremely blurry, he couldn't make it out clearly. But he could sense that the figure was extremely large. It's as tall as a skyscraper, no, even taller and bigger than a skyscraper. It stands tall between heaven and earth, as tall as the Oriental Pearl Tower. However, it is wider than the Oriental Pearl Tower. It's much wider. An Indescribable sense of oppression emanated from that enormous figure. It's like tiny humans encountering an incredibly huge giant. It's like tiny humans encountering an incredibly deep ocean trench. It was a tremor that came from the depths of the soul. What exactly is going on? Could something terrifying be sealed away on this ancient martial arts continent? Lin Xian was terrified. At the same time, he felt annoyed at his impulsive actions. If his actions just now inadvertently broke some kind of seal. If the terrifying creatures behind the black hole were released, not to mention what would happen to the present world, the ancient martial arts continent would probably face a catastrophe. But what lies behind that rock wall, behind that black hole, is clearly terrifying. Why, then, did he feel a sense of familiarity and comfort emanating from this black hole that exuded an aura of destruction? And there is one thing he can be sure of. That warm and familiar feeling didn't come from that terrifying figure, but from somewhere else. Could it be that there is another power behind this abyss? Thump! Before Lin Xian could think for long, a loud, booming sound, like a morning bell, suddenly came from the depths of the once silent black hole. The entire cave, and even the ethereal black hole, trembled violently at that moment. Not good. Lin Xian's expression suddenly changed. Because he could sense that the unknown creature behind the black hole seemed to have awakened. 1062, Chapter 1062 Black Tentacles. Boom! Behind the black void, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure erupted. Under that oppressive aura, Lin Xian felt his very soul tremble at that moment. That guy woke up? Lin Xian's pupils suddenly contracted. He could sense that the creature behind the black void had awakened. Just now, that roar that was neither human nor beastly came from that enormous creature. Not good. Lin Xian's heart trembled. Boom! And just as he was thinking about what to do, suddenly, a deafening roar, like thunder, came from behind the black void. Then, an immense pressure, almost like a tsunami or a landslide, suddenly emanated from behind the black void. The oppressive aura instantly enveloped Lin Xian's body. Creak! Under that terrifying pressure, Lin Xian's bones made violent grinding sounds. What terrifying pressure! Lin Xian's eyes flickered. At this moment, even the spine was slightly bent due to the pressure. He had no idea what terrifying monster lurked behind that void. But what he did know was that the monster had now awakened. If he escapes from the void, we're doomed. At that time, the entire ancient martial arts continent will likely be plunged into chaos and devastation. Lin Xian was filled with mixed emotions. He wanted to stop it. Right, let's try that energy. Lin Xian's heart stirred. He suddenly realized that he possessed a holy white energy within his body. He just used this force to shatter the rock wall. Now, perhaps we can use this power to seal that void entrance once again. With this in mind, Lin Xian didn't hesitate at all. Buzz! His mind raced. In an instant, a dazzling white light, like flames, swept out from his body. He manipulated the white flames and unleashed a punch at the void from afar. Whoosh! The fist struck like lightning, white energy transforming into rainbow light, heavily impacting the black void. In an instant, the black, void-like surface, resembling a black hole, suddenly rippled with rapid energy. It worked? Lin Xian saw this and was secretly delighted. However, before his joy could spread, thump! From that void behind, another strong tremor came. This time, the lingering shockwave was even more terrifying than before. Furthermore, as the residual force spread, Lin Xian felt as if his body was about to be crushed at that moment. Boom! An overwhelming pressure descended like a torrent. Creak! Creak! Lin Xian clenched his teeth tightly, his knees forced to bend under the pressure. Under that immense pressure, he felt like he couldn't even lift his body. And then, he looked over there. The tremors in the black void grew increasingly violent. Clearly, his attack just now failed to seal the entrance to the void. It seemed to further enrage the creature in the depths of nothingness. Lin Xian's expression was extremely unpleasant. He didn't know things would turn out this way. Just as he was desperately resisting this oppressive force. Roar! From behind that black void, another terrifying roar came. The next moment, a violent energy fluctuation rippled across the black, void surface. The next second, like a black hole, nothingness was torn open from the inside out, creating a huge gash. One after another, black tentacles extended from the void, grabbing fiercely at Lin Xian. What is this? Lin Xian's pupils suddenly contracted. In an instant, a chill shot straight to the top of the head. 1063, Chapter 1063 Corrosion. One after another, black tentacles emerged from the void and swiftly reached towards Lin Xian. In an instant, Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine. What is this thing? His gaze couldn't help but tremble. Before this, he had never seen such a strange thing, nor had he ever heard anyone mention it. Including his mentor, Mo Yuntao. What are these things? Could it be the tentacles of that mysterious behemoth? Lin Xian was horrified. He activated the sacred white energy within his body with all his might, trying to retreat. Boom! However, the overwhelming pressure that enveloped him at that moment suppressed his body so tightly that he could not move. Damn it! Lin Xian clenched his teeth, his face turning pale. That's all. He watched helplessly as the black tentacles coiled around his body. In just a moment, it bound his entire body like vines. And at the same time, his body was being bound by black tentacles. He could clearly feel an extremely cold aura, like a tide, constantly invading his body's pores and into his blood. This thing is trying to devour his body. Lin Xian's eyes trembled violently, his mind went blank, as if thunder was rolling in the sky. He didn't know what kind of energy was invading his body. However, he knew. If he were to allow this dark and cold aura to completely invade his body, death awaits him. He could already feel his body becoming stiff and cold, and his hands and feet trembling uncontrollably. This can't go on any longer. Lin Xian's heart trembled. In desperation, he frantically activated the purification power within his body, attempting to expel the dark aura that had invaded his body. Buzz! The white energy sphere within his dantian trembled violently, unleashing a purifying power. And indeed it was. As the power of purification erupted, the dark energy that had previously invaded Lin Xian's body was rapidly receding. However, the black tentacles wrapped around his body remained as tightly bound as ivy, showing no sign of loosening. Boom! Lin Xian suddenly unleashed his energy, causing them to transform into white energy flames that burned fiercely on his body surface. Sigh! White flames surged, and the black tentacles wrapped around Lin Xian's body suddenly emitted a sizzling sound. A thick plume of white smoke rose up. Hiss! From those tentacles, a faint mournful cry seemed to emanate, and they writhed rapidly like loaches on a hot pan. It worked? Lin Xian was overjoyed. We must quickly increase our efforts to stimulate the power of purification. Sigh. White smoke billowed. The black tentacles that had been coiling around like vines quickly retreated amidst a painful hiss and twisting. Call. With his body relaxed, Lin Xian exhaled a breath. However, before he could catch his breath. Next, more and more tentacles stretched out from the black void in front of him. Furthermore, this time, each of those tentacles was covered with a viscous black liquid. Sigh. The liquid dripped onto the ground. The originally hard rock surface was instantly corroded away as if snow had encountered sulfuric acid. Lin Xian saw it all. His face turned deathly pale instantly. If this black liquid comes into contact with the body, his body would probably be corroded in an instant. 1064, Chapter 1064 Devastated Hope. Sigh. Countless tentacles, stained with a black, viscous liquid, continuously reached out from the void, seemingly endless. Lin Xian's eyes trembled violently, and his scalp felt as if it were about to explode. He didn't know what those tentacles were. However, the black slime on it is extremely corrosive. If even a tiny bit gets on your body, I am afraid. We must reseal this nothingness as soon as possible. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He's the one who created this mess, and he has to find a way to fix it. Otherwise, if these terrifying unknown creatures were to emerge from behind this void, the entire ancient martial continent would likely face annihilation. He didn't know what it was. It must be a terrifying creature that was sealed here tens of millions of years ago. Or is someone raising poisonous insects here? If it's the former, that's fine. If it is the latter, then the intentions of the person raising the goo poison are self-evident. Lin Xian's heart trembled. However, he didn't have time to think about it further. The black tentacles reached out towards him once more. Moreover, he was less than a meter away. At such a distance, Lin Xian could even feel the corrosive acid fumes rushing towards him. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The slime dripped incessantly onto the ground, sending up plumes of pungent white smoke. On the ground, pits and holes, eroded by corrosion, are clearly visible. Lin Xian took a deep breath. While resisting the overwhelming pressure spreading from the void, he also fully activated the purifying power within his body. After the failed seal attempt, he had no choice but to gamble on this last one. All your strength is concentrated into one move. If even this move can't seal the void, then he's truly powerless. Buzz. As Lin Xian's thoughts raced, the purifying power emanating from his body, emanating a holy aura, rapidly condensed in his palm, forming a white ball of light. The ball of light continuously emitted intense heat, like a miniature sun. We must succeed. Lin Xian stared at the energy ball forming in his palm and clenched his teeth tightly. He flipped his hand over suddenly, then used all his strength to throw the ball of light in his hand away. Call out. The ball of light was dazzling, leaving a white trail in the air. It pierced through the obstruction of the black tentacles and landed heavily on the dark void behind the broken rock wall. Thump! Suddenly, the entire cave began to shake violently. Buzzing. Rapid ripples of energy spread quickly from the black, void surface. That was the result of an energy sphere fighting against nothingness. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In the energy confrontation, the black tentacles that originally extended from nothingness began to struggle and twist as if they were being violently stimulated. Harsh sound waves emanated from the tentacles and from the void. Lin Xian's pupils suddenly contracted, and his scalp tingled with fear. These tentacles are indeed alive. What on earth is this? Thump! Before he could think for long, a violent tremor came from the depths of the void. Boom! The next second, a chilling dark power, so cold that it seemed to freeze Lin Xian's soul, suddenly swept out from the void like a primordial torrent, instantly scattering the white energy sphere. Then, it transformed into a black hurricane, instantly enveloping Lin Xian. An indescribable pressure spread from the depths of Lin Xian's heart, like an infinitely large abyss, swallowing him whole. And that is what follows. His deepest hope was utterly crushed into the abyss at this moment. Because the darkness before him was something he couldn't possibly contend with his own power. 1065, Chapter 1065 The Scent of a Mother. Lin Xian's heart sank. My mood plummeted to rock bottom at that moment. Because his all-out attack was easily shattered by the dark power behind the void. This is an absolute crushing defeat. However, with his current strength, when he fully activates the white energy sphere within his body, he is almost comparable to the late stage of Martial Saint. Of course, there is still a certain gap between him and the late stage of a true Martial Saint. However, under the convergence of that energy, his body possessed a reaction that ordinary people could not have. As a result, he can avoid attacks from even late-stage Martial Saints and launch counterattacks. However, even in terms of raw strength, he is still inferior to a late-stage Martial Saint. But his all-out attack, which concentrated almost all of his purifying power, was easily broken by the creature in the void. That creature's strength has probably completely surpassed the late stage of Martial Saint. Could it beta Martial God realm? Even Asen existence at a higher level? He had never met a martial god, only heard his master, Mo Yun Tao, mention them. It is said to be something powerful enough to shatter the void. However, for thousands of years. However, even looking at the ancient martial arts continent today, no martial god has ever been born. Therefore, he always regarded the martial god realm as a legendary existence. Until this very moment, after he had personally witnessed the terror of that dark power. He was convinced that it wasn't just a legend. That must be a real realm. Furthermore, in the distant past. Perhaps, there have even been ancient martial artists who surpassed the realm of martial gods, or some kind of creature. Lin Xian's mind trembled violently. At that moment, shrouded in the endless power of darkness, he felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness and insignificance. That shows how insignificant humanity is in the face of giants. That's how insignificant an ant is in front of a big tree. With his strength, he wouldn't even have the ability to stop the void for a moment, let alone reseal it. Lin Xian stood there, completely stunned. The endless pressure, like mountains, enveloped him, pressing his bones until they creaked, forcing his knees to bend, and making it impossible for him to breathe. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. At this moment, the black tentacles, now active again and covered in highly corrosive slime, extended towards Lin Xian once more. Like a fierce carnivorous plant, it is determined to devour its prey completely. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he looked at the tentacles extending towards him. At this moment, he had neither the will to resist nor the power to resist. Is he going to die here? Lin Xian murmured to himself. My heart was filled with an overwhelming sense of weakness after experiencing such a profound shock. Buzzing. However, just as Lin Xian was about to lose his life here today. Suddenly, a strange buzzing sound rang out from behind that black void. Then, a pure white light suddenly appeared on the originally chaotic and empty surface. Amidst the surging light, a strange rune-like seal appeared out of thin air. Sizzle. As the hand seal appeared, in an instant, all the extended black tentacles were severed after falling to the ground. They rolled around like loaches on a hot pan, eventually turning into a handful of black ash. This is? Lin Xian saw this and his eyes widened in surprise. But what surprised him even more was not just that. He looked at the seal in front of him, which was constantly emitting a dense white light. Within that, he sensed an extremely familiar aura. The aura carried a long-lost sense of familiarity, causing his eyes to immediately redden. That was the scent of my mother. 1066, Chapter 1066 Intense Feelings. That SMY mother's scent? Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. A look of bewilderment suddenly appeared on his face. At that moment, he even thought he was hallucinating. Because Mom had already more than 10 years ago. He was particularly impressed by that scene. Mom jumped from the company's 21st floor rooftop and died instantly. Because of this, he hated his father for a full 15 years. Because at the time, he thought it was his father's inaction and cowardice that caused his mother to be in such a state, being forced by villains. However, the truth has now come to light. He also understood his father's helplessness and pain at the time. He also understood that his mother made this choice to protect him, and also to protect the Lin family. Only. The other party did not comply with the agreement. The Dark Temple continued its massacre of the Lin family. Jiang Wan'er, the daughter of the former head of state, married her father after her mother's death. The reason was not, as he initially thought, that Jiang Wan'er had seduced his father. It was the former head of state and his daughter Jiang Wan'er who did this to protect the Lin family. Otherwise, the shadow protector of the Black Palace, together with the Su family and other major powerful families in Yanjing, would have completely annihilated the Lin family that day. It was Jiang Wan'er's presence that made them wary. Because behind Jiang Wan'er is the former head of state, the former supreme ruler of the Great Xia Kingdom. Even if you don't respect the monks, you should still respect the Buddha. That's why the Dark Temple didn't dare to go all out back then. Now, when the whole truth comes to light, Lin Xian also learned about everything that happened back then. However, what he never dreamed of was he actually felt his mother's presence in the ancient martial arts continent, in the void behind which terrifying creatures were sealed. That feeling just now was absolutely right. That kind of warmth that comes from a mother, that kind of kinship that is thicker than blood. That's absolutely true. But even though mother is already, no, it's absolutely impossible. Lin Xian muttered to himself, denying the thoughts in his heart. Mom can't possibly still be alive. 15 years ago, he witnessed his mother jump off the roof of her company building and die on the spot. Moreover, even if we take a step back and assume Mom is still alive, he could not possibly appear on the ancient martial continent. It's even more impossible for them to appear in this void behind, and to be in the same space as that terrifying creature. He must be mistaken. It's just that the other person's aura is more similar to Mom's. That must be it. Lin Xian thought to himself. Buzzing. Just as Lin Xian's heart was shaken, an extremely pure and concentrated white energy once again spread out from the void behind him. The fluctuations of that white energy felt identical to the white energy refined within Lin Xian's body. However, there is a subtle change within it. What's behind this? Lin Xian clenched his teeth tightly. He wanted to find out. He wanted to see what else existed behind that terrifying, enormous creature in that void. That approachable power. You can't go wrong. She looks almost exactly like her mother. Furthermore, as the energy fluctuations continued to spread and intensify, the feeling of affinity grew stronger and stronger. Combined with the mysterious jade bracelet left to her by her mother. At this moment, Lin Xian couldn't help but let his mind wander. That strong sense of affinity, that deep-seated warmth, made him unable to resist wanting to get closer. Lin Xian took a deep breath. At that moment, he made up his mind to risk venturing into that void and find out what was going on. 1067, Chapter 1067 Expectations in My Heart. Lin Xian steeled his resolve. No matter what, he was determined to enter that void and find out what was going on. Because at the back of this space, there was an aura that felt incredibly familiar and comforting to him, and there was the person he considered the most precious in his life. Looking back 15 years ago. After giving her instructions, the mother jumped off the rooftop of the company's 21st floor. From that moment on, the mother and son were forever separated by death. He still can't forget that scene. He still remembers lying in his mother's arms as a child, snuggling up to her, and feeling her incredibly warm embrace. He would never forget his mother's gentle and kind face. It remained in his mind, imprinted deep in his memory. Now, the opportunity has arrived. How could he miss this opportunity? He knew that his mother had died 15 years ago. At that time, he personally buried his mother's ashes. But now that familiar feeling is back. Deep down, he still couldn't accept it. He preferred to believe that his mother's death back then was just a dream. He preferred to believe that his mother was still living in this world in another way. Just like the magic that the jade bracelet brought him. He believed that something miraculous would happen to his mother too. Furthermore, it's possible that after death, a person may appear in another form in this world. It could be a soul, or something else. In another form, it exists beside loved ones, protecting them. Mom! Lin Xian's heart trembled, and his fists clenched involuntarily. He can only give up after verifying it with his own eyes. Moreover, perhaps in this ancient martial arts continent filled with unknowns, behind this void filled with unknowns, there is another world connected. A world where a mother is still alive. Boom! With these thoughts in mind, Lin Xian's internal energy suddenly erupted. Although he had exhausted the white purifying energy in his body during the previous sealing. However, he still possessed a surge of internal energy that he hadn't used. Faced with this powerful void force, his true energy seemed extremely insignificant, like an ant trying to shake a tree. However, he still wanted to give it a try. He was going to this void beyond. Only by entering that space could his inner doubts be truly resolved. Lin Xian took a step and walked towards the void. Rumble. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the void. An overwhelming pressure pierced through the white seal's obstruction, roaring out like a hurricane and instantly filling the entire underground cave. Creak. Under this terrifying pressure, Lin Xian's body was forced to bend over, and sharp friction sounds came from between his bones as he resisted. But he did not give up. Slowly lift your heavy right foot, then take a step forward. Creak. With each step Lin Xian took, his bones would make a loud cracking sound. The spot where his feet were planted was so hard that it sank in several centimeters. He gritted his teeth, resisting the force that threatened to violently destroy his body. His skin was gradually turning purple. Bright red blood began to seep from his pores. That's a reaction that only occurs when a person's body is subjected to extreme pressure. That's a human organ, a serious warning from the body. But Lin Xian continued to move forward, step by step, slowly and laboriously. We are getting closer and closer to that black nothingness. 10 meters. 9 meters. 8 meters. Almost there, almost there. Lin Xian had high hopes for it. 1068, Chapter 1068 Swallowed by Darkness. Boom! Just then, an even more terrifying pressure swept in from the depths of the void. Creak! Creak! The terrifying pressure pressed down on Lin Xian, causing his bones to emit a sharp sound, as if they were about to be shattered. Snort! A muffled groan suddenly came from Lin Xian's chest. At this moment, his face turned deathly pale. He could feel that his body, and even his internal organs, were about to be crushed. A feeling of suffocation surged through his mind. He experienced dizziness. His body felt like it was about to collapse. Damn it, we have to hold them off. Lin Xian clenched his teeth tightly. In order to keep myself awake. He bit his tongue hard, trying to hold on with the pain. However, his actions were like a drop in the ocean under the overwhelming pressure. He wanted to unleash his inner energy to block the oppressive aura. However, under that terrifying pressure, the energy within his body was as if it were being strongly suppressed, and he was forced to remain completely immobilized. Even circulation became unusually slow. Like a clogged pipe. Huff huff. Lin Xian was having difficulty breathing, and his chest was heaving violently. He was breathing heavily, trying to get fresh air into the lungs. However, he tried several times. However, they discovered that there was not a single space that could penetrate their bodies from this immense pressure. He felt his vision becoming increasingly blurry. We can't give up. We absolutely cannot give up. 6 meters away. He can then enter the void beyond. You will be able to witness the truth in that void space with your own eyes. That familiar scent, that warm scent, that scent of blood being thicker than water. It can't be wrong. You absolutely can't be wrong. It's my mother. Body, hold the line. Lin Xian screamed wildly in his heart. He forcefully activated the suppressed true energy within his body. At this moment, the blood vessels in the body all stood out like writhing dragons. That's because the energy is resisting the external pressure. Just like a pipe completely blocked by silt, if water tries to force its way out, it will inevitably cause the pipe to expand rapidly. Lin Xian's body is currently facing these challenges. Lin Xian clenched his teeth tightly, his body trembling violently. He took one step after another, each step heavy as 1,000 pounds, leaving deep footprints on the ground. With each step he took, a sharp, grinding sound came from his bones. Under that terrifying pressure, more and more blood seeped from his skin pores, instantly turning him into a blood-soaked figure. Its appearance was extremely ferocious and terrifying. He moved forward step by step. 3 meters. 2 meters. He was about to see hope. Rumble. However, at this moment, an even more terrifying pressure spread out from the black void in front of them. Under the suppressive force, Lin Xin felt as if his soul was being crushed at that moment. His body went numb in that instant. He stared wide-eyed. My mind was completely blank at that moment, except for the remaining buzzing sound. Just a little bit more. Lin Xin let out a hoarse growl in his heart. He forcefully stretched out his arm, trying to reach the edge of that black void. Boom! However, at that moment, an even more terrifying pressure pierced through the white seal's barrier and spread out, enveloping Lin Xin completely. It only lasted a moment. Lin Xin then felt his vision completely turn into darkness. He could see nothing and hear nothing. In fact, you can't feel anything at all. Is he dead? 1069, Chapter 1069 Light and Shadow. Consciousness was completely plunged into darkness. At this moment, Lin Xin felt as if his soul had detached from his body. In the end he still couldn't make it through. Lin Xin murmured to himself. There seemed to be a hint of resentment in his voice. He could no longer feel his body at all. Before me lay a pitch-black darkness, so dark that I couldn't see my own hand in front of my face. Drop. Drop. However, just as Lin Xin was in the dark space, suddenly, ripples appeared in the darkness before him. A series of crisp, water drop-like sounds gradually rang in his ears as the ripples spread. What is this? Lin Xin murmured to himself, his eyes fixed on the spreading ripples. There, a pure white light gradually spread out as the ripples expanded. A phantom figure gradually materialized from where the ripples spread. Finally, it formed an increasingly refined silhouette. This is... Lin Xin stared at the figure radiating white light, and the next second, his pupils contracted sharply, and he trembled violently. And in that trembling was horror, disbelief. So much so that his very soul trembled uncontrollably at that moment. Because that figure was all too familiar to him. It has always existed in his mind, it is imprinted in his mind. Mom! Lin Xin blurted it out almost without thinking, his voice trembling violently, and his eyes instantly reddening. Buzz! As Lin Xin called out, his voice echoed in the silent, dark space, and the entire space quickly rippled with even stronger waves than before. The beautiful figure, as if summoned, slowly raised her head. Boom! Their eyes met, and Lin Xian's heart trembled violently. His eyes were even more bloodshot, and his body was trembling even more violently. He looked at the face that existed in his memory. Mom looks exactly the same as before, she hasn't changed at all. Gentle and kind. Xiao Xian. When the light and shadow saw Lin Xian, a deep tenderness appeared in her gentle eyes. Mom! Lin Xian's heart jolted violently, and a strong soreness instantly welled up in his nose. She really is my mom. He finally saw his mother. Very good. Very good. At that moment, Lin Xian was so excited that he wanted to rush over. However, the body, which appeared to be detached, was completely beyond his control. Mom! He could only shout at the beautiful figure in his memory from afar, but he couldn't make any move. Xiao Xian, stand there and don't move, Mom is coming here. The beautiful figure seemed to sense Lin Xian's anxiety, and her gentle eyes undoubtedly became even more tender and kind. Lin Xian's heart trembled violently. That's right, that's Mom's voice. You can't go wrong. You absolutely can't be wrong. Even though 15 years have passed, he will never forget his mother's voice. He really saw his mother. But why is Mom like this? To appear in a spirit-like form, just like him now? Mom! Thinking of this, Lin Xian's heart trembled violently once again. So, he's already dead? His mother, like him, had also passed away. What he saw before him was nothing more than his mother's soul. Is this hell? It's so dark? Lin Xian was filled with doubts. Jianying seemed to sense Lin Xian's confusion, and a gentle smile appeared on her graceful face. As she walked towards Lin Xian, she spoke softly and gently, Xiao Xian, Mom knows you have many questions. Ask whatever you want. Mom will answer your questions one by one now. 10 Chapter 1070 A Brief Reunion. Mom! Lin Xian's heart trembled. His eyes were red as he looked at his mother's illusory form before him, his voice trembling. Mom, are you really my mom? Yes, Xiao Xian. Guan Ying's tone was exceptionally gentle. Xiao Xian, you've suffered so much these past years. Mom, I'm not tired at all. Lin Xian shook his head repeatedly. His body trembling with excitement. Mom, where are you now? Your son is coming to find you. Your son is coming right now. Your son has missed you so much. Silly child, your mother is no longer in this world. Guan Ying looked at Lin Xian with kindness, her tone gentle and kind. Our Xianer has really grown up over the years and become a real man. Mom has always believed that Xianer can grow up to be a man. Mom! Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, and warm tears instantly welled up in her eyes. A man doesn't easily shed tears, unless he's truly heartbroken. Now, seeing his mother whom he hadn't seen for so long, the emotions that had been building up inside him finally poured out like a flood bursting its banks. He knew that his mother was dead. He also knew that what he saw before him was just a blur of light and shadow. But that feeling of blood being thicker than water was so real. Silly child, wipe away your tears. Our Xianer is a brave man. Guan Ying smiled gently, her tone as soft as water. Okay, Mom. Lin Xian wiped away her tears fiercely. He didn't want his mother to see him like this. Xianer, your mother may not have much time left. If you have any questions, ask them now. At this moment, as if sensing something, a hint of urgency appeared in his gentle tone. Mom, where are you going? Lin Xian asked nervously. Seal the nothingness once more. The answer is light and shadow. Sealing the void? Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately asked, so, that power just now, was it you who released it? That's right, Xianer. The light and shadow answered gently. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. At that moment, the shock and horror in his heart swept over him like a tsunami. Mom, she actually possesses the power to seal away nothingness. That was something that even he couldn't budge an inch of, no matter how hard he tried. However, in his memory, his mother was so gentle and weak. Furthermore, she had no cultivation whatsoever. She was just an ordinary woman. Mom, what exactly is your identity? Coming to his senses, Lin Xian couldn't help but look at the light and shadow in front of him. His expression was filled with shock. I'm sorry, but this is the only thing I can't tell you. Guan Ying looked at Lin Xian apologetically. Can't we say, is there something special about Mom's identity? Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat again. Mom, did you really jump off a building 15 years ago? At this moment, Lin Xian asked again. At this moment, he was clearly somewhat insecure. Now, he is unsure whether what he saw back then was true. It's true. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief at the light and shadow's response. It seems that what he saw back then was indeed true. But Mom's strength is so great, she can even seal the void, so why? Mom, you're so capable, why were you driven to jump off a building back then? Lin Xian asked the question that had been bothering him again. That's because. Rumble. Just as Guan Ying was about to answer, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the dark space behind her. The entire space trembled violently. The gentle expression on Guan Ying's face suddenly turned solemn. Xianer, it seems that we, mother and son, don't have much time left. If Mom doesn't reinforce the seal soon, that beast might break through the barriers and descend upon the ancient martial continent. 1071, Chapter 1071 Spiritual Body. Brute? Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but ask, Mom, is it that enormous thing in the void just now? Kindness. Guan Ying nodded, a rare look of solemnity appearing in her beautiful eyes. Mom, what exactly is that? Lin Xian pressed for an answer. To be honest, Mom doesn't know either. All Mom knows is that it's called darkness. The answer is light and shadow. Dark? Lin Xian's gaze flickered. What exactly is that? He wanted to ask more questions about the matter. Thump! Thump! At that moment, a violent fluctuation suddenly emanated from the dark space they were in. Buzzing. Rapidly spreading rings of light, like ripples, quickly expanded outwards. The entire space seemed to be on the verge of shattering, as if a violent earthquake had struck. Roar! After the tremor subsided, another roar of a beast rang out. The sound seemed to pierce through the void, like thunder in a broken pot, exploding in Lin Xian's ears. Ah! In an instant, Lin Xian felt as if he had lost his hearing, and his blood and qi surged violently throughout his body. He clutched his ears in pain, his mind blank. Shinner, that beast is about to break through the seal. Mom will go and reinforce the seal first. We'll talk about everything later. Light and Shadow said anxiously. Buzz. The next moment, a cluster of white light patterns appeared around her. Her entire figure vanished into the void in an instant. Thump! Knock knock! Thump thump thump! Then, a series of increasingly intense tremors resounded from the depths of the void. Mom! Lin Xian's eyes trembled. He knew that his mother was fighting against the monster called darkness. He wanted to help. However, they didn't know where to begin. Furthermore, he knew that he was no match for that darkness in his current state. Going there rashly will only distract Mom. But what exactly is that creature, and where did it come from? Also, is Mom a match for it? Rumble. Just as Lin Xian was worried about his mother's safety, another thunderous sound rang out from the depths of that space. Roar. Then, a deafening roar, seemingly filled with extreme anger and resentment, echoed from the depths of the void. Buzzing. Then, rings of white energy ripples spread out from the depths of that dark space. Then, the turbulence gradually subsided. A moment later. Buzz. Suddenly, an energy pattern appeared in the dark space in front of Lin Xian. Then, a figure staggered out of the void. Compared to before, the light and shadow have become much more blurred. A trickle of bright red blood hung from the corner of his mouth. Mom! Upon seeing this, Lin Xian's eyes widened in shock. Mom is injured. Moreover, the injuries were very serious. He hurried upstairs. However, they came up empty-handed. He then realized that the image of his mother in front of him was merely a projection of light and shadow, not a real image. Mom! Lin Xian's eyes immediately welled up with tears. 15 years have passed. Even if he saw his mother again, he could no longer feel her warmth and embrace her. That warmth is forever frozen in time from 15 years ago. And now. He couldn't even spare a thought to check on his mother's injuries. Just now, in that situation, just like 15 years ago, he could only watch helplessly, unable to offer any assistance. Thinking about this, Lin Xian clenched his fist immediately. His slightly sharp fingernails dug into his palm, but he felt no pain at all. Xianer! Seeing the light and shadow, a look of heartache immediately welled up in her blurred, beautiful eyes. She wanted to cry. Similarly, I found myself unable to shed a single tear. This also brought her to her senses and made her realize the truth. Now, she is merely a conscious spirit, forever separated from Xianer before her. 1072, Chapter 1072 soon to dissipate. Xianer, I'm sorry, Mom can't be by your side. You won't blame me, will you? In the dark space, the gentle voice of the light and shadow was filled with remorse. Her already ethereal figure became even more blurred at this moment, as if it were about to dissipate. She has let her son down. She also failed to fulfill her responsibilities as a mother. Mom, of course I don't blame you. Lin Xian shook his head vigorously, his eyes red-rimmed. Your son knows that Mom must have had no choice. Tell me, What mother in the world would abandon her child and then end her own life? Xian'er, thank you for understanding me. A smile played on her lips, and the smile in her eyes became even more gentle. Then, as if remembering something, a gentle light appeared in her beautiful, ethereal eyes, and she asked softly, Xian'er, how has your father been all these years? Dad? Lin Xian's heart stirred. Kindness. The light and shadow nodded gently. Dad is fine, it's just there's been some misunderstanding between us. Lin Xian said, a look of guilt appearing in his eyes. He failed in his duties as a son and misunderstood his father. Silly child, I knew it would turn out like this. The light and shadow spoke with an exceptionally gentle tone, yet also carried a hint of melancholy. She looked up at the dark space and said softly, I just didn't expect that Brother Shao would keep the secret about what happened back then so well, even hiding it from you. However, he was doing it to protect you. By the way, where is Jiang Wan'er? Is she alright? At this point, Guan Ying paused for a moment. Her beautiful eyes seemed to hold a sense of nostalgia and a touch of melancholy. Aunt Jiang? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's gaze flickered. He stared at his mother in astonishment and asked, Mom, do you know Aunt Jiang? Kindness. Guan Ying nodded slightly and said, she is my junior sister. If she's alright, that's good. Back then, after the incident. In order to protect the Lin family and Xian'er, she had no choice but to end her own life. And so that after her death, the dark forces would have something to fear. Jiang Wan'er chose to marry Brother Shao. Only in this way, only by relying on the power of Jiang Wan'er's father as the former head of state, can the Lin family be protected to the greatest extent possible, and her son be protected from harm. So Aunt Jiang is your junior sister. Lin Xian was greatly surprised and said, then she also knows about the dark forces? I know a little. The path of light and shadow. As she spoke, her figure became even more blurred and indistinct. It will soon dissipate. Mom! Lin Xian naturally noticed it, and his expression immediately became excited. Xian'er, it seems that your mother's time is really running out. The light and shadow looked down at its own blurred figure, then its gaze toward Lin Xian became noticeably gentler. She knew that she was about to disappear into this world. She also knew that once she disappeared, she would be truly separated from her son by death, and would never have the chance to see him again. Mom, will I ever see you again in the future, just like today? Lin Xian asked urgently. The light and shadow shook their heads and said softly, Mom has exhausted her energy to reinforce the seal on that beast. And this is also the only spiritual entity that Mom left behind. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's heart sank, and his eyes instantly reddened. Mom, I'm sorry, it's all my fault for opening the seal because of my excessive curiosity, which caused you to exhaust your power. 1073, Chapter 1073 Farewell. If it weren't for his action, the seal would not have been broken. Mom, everything will be alright. It's all his fault. Lin Xian was filled with self-blame and guilt. Xian'er, it's not your fault. Guan Ying saw this, but gently shook her head and said, even if you don't break the seal this time, it will weaken in 5 or 10 years. At that time, Mom will still step in to reinforce the seal, and it will still disappear. Xian'er, you just brought it forward. Moreover, it was precisely because of this accidental action that my son and I were able to meet again. Mom is very happy, really happy. But Mom. Lin Xian sighed. The next second, he suddenly thought of something, and a sharp glint appeared in his guilty eyes. Mom, is there any way to bring you back to life? Resurrection? The light and shadow paused for a moment, then chuckled and shook its head. I'm afraid not. So there's still hope? Lin Xian's eyes widened. Because Mom didn't give a definite answer. Perhaps. The light and shadow said softly, after all, there are still many mysterious things on this continent waiting for us to explore and discover. For example, the jade bracelet that Mom left you. It contains a power that even Mom couldn't fathom. Jade bracelet? Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. That's right, Xian'er. Light and Shadow gently touched her head. Mom, who left you that jade bracelet? Lin Xian asked curiously. This problem had been troubling him for a long time. He is one of my mother's old masters. Guanying said, it's a pity that she has now passed away. Pass away? Lin Xian's heart sank. That means the trail has gone cold again. Xian'er, you don't need to worry about this too much. Guanying smiled wryly and shook his head, saying, whether mom can be resurrected or not is not important. What's important is that you and father are alright. By the way, Xian'er, you must keep the jade bracelet safe no matter what. You must keep it safe and never let it fall into the hands of those dark people. Of course, the reason mom didn't tell you the secret about the jade bracelet was because she didn't want you to get involved. But now, judging from the holy power flowing through your body, you should have already encountered those dark forces and activated a small portion of the energy in the jade bracelet. Yes, I encountered them. Lin Xian said, his tone suddenly becoming solemn. Furthermore, he also fought against one of the Dark Lord's avatars. The Lord of Darkness? Upon hearing this, Wang Ying's beautiful eyes narrowed instantly. A rare frosty look appeared on his face. Those guys, they really haven't given up their evil intentions. Mom, are they the dark forces you mentioned, the culprits who drove you to your death back then? Lin Xian asked. No, that's not true. However, the light and shadow shook their heads. No? Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he asked urgently, who is that? That is. The light and shadow were about to answer. Buzzing. At that moment, her figures suddenly blurred and trembled. Even the sound of their voices became fragmented and indistinct at this moment. This made her realize that the energy of her spirit body had been completely exhausted. She was about to say her final goodbye to this world and to the sun standing before her. Xian'er, Mom is leaving now. There's so much more to say, but Mom might not have time to tell you anymore. Remember, you must keep the jade bracelet safe. Then behind the dark temple there also lies an even stronger force, an even more terrifying creature. Remember, before your strength reaches the level of a martial god, never have direct contact with them again. As soon as he finished speaking, the light and shadow quickly dissipated. Xian'er, Mom will always love you. She moved her lips, but no sound came out. But Lin Xian figured it out from the shape of his lips. Mom! His eyes instantly turned completely red. 1074, Chapter 1074, A Glimmer of Hope. Mom! Lin Xian desperately called out his mother's name. At that moment, seeing his mother's body becoming increasingly ethereal, he frantically reached out his hands, trying to touch her. However, his hands passed through his mother's illusory body. Mom! Lin Xian's eyes immediately turned even redder. Xian'er! At this moment, the light and shadow were also saying their final goodbye to Lin Xian. Buzz! As the last trace of a smile appeared on her face, her entire form of light and shadow finally dissipated completely, transforming into countless fluorescent that drifted into the depths of the dark space like fireflies. Mom! Lin Xian shouted. Tears flowed uncontrollably. He never imagined that he and his mother would meet in this way, and ultimately part ways in this way. He still had so much to say to his mother. But I couldn't say it out loud, and I never had the chance to say it out loud again. Lin Xian watched as the fireflies scattered across the sky. His entire body felt powerless at that moment, and his eyes became unfocused. Fireflies eventually returned to darkness. Mom! Lin Xian looked at the space that had finally gone completely dark and slumped his head helplessly. He knew that his mother had completely disappeared and had left him forever. He still has so many things he misses and wants to tell his mother. If only they could have another chance to meet. Unfortunately, that won't happen anymore. A deep, bitter smile appeared on Lin Xian's lips. And just as he was grieving over his mother's departure, in the dark space, a faint glow suddenly appeared. The fluorescent light arrived silently in front of Lin Xian, paused briefly, and then floated into his brow, finally disappearing completely. Lin Xian was completely unaware of the entire process. He lowered his head, only feeling a slight warmth emerging between his brows. Kindness? Lin Xian's heart stirred. He reached up and rubbed his temples, but found nothing unusual. Perhaps this is just an illusion. He took a deep breath. After calming down for a while, the myriad thoughts surging within me gradually subsided. Myriad thoughts surging within me gradually subsided. He remembered his mother's instructions before she left. Tell him to make sure to keep the jade bracelet safe. Because hidden within this jade bracelet is a mysterious power that even Mom didn't know about. This power must not fall into the hands of the Dark Temple. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Because behind this Dark Temple, there are even more terrifying forces and enemies. He originally thought that the Lord of the Black Palace was the strongest. In retrospect, he was ignorant. However, the forces behind the Dark Temple seem to be under some kind of constraint and cannot appear on this continent. Otherwise, the world he inhabits would have long since turned to ashes. However, the strength of the Lord of the Black Palace is already terrifying. Those with even greater power must have reached the level of a martial god. It seems the god of war is not just a legend. This is a real realm. To reach that level, perhaps he would need to rely on the mysterious power within the jade bracelet. Right now, the most urgent task is to find the jade bracelet. It wasn't just because of her mother's care before she left, but also because of the mysterious power contained within the jade bracelet. Perhaps. Of course, this was just a fleeting illusion, a sliver of hope, in his heart. That is, when he can one day crack the secret of the jade bracelet, he might discover a new space-time and new power. And that new time and space, that new power. Perhaps, he will be able to see his mother again, in the same spiritual form as before. Or perhaps, to truly bring the mother back to life. 1075, Chapter 1075 An Unprecedented Catastrophe. Lin Xian had high hopes for it. A light shone from his dark eyes. Because mothers are different from ordinary people. When an ordinary person dies, they simply die, their physical body and soul vanish into nothingness. However, the mother's spirit continued to exist after her death. This spirit was formed from the consciousness or energy of the mother during her lifetime. This should be attributed to the mother's powerful cultivation. It can seal away the terrifying creature of darkness and nothingness. My mother's strength was probably at the level of a martial god when she was alive. This was a realm that he originally believed to be impossible. This level of understanding was something his master, Mo Yuntao, had once mentioned. Even his master wasn't entirely clear on this, only knowing that once one reached the martial god realm, then, a person would have the ability to break through the void. He had already deeply experienced the power of the void, having been caught up in it before. The spatial turbulence within could easily pulverize even a martial saint in the early stages whose physical body has undergone a tremendous transformation. If he hadn't relied on the mysterious power within the jade bracelet, he would probably have already perished in that spatial turbulence. Oh, right, the jade bracelet. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's heart trembled violently. He lost the jade bracelet while he was caught in the spatial turbulence and fell into a coma. At present, he has no clue about the whereabouts of the jade bracelet. It is unknown whether it was caught in the spatial turbulence and coexisted with the interior of the void. Or perhaps, during the time he was unconscious, he was teleported along with him to some corner of the ancient martial continent. Or perhaps, it was transmitted to the reality he lives in. Regardless of which possibility it was, he was eager to find the bracelet as soon as possible. As my mother had just instructed, the bracelet must never fall into the hands of those in the darkness, especially those guys from the Dark Temple. The Lord of the Dark Temple should know the purpose of the jade bracelet and the mysteries it contains. Therefore, once it falls into their hands, it will inevitably lead to extremely terrible consequences. Based on his recent contact with the avatar of the Lord of the Dark Temple, their purpose seems to be to use the jade bracelet to break some kind of terrible seal. This reminded him of the terrifying behemoth he had seen in the Black Void earlier. The creature was as large as a skyscraper, its entire body was as black as ink, and it had a huge pair of wings. With its wings spread wide, it can even blot out the sky. If I'm not mistaken, the dark creature's strength is probably comparable to, or even greater than, that of a martial god. This inevitably reminded him of something else. Once, through the memories of the shadow guardian of the Dark Temple, he saw the Dark Temple shrouded in heavy mist. They saw the deepest part of the Dark Temple, or a pair of crimson beast eyes, as large as a city, were revealed. The owner of those eyes might be a descendant of the dark creature he had just seen. What exactly happened in this world thousands of years ago? Why would such a terrifying creature have been left behind? But what caused the once thriving world of ancient martial arts to completely disappear from the human world? What exactly was that catastrophe that belonged to humanity, that catastrophe that belonged to all martial artists? Initially, he simply assumed it was caused by an evil sect from Japan. But as he delved deeper and became more involved, he discovered that things were far more complicated than he had seen or heard. The human continent thousands of years ago. It must have experienced an unprecedented catastrophe. 1076, Chapter 1076 Heading to the Wuji Palace. Thousands of years ago, the human world must have experienced an unprecedented catastrophe. No one knows what exactly happened during that catastrophe. However, there was one thing that Lin Xian could vaguely sense. That is, that catastrophe may be about to strike again. He must find the jade bracelet as soon as possible. Oh, right, Wen Qingxian. Lin Xian thought of the Holy Maiden. She should know more about things from 1,000 years ago. Of course, he also thought about tonight's sacrificial ceremony. Saintess, you may be in danger. Thinking to himself, Lin Xian also did not intend to stand by and watch someone die. After all, he had, in a way, been intimate with the Saintess. Furthermore, the Saintess concealed her whereabouts from her people at that time. He felt obligated to repay the debt of gratitude, both morally and logically. Lin Xian decided to make a trip to the Wuji Palace. That place seems to be a place of worship in the ancient martial arts continent. With the mother's appearance just now, the seal was reinforced once again. The black void that had troubled him had vanished. Furthermore, his physical strength has also been restored to its peak. This surprised Lin Xian. Similarly, he remembered the warm feeling between his brows earlier. Perhaps it was his mother's last bit of strength that helped him recover. Mom, thank you, your son will definitely live up to your expectations. Lin Xian murmured to himself. After escaping the black void, he returned to the cave at the bottom of the lake. Looking at the seal in the cave that has been restored, a ripple of emotion stirred in Lin Xian's eyes. This is proof that mother was just here. This proves that everything he just saw was not a hallucination. Call. He exhaled a deep breath. After quickly adjusting his mindset, Lin Xian slowly swam upstream along the lakebed until he reached the surface and the lakeside. It was late at night. The forest was completely silent. Looking at the dark forest, Lin Xian decided to set off for the Wuji Palace as soon as possible. He remembered the high priest summoning people at any time. It was around 9 or 10 p.m. He was unaware of the exact time. Hopefully, I can still catch up. Lin Xian headed towards the Wuji Palace at full speed. Meanwhile, inside the Wuji Hall, night falls. When Qingxian arrived alone outside the Wuji Palace, The main gate of the hall was wide open, and 2 armored guards bowed respectfully to Wen Qingxian. "Welcome, holy maiden." Kindness. Wen Qingxian nodded lightly, a hint of longing appearing on her peerless face hidden beneath the light veil. "Is this the Wuji Palace? Is this where the high priest resides?" "The sacrificial ceremony will begin after tonight." She was finally able to make the best effort in the ancient martial world. Wen Qingxian entered the Wuji Palace. Inside the hall, towering beams and pillars, encircled by black dragons and pythons, created an exceptionally mysterious and majestic atmosphere. Walking among them, Wen Qingxian felt incredibly small. The hall was now completely empty. The floor tiles inside the hall were so smooth that they could reflect one's image, like mirrors. Wen Qingxian's footsteps rang out softly. The echo reverberated throughout the spacious Wuji Hall. As Wen Qingxian walked inside, her mind couldn't help but tense up slightly. Because this hall is too magnificent, too mysterious, and too quiet. Here, she could not sense any breath at all. This gave her the illusion that she was the only person in the entire Wuji Palace. And the deeper you go, the more tranquil the feeling, the stronger it becomes. Wen Qingxian moved forward step by step. After another 100 paces, a faint scent of ambergris began to gradually fill the air. As Wen Qingxian gently inhaled the faint, unique scent, her tense emotions gradually relaxed. The scent felt familiar to her. The scent of ambergris is emitted during sacrificial rites. This also indicates that she is about to reach the end of the hall and meet the high priest. 1077, Chapter 1077 Illusion? Day. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed throughout the spacious hall. The scent of ambergris surrounding her gave Wen Qingxian a slight boost in spirits. The scent of ambergris meant that she was about to meet the high priest. However, as she continued forward, instead of reaching the end, she suddenly felt her mind becoming somewhat hazy. Her consciousness became slightly hazy. In her mind, scenes and images that she had never seen before appeared one after another. And, surprisingly, Lin Xian was in that scene. That scoundrel who recently kissed her and stole her first kiss. It was in a luxurious house. The house was very modern, she had never seen anything like it before. She was wearing a sheer silk nightgown and was sitting on the bed, waiting for Lin Xian. The room was very clean. Warm yellow light poured down from the ceiling, making the atmosphere of the whole room very ambiguous. Her hair, slightly damp, was draped over her shoulders. Clearly, she had just taken a shower. At this moment, she seemed a little flustered, her hands awkwardly folded on her thighs. Qingxian. At that moment, Lin Xian gently knocked on the bedroom door. "Come in." In the scene, she responded in a soft, slightly shy voice. Soon, the door was pushed open, and Lin Xian walked in. Upon seeing Lin Xian, she shyly and nervously bit her lip. Lin Xian was also looking at her. A pair of eyes, burning with passion. Her cheeks immediately flushed red with embarrassment. Gurgle. Lin Xian's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. His gaze lingered on her. She instinctively tensed up and pressed her legs together, uttering a scolding tone, "Lin Xian, where are you looking?" Lin Xian's gaze made her ears burn and her heart race. "Qingxian, I'm looking at your legs, they're so beautiful." Lin Xian made no attempt to hide his praise. And then Lin Xian praised him like that. Her face turned even redder, and she looked down at her legs. Snow white and rounded, with not an ounce of excess fat on her calves. "You're so annoying." Her voice became even more shy and angry, and she bit her lip tightly. "Qingxian, I'm telling the truth." Lin Xian's gaze was intense. As he spoke, he came up to her. "What are you doing?" The intense heat of the man's breath washed over her, and she immediately lowered her head shyly. "Qingxian, I want you." Lin Xian's breath was burning hot. Her eyes trembled violently. She clearly hadn't expected Lin Xian to say such shameful things right in front of her. She was not given time to react. She suddenly felt a pair of large hands land on her shoulders. A gentle push came from within. She was gently pushed onto the bed, her long, smooth hair cascading down. Lin Xian braced himself on the bed with both hands and pressed his entire body against it. She looked into Lin Xian's eyes, then shyly turned her head to the side. Lin Xian stared straight at her. The intense masculine scent made her heart race and her breathing quicken. At this moment, Lin Xian's hand began to move towards her thigh under her silk nightgown. Don't want. She let out a nervous cry and grabbed Lin Xian's wrist. What's wrong, Xin Xian? Lin Xian asked softly, his hot breath brushing against her face, deepening her blush and making her heart race. I'm nervous. She bit her lip, her voice trembling slightly. Don't be nervous, Xin Xian, relax. Lin Xian coaxed her like a child. Then turn off the light first. She bit her lip tighter and tighter. Good. Lin Xian responded softly. He got up, went to the bedside table, and pressed the switch button. Instantly, the entire bedroom fell into darkness. 1078, Chapter 1078 Taking Off. The bedroom was pitch black. When Xin Xian lay on the bed, her body tense. Even with the lights off, she was still filled with nervousness. Her long eyelashes trembled, and she couldn't help but let out a low moan. However, she showed no resistance whatsoever. Lin Xian, where are you touching? Her breathing was labored, and the next second, as if stimulated by something, she suddenly tilted her head back and let out an alluring moan. Xin Xian, your skin is so smooth. Lin Xian's hands were somewhat rough, causing her body temperature to rise continuously. Stop talking gum. Talking gum. She bit her lip, her delicate body trembling slightly. Each time Lin Xian's palm swept across her, her nerves would tremble uncontrollably. Xin Xian, your body is shaking so badly. Lin Xian felt the tremor and whispered in her ear, do you like it when I touch you like this? No, I didn't. No, don't say it anymore. Her voice trembled, filled with deep shyness. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Every time Lin Xian teased her, her body would act strangely. She wasn't given much time to think. The next moment, her body visibly tensed up. Xin Xian, is this more comfortable? Lin Xian's voice rang in her ears once again, his breath hot as he spoke. No. She was saying one thing but meaning another. Xin Xian, lying is wrong. Lin Xian breathed softly. She let out a soft moan, her body arching comfortably for a moment. Xin Xian, shall we begin? Lin Xian sensed this reaction and whispered a question in her ear. Start? She was taken aback and didn't quite understand at first. However, she quickly understood what Lin Xian meant by beginning, and her head suddenly went blank, her pretty face turning bright red. Fortunately, the lights are off now, so I can't see anything. Lin Xian responded softly, feeling extremely uncomfortable from the swelling. I'm scared. Her voice stammered. After all, she had never been with a man before. Don't be afraid, I will always be by your side from now on. Lin Xian whispered in her ear, his voice exceptionally gentle. Really? She was somewhat unsure. After all, this was her first time. Now, when asked to completely surrender herself, she still instinctively felt a trace of fear and unease. Lin Xian nodded emphatically. The firm voice calmed her uneasy heart slightly. Then be gentle later. She bit her lip. The sound in the darkness was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. At this moment, Lin Xian's heart surged with excitement, and his hands trembled with elation. I will. 1079, Chapter 1079 Who exactly are you? When Xin Xian let out a soft moan. In her bedroom, she felt a sensation she had never experienced before. When Xin Xian, who was inside the Wuji Palace, suddenly let out a soft moan. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and then she suddenly opened her eyes. It turns out, it was all an illusion. Looking at the familiar yet empty Wuji Palace before her, Wen Qingxuan's beautiful eyes couldn't help but tremble. She didn't understand why such a scene appeared in her mind. And that feeling just now was incredibly familiar. It was clearly just a false influence, yet it felt as if she had experienced it herself. Besides, why Lin Xian of all people? It was that lecherous man who spied on her while she was showering and stole her first kiss. Thinking of this, Wen Qingxian couldn't help but grit her teeth in resentment. Hopefully, the high priest won't discover any of this. We have already arrived at the depths of the Wuji Palace. As Wen Qingxian pondered this, she looked up at the magnificent gate before her. She took a deep breath and then slowly pushed open the door. Behind the gate, there was a dark and deep space. Wen Qingxian walked in. Another 100 meters later, she finally arrived at the deepest part of the Wuji Palace. There stood a huge black stone table, upon which were placed various strange magical implements and candlesticks. The candlesticks were burning with ambergris, and the fragrance grew stronger and stronger, making one feel dizzy and disoriented. Behind the stone table, a figure sat quietly, its form indistinct, seemingly blending into the surrounding darkness, making it impossible to discern its true appearance. It's the high priest. Wen Qingxuan's beautiful eyes trembled. Immediately, he approached the other party and bowed respectfully. High priest, holy maiden Wen Qingxian has come to pay her respects. Her voice echoed in the empty hall. However, the high priest did not respond, he simply sat there quietly, like a stone statue. Wen Qingxian frowned slightly, but still maintained a respectful posture, waiting for the high priest's response. Just then, the fragrance of the ambergris suddenly became stronger, as if there was a mysterious power in it, making Wen Qingxian feel dizzy. She wanted to back away, but her body seemed to be bound by an invisible force, unable to move. You finally arrived, Wen Qingxian. A deep, hoarse voice rang in Wen Qingxuan's ears. It was the high priest's voice. Wen Qingxian tried hard to stay awake and see the high priest's true face, but everything in front of her was blurry. What do you want to do? Wen Qingxian realized something was wrong, her voice trembling with a hint of languor. Clearly, that was due to ambergris. What to do? Of course, I'll do what I've always wanted to do. As the high priest spoke, he slowly stood up and walked towards Wen Qingxian. Wen Qingxian tried to struggle, but her body was completely out of her control. She felt a powerful aura pressing down on her, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. The high priest walked up to Wen Qingxian, reached out his hand, and wanted to touch her face. Wen Qingxian was terrified, but she was unable to move and could only watch helplessly as the high priest approached. Just then, a powerful force suddenly erupted from Wen Qingxuan's body, blasting the high priest away. Once Wen Qingxuan's body was free, she immediately took a few steps back and looked at the high priest warily. You actually managed to break free from my control? The high priest looked at Wen Qingxian with some surprise. I am the holy maiden of the ancient martial continent, how could I be easily controlled by you? Wen Qingxian stared coldly at the man before her, and asked in a cold voice, and who exactly are you? She couldn't believe that the person before her was the real high priest. 1080, Chapter 1080. Unable to resist. Wen Qingxian stared intently at the high priest in front of her. She noticed that the other person was wearing a mask, which deepened her suspicions. The presence of a masked high priest deep within the Wuji temple is itself illogical. Ha ha ha. The voice from behind the mask sounded again, deep and full of mockery. The holy maiden is indeed exceptionally intelligent, but do you think that just because I wear a mask, I am not a true high priest? Wen Qingxian remained silent, quietly circulating her inner energy in preparation for any possible attack. Since the holy maiden has questions, then let me show you what the true power of a high priest is. Before he could finish speaking, the masked man flashed and appeared in front of Wen Qingxian in an instant, striking out with a palm. Wen Qingxian reacted extremely quickly, dodging the fierce palm strike by shifting her body to the side, and at the same time, she struck out with her own palm, aiming straight for her opponent's ribs. However, the masked man seemed to have anticipated this, easily dodging Wen Qingxuan's attack and grabbing her wrist with a backhand grab. The two exchanged blows several times in the empty hall, and Wen Qingxian became increasingly alarmed with each fight. She discovered that her opponent's strength was unfathomable. Every attack he made perfectly neutralized her moves, and his control over the force, speed, and angle was just right, as if he knew her martial arts inside and out. You are really the High Priest? During a break in their exchange, Wen Qingxian couldn't help but ask the question that had been on her mind. Is the Holy Maiden only realizing this now? The masked man's lips curled into a strange smile. If I weren't the High Priest, how could I know so much about your martial arts? Wen Qingxian was shocked. The opponent's strength was indeed so great that it was hard for her to believe. Moreover, he had such a thorough understanding of his own martial arts that she couldn't think of anyone other than a true High Priest who could do that. However, she couldn't understand why the High Priest, who held the lifeline of the entire ancient martial arts continent, would do such a thing. Buzz. Although she was shocked, her hands moved swiftly, gathering her inner energy and moving as nimbly as a butterfly in flight, constantly dodging the priest's attacks. However, as time went on, Wen Qingxian gradually felt that she was not up to the task. The High Priest's power is unfathomable. He seemed to be playing a cat-and-mouse game. Each of his attacks was perfectly timed, forcing Wen Qingxian to retreat continuously. The eyes hidden behind the mask gleamed with greed and desire. Wen Qingxian felt an inexplicable pressure, and she knew she couldn't continue like this. She tried to regulate her breathing, gather her inner energy, and prepare to launch a fatal blow. However, at that moment, she suddenly smelled a strange fragrance, the scent of ambergris. The fragrance gradually filled the entire hall, causing a feeling of dizziness. This startled her. It turns out that the hallucination she had just experienced was also caused by this ambergris. All of this is a conspiracy by the other side. But why did the other party? Wen Qingxian was not allowed to think. Her mind began to become muddled, and her movements gradually became sluggish. Seeing this, the High Priest seized the opportunity to intensify his attack. He struck out with his palm at Wen Qingxian. The fierce palm strike nearly hit Wen Qingxian's vital points. Wen Qingxian gritted her teeth, her expression growing increasingly grim. She didn't know why things had turned out this way. However, she knew she absolutely could not give in like this. She fought with all her might to fend off the High Priest's attacks while trying to stay conscious. However, as time went on, her physical strength gradually declined, and her mind became increasingly confused. Just then, the High Priest struck out with a sharp palm, hitting Wen Qingxian in the chest. Snort! Wen Qingxian felt a tightness in her chest and flew backward, crashing heavily into the wall. He. The High Priest let out a sinister laugh. He slowly walked up to Wen Qingxian, looking at the alluring body in front of him whose breathing was gradually becoming disordered. A strong lewd look also emerged in his eyes behind the mask. Today, Wen Qingxian will not escape his grasp. 1081, Chapter 1081. A question from Wen Qingxian. Although Wen Qingxian was no match for him, her eyes still shone with determination. She won't fall into their hands so easily. Her inner energy erupted, instantly blasting away the High Priest who was walking towards her. She struggled to her feet, her clear, beautiful eyes fixed on the High Priest before her. Still trying to put up a stubborn resistance? Upon seeing this, the High Priest couldn't help but let out a sarcastic laugh. Wen Qingxian remained silent. However, I was already prepared to fight to the death. At the same time, in the forests of the ancient martial continent, Lin Xian had already traversed this vast forest, rushing towards the Wuji Palace under the pitch-black night sky. For some reason, he felt a strange palpitation. It was as if something bad was about to happen. Could it had something happened to Wen Qingxian? Lin Xian murmured to himself, his internal energy erupting, which further increased his speed. Although he and Wen Qingxian only met once, he had a strange feeling for her. Especially after he saw his mother. Please don't let anything happen. Lin Xian murmured to himself. Under the night sky, he was like a shooting star, rushing swiftly towards the Wuji Palace. Inside the Wuji Hall, Wen Qingxian had now regained her footing. She took a deep breath, mobilized the remaining true energy in her body, and prepared to engage in a final battle with the high priest. Qin Xian, your struggles are futile. The high priest sneered disdainfully. He was in no hurry to end the battle, but rather enjoyed this cat-and-mouse game. You should know that you can't escape my grasp. When Qin Xian didn't speak, but just stared intently at the high priest. She knew she was at a disadvantage, but she still didn't give up. Call. A breath escaped from her lips, which were partially hidden by a light veil. When Qin Xian suddenly slammed her jade-like foot against the ground. Whoosh! A sharp whistling sound rang out. She launched the first attack, attempting to disrupt the high priest's rhythm. However, the high priest easily thwarted her attack with a simple flick of his sleeve. The vast difference in strength made Wen Xingxuan's heart sink. The other person was like a bottomless black hole in front of her. No matter how she attacked, it was all in vain. However, although when Qin Xian knew she was no match for them, she had no choice but to fight back. Otherwise, she would fall into the hands of the high priest and then be. Thinking of this, a cold glint flashed in Wen Xingxuan's beautiful eyes. She would never be defiled by such a person, no matter what. She launched another attack, forcefully resisting the drowsy feeling in her mind, while her sharp aura shot out like a bolt of lightning. He. The high priest smiled calmly and waved his sleeve. Just like before, he easily neutralized Wen Xingxuan's moves. Huff huff. Wen Xingxuan's breathing began to become disordered. The side effects of ambergris, coupled with her continuous depletion of physical strength, made her feel increasingly weak and limp. Sweat was constantly being secreted from her forehead, slightly dampening her thin veil and revealing a perfect outline. Indeed a beauty, it was worth choosing you as the saintess many years ago. The high priest gazed at Wen Xingxuan's perfect silhouette revealed beneath her light veil, his desire growing ever stronger. Why did you do this? When Qin Xian, panting, expressed her confusion, you are the high priest of our Wuji palace, respected by thousands, so why would you do such a despicable and vile thing now? Despicable and vile? However, the high priest simply smiled indifferently upon hearing this. The next sentence made Wen Xingxuan's pupils shrink abruptly. The last glimmer of hope in my heart was also completely shattered. Because I only used you saintesses as a furnace for cultivation. 1082, Chapter 1082 Wen Xingxuan's powerlessness. A cultivation furnace? Upon hearing this, Wen Xingxuan's heart trembled violently, and her red lips, hidden beneath the light veil, began to breathe rapidly. The high priest actually treated them, the holy maidens, as a furnace for cultivation. As a martial artist, she naturally understood the meaning of the furnace/cauldron. That is to use them as a medium to take away their virginity and absorb the power they have cultivated. These cultivation methods are extremely sinister and vicious. Therefore, it was already forbidden by our ancestors. Unexpectedly, she heard it again from the high priest today. Is this still the high priest she knows? Is this still the high priest she respected? The other side actually used such an evil technique to absorb their power. This reminded her of the advice Lin Xian had given her that afternoon in the forest, by the lake. At that time, Lin Xian reminded her that the high priest had secretly summoned her to meet him late at night, possibly intending to do something indecent to her. At the time, she was extremely angry, believing that Lin Xian was trying to sow discord and that he was a spy sent by the Netherworld sect. But now it seems that all of his wishes have come true. And she finally understood. Over the years, the reason why the high priest has such unfathomable strength and the secret to immortality that is rumored in the ancient martial arts continent is that he has cultivated such an evil art, which is to replenish his yang by absorbing yin energy. At this moment, when Qin Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of horror. A pallor began to appear on her stunningly beautiful face, which was veiled by a light gauze. She wanted to leave this place. She wanted to tell her grandmother and other families in the ancient martial arts continent about this news. However, she felt her body go weak and her mind became increasingly confused. She knew it was the ambergris taking effect inside her. The ambergris was mixed with a large amount of sleeping potion. Furthermore, her fight with the high priest had also exhausted a great deal of her energy. She is now feeling physically exhausted. In addition, the high priest's strength far surpasses hers. That's an existence that surpasses even the late stage of martial saint. That's someone who's already halfway to the peak of martial god. If it weren't for the high priest wanting to keep her and wanting to perform that lewd sexual ritual with her, it's likely that the high priest has already killed her. And it was even less likely that she would persist until then. The thought that her virginity, which she had cherished for 21 years, was about to be violated by this demon tonight filled her with a sense of unease. At this moment, Wen Qingxian felt a sense of powerlessness. Similarly, she also considered suicide. However, she knew that the other party would not let her have her way. She knew even better that even if she died, the other party would take advantage of the fact that her cultivation had not yet dissipated to force her to have sex with him and steal her cultivation. The more Wen Qingxian thought about it, the more desolate she felt, and her hands and feet grew cold. She never imagined that the sacrificial ceremony she so longed for, the Wuji palace she so yearned for, would be inhabited by such a demon. She never imagined that her once proud status as a saintess would be nothing more than a vessel for people to cultivate lewdness. The so-called family fortune, the so-called ancient martial arts continent fortune, and the so-called holy maiden's appearance must not be seen by anyone else before the sacrificial ceremony begins. It was all just a scam. It was all for the sake of providing pleasure for the high priest. When Qingxian leaned against the wall of the Wuji palace behind her, feeling the cold touch of the wall, and a deep sense of powerlessness rose in her heart. At this moment, for some reason, Lin Xian's image appeared in her mind once again. 1083, Chapter 1083 Giving Up Resistance. In Wen Qingxuan's mind, the face with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes could not help but appear. Even though that guy stole her first kiss, she couldn't help but think of him at this moment. However, she knew that this was just her fantasy. Lin Xian wasn't here, couldn't possibly know she was here, and couldn't possibly save her from this predicament. Ha ha, holy maiden, are you wondering who will come to save you? At this moment, the high priest seemed to have seen through Wen Qingxuan's thoughts. His chilling laughter echoed in the empty hall as he slowly approached, each step feeling like a blow to Wen Qingxuan's heart. Wen Qingxian gritted her teeth and tried her best to stand up. However, the ambergris toxins in her body made her feel weak in her limbs and sweat profusely. Her eyes began to glaze over, but she still tried to stay alert so that the high priest wouldn't notice her weakness. You won't succeed. When Qingxian breathed slightly, her cold eyes forcing her to stay awake as she stared at the high priest. The voice was low, but it was filled with determination. Upon hearing this, the high priest smiled dismissively. Holy maiden, why be so stubborn? You should know that your resistance is futile. You know the effects of ambergris better than I do now, you'd better obey me and become a part of me. Don't even think about it. When Qingxian gritted her teeth, her pretty face hidden under the light veil looking increasingly ugly. Because at this moment, she could clearly feel that her consciousness was becoming hazy. The aphrodisiac contained in this ambergris can cause a person to lose most of their strength in a short period of time, making their body extremely weak. It can also cause a hallucination, causing the person to fall into a semi-conscious state without realizing it. That's exactly the state she's in right now. She can't even stand steadily, let alone resist. But she refused to give up even knowing the chances were slim. She was determined to give it her all. When Qingxian took a deep breath, mobilized the last of her true energy, and thought of the high priest unleashing a burst of energy. However, her actions were seen as child's play by the high priest. A death throes. The high priest, watching Wen Qingxuan's stubborn resistance, gradually lost patience. He easily dodged a bolt of lightning attack launched by Wen Qingxian, and then in a flash, he appeared in front of Wen Qingxian. Wen Qingxuan's pupils contracted sharply, and she raised her hand to retaliate, but the high priest grabbed her wrist. Let me go. Wen Qingxian let out a cold shout and immediately began to struggle. He. The high priest gave a mocking sneer, and the next second his inner energy surged. Boom! Boom! The next moment, when Qingxian felt an irresistible force surge up her wrist, instantly immobilizing her, she let out a muffled groan. The sound was muffled, carrying a hint of cool gentleness. This undoubtedly filled the high priest with excitement. To him, the woman's moans were undoubtedly the most melodious sounds in the world. In particular, it was still the voice of the saintess, still the voice emanating from that pure and immaculate body. A glint of greed flashed in the high priest's eyes. He continuously released true energy with one hand, suppressing Wen Qingxian and rendering her unable to move. With his other hand, he slowly reached out towards Wen Qingxuan's face, trying to pull away the veil that covered her face so he could see her beautiful features. As Wen Qingxian watched the high priest's outstretched hand reach towards her, and seeing that her struggles were futile, a hint of despair finally flashed in her eyes. She closed her eyes in pain. The high priest saw this and a cold smile crept onto his lips. Have they finally given up resisting? He finally acted without restraint, his hand reaching out to tear off the light veil from Wen Qingxuan's pretty face. Boom! At this moment, a loud rumbling sound suddenly came from outside the gate of the inner courtyard of the Wuji Palace. 1084, Chapter 1084. Feeling ashamed. Boom! A powerful roar resounded. The gate to the inner courtyard of the Wuji Hall was suddenly blasted open. Whoosh! Then, a streak of energy wrapped in white light shot like lightning toward the priest's arm that was reaching toward Wen Qingxuan's cheek. The sudden turn of events caused Wen Qingxuan's delicate body to tremble violently. A glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes, which had been filled with despair. Did her grandmother come to save her? Or perhaps it's another expert from the clan? In response to this, the high priest frowned deeply. He never expected that when his plan reached its most crucial step, a Changyao Jin would suddenly appear out of nowhere. He never expected that someone would dare to risk defying the gods and force their way into this dignified Wuji palace. His hand movements paused. Snort! But the high priest quickly let out a cold laugh. In his eyes, this level of attack posed no threat to him whatsoever. Boom! His inner energy surged forth, and with a mere wave of his hand, an overwhelming and terrifying true energy roared out of his body like a tsunami, transforming into an endless wave that crashed furiously towards the oncoming bolt of lightning. Bang! The two will clash head-on. The entire Wuji palace trembled violently. As expected, the scene of the ribbon instantly disintegrating did not occur. On the contrary, the surge of true energy formed by the high priest's casual wave of his hand was abruptly halted by the impact of the bolt of lightning. Then, to the priest's astonishment, both of them perished. Kindness? The high priest noticed something amiss, and his brows furrowed even deeper. Although he had only casually waved his hand, the power of his true energy was only 1 or 2/10 of what he would have used at full strength. But he does possess the strength of a half-step martial god. Such strength is enough to dominate the entire ancient martial arts continent. Similarly, it would allow him to easily crush a late-stage martial saint. Martial saint and martial god, though only one word apart, he has only just stepped 1 foot into the realm of martial god. However, the difference in strength between the two is already as vast as an insurmountable chasm. It can be said that even the combined efforts of 10 late-stage martial saints would not pose any threat to him. In fact, if he were to unleash his full power, he could annihilate them all. However, the aura that attacked him just now was at most at the level of a mid-stage martial saint. However, another kind of energy contained in that bolt of silk caused him a slight feeling of unease. Moreover, it was precisely this force that completely neutralized the true energy he had just unleashed. Otherwise, the power of that bolt of lightning would not have been enough to withstand his attack. May I ask who you are? How dare you trespass into my Wuji palace? Don't you know that this is a forbidden area of the ancient martial arts continent? Without much thought, the high priest's deep voice, tinged with anger, resounded like thunder throughout the Wuji hall, echoing deafeningly. A forbidden area of the ancient martial arts continent? A cold laugh soon followed. Day. Then, crisp footsteps echoed in the empty courtyard of the Wuji hall. The footsteps grew closer. Finally, a tall and slender figure stepped over the threshold and entered the hall. He looked up at the high priest and Wen Qingxian not far away, his voice slowly rising, filled with a chilling sarcasm. So this is what the so-called high priests of the ancient martial arts continent do, such despicable and vile deeds? Who are you? The high priest frowned as he looked at the unfamiliar face. It's you? When Qingxian saw Lin Xian's familiar face, her moist lips, hidden beneath the light veil, couldn't help but open wide. His eyes were filled with surprise. 1085, Chapter 1085 The Only Way. Qingxian never expected that Lin Xian would come to save her. How did he know about this place? Kid, who are you? However, before Qingxian could ask any questions, the high priest's deep and cold voice rang in Lin Xian's ears. Who I am is not important. What is important is that you, as a high priest, have done such despicable and vile things behind the scenes. It is truly contemptible. Lin Xian couldn't help but sneer. As he had imagined, things turned out exactly as he had imagined. The so-called sacrifice was nothing but a facade. A saintess is fine too. So be it, even if he's a holy son. They're all the furnaces this guy used for cultivation. He already knew how to seize the holy maiden's cultivation. That is to break the saintess's virginity by having intercourse with her, and at the same time plunder all her cultivation, so that it can be used as raw materials and supplements for the high priest's cultivation. However, he currently has no idea how to acquire the holy son's cultivation level. But it probably wasn't some shady method. It might even be more bloody and brutal. Of course, that's not a problem he needs to think about right now. What he needs to do now is to take Qingxian away from this guy. Since he had witnessed this, since Qingxian had helped him once, and since he had stolen someone else's first kiss, he naturally had no reason to sit idly by. Moreover, there are many doubts surrounding this high priest. The saintess's body was used as a furnace for cultivation. This is a lewd and plundering method. All he could imagine was that the evil sect from Japan, which had existed for thousands of years, now existed in the Black Palace. This is similar to the evil arts they practice. Could it be that spies from the evil sects of Japan have infiltrated this ancient martial arts continent? Or perhaps, a very small portion of their surviving descendants are in this ancient martial arts continent. Boy, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. As Lin Xian pondered, the high priest's gloomy voice rang out. Sorry, but I'm determined to handle this matter today. Lin Xian sneered. He absolutely has to get involved in this mess today. Is that so? It's true what they say, you can't reason with a damned devil. The high priest's voice grew increasingly sinister and cold, and a deep, dark aura surged within his eyes, which were hidden beneath his face. An extremely strong, dark aura slowly emanated from his body. This caused the air in the entire inner courtyard of the main hall to suddenly become extremely oppressive. Lin Xian frowned, and his body tensed up instantly. Although he was disgusted by the high priest's despicable behavior, he had to admit that the man was extremely powerful. It is likely that he has already broken through the shackles of the late stage of martial saint and reached a realm close to that of martial god. With his current strength, it seems impossible for him to contend with him, even if he uses the purification power. Therefore, if he wants to rescue Qingxian, he must find the right opportunity to take her away from this place, rather than linger in the battle. However, escaping from a super strong expert who is half a martial god is obviously an extremely difficult task. It seems he has no choice but to try that trick. As Lin Xian thought to himself, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. This is his only option at the moment. Hopefully, it will succeed. Call. He took another deep breath. The next second, Lin Xian slowly closed his eyes. His body was completely still. In the stillness, a pure and divine power surged forth rapidly from the deepest part of his dantian. 1086, Chapter 1086 A Trembling of the Soul. That pure, divine power was as flawless as the bright moonlight, and as scorching and dazzling as the blazing sun. It traveled rapidly along Lin Xian's meridians, finally converging in his palm to form a dazzling white light. The white light contained a sacred purifying power that inspired awe. At the same time, the high priest also sensed the unusual power emanating from Lin Xian. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his relaxed body gradually tensed up. Despite his confidence that his cultivation level far surpassed that of his opponent, However, that divine power made him feel a strange sense of apprehension. He had lived on the ancient martial arts continent for hundreds of years and had never seen such strange energy. "Boy, who exactly are you?" the high priest asked in a deep voice. At the same moment, he controlled his dantian with his mind, and grey true energy rapidly spread out from his body, swirling like a fog, containing a mysterious and dark feeling. Lin Xian frowned, sensing something was wrong. However, he couldn't make a complete judgment right away. Because this power is different from the dark power of the Dark Temple. He looked at the high priest in front of him. The person behind the mask makes it impossible to see their true face. "Boy, I'm asking you a question." At that moment, the high priest's voice rang out again. And it was even more gloomy than before. Lin Xian still did not answer. He simply stood there quietly, his eyes gradually closing, as if sensing the flow of that sacred power. He knew this was his only chance, and he had to give it his all. Because the opponent is extremely strong. He must strike by surprise. Only in this way can we have a chance to save Wen Qingxian from the high priest. As he thought this, the divine power within Lin Xian surged rapidly. At one point, he suddenly opened his eyes. The next second, the white light in his hand shot out like a bolt of lightning towards the high priest. The purifying power contained within that light seemed capable of washing away all filth and evil. "Oh!" Upon seeing this, the high priest let out a cold laugh. He flipped his hand, and the grey true energy instantly condensed into a giant palm, which met the white light. Thump! The two forces collided violently in mid-air, producing a deafening roar. Wen Qingxian watched in stunned silence. A violent ripple appeared in his clear eyes. She had never seen such a powerful clash of forces. Moreover, in just a few hours, Lin Xian's cultivation level seemed to have improved again. Great progress. However, although Lin Xian was powerful, he was still somewhat inferior to the high priest. The grey true energy surged in seemingly endlessly, gradually suppressing the white light. Lin Xian felt the pressure increase and his brows furrowed tightly. However, he showed no intention of backing down. Furthermore, Wen Qingxian seemed to be suffering from some kind of aphrodisiac at this moment, and her condition was becoming increasingly confused and weak. He had to get rid of the high priest with her as soon as possible. Thinking to himself, a sharp glint flashed in Lin Xian's dark eyes. With a thought, he exerted all his strength to activate the divine power within his body. Buzz! A loud buzzing sound rang out. The white light suddenly became even more dazzling, as if it were about to illuminate the entire hall. This power is... The high priest felt the sudden burst of power within Lin Xian's body. Even with his strength, his soul couldn't help but tremble slightly at that moment. It was as if this power originated from the restraint of his soul. There's something fishy about this kid. It seems we must keep him here today and study him thoroughly. 1087, Chapter 1087. Take it all down at once. Boom! The divine power within Lin Xian erupted. The white light roared out like a giant dragon, carrying the power to purify all evil, and rushed towards the high priest. At this moment, the entire sacrificial hall was enveloped in a sacred glow, as if an invisible force was protecting the place, inspiring awe in all who beheld it. The high priest's face was solemn, he felt unprecedented pressure. This young man's power was able to draw upon such a powerful divine force, something he had never anticipated. He took a deep breath and fully activated the grey true energy within his body. The grey energy flowed around him like a whirlwind, forming an indestructible protective shield. A trivial skill. The high priest narrowed his eyes, and his grey true energy suddenly erupted, colliding fiercely with Lin Xian's divine power. Bump! The two forces intertwined and surged in the air, producing a deafening roar, like two bolts of lightning colliding in the air. Thump! At that moment, the entire hall trembled violently under the impact of this force, like an earthquake. However, despite Lin Xian's immense divine power, his strength was still relatively shallow, and he could not maintain such a high level of power output for an extended period of time. In addition, there was the suppression caused by the high priest's absolute power. As time went by, Lin Xian gradually felt powerless, and the light of the divine power began to dim. Seeing this, Wen Qingxuan's clear eyes trembled like ripples, filled with deep worry. She knew that the high priest's strength was unfathomable. Even though Lin Xian was exceptionally talented, the difference in strength was still too great, and it was impossible for him to contend with him. However, what bothered her even more was that the effects of the ambergris were becoming increasingly apparent. She felt her body getting hotter and hotter, and her consciousness becoming increasingly blurred. She tried hard to stay awake, but the inexplicable heat made it impossible for her to concentrate. Lin Xian, you must be careful. Wen Qingxian murmured to herself, her voice weak and trembling. She wanted to go forward to help, but her body seemed to be frozen in place and she couldn't move. Lin Xian's heart stirred upon hearing Wen Qingxuan's call. He looked back and saw that Wen Qingxuan's face had become unusually flushed, and her eyes had lost their usual luster. He knew that this was the effect of the ambergris starting to take hold. Hang in there a little longer. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. Right now, he has to get out of there as soon as possible. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome. However, just as Lin Xian was worried about Wen Qingxuan's situation, the high priest's fierce attack suddenly came. Whoosh! A gray stream of true energy shot towards Lin Xian's chest like a sharp sword, its speed astonishing. Lin Xian reacted quickly and dodged to the side, barely avoiding the fatal blow. His mood grew increasingly heavy. He must get rid of the high priest as soon as possible. However, even with all his might, he still couldn't find a breakthrough against the powerful high priest. Boy, is that all you've got? Then stay here with Saintess Qingxian. Perfect timing, I have very strong feelings for you. The high priest looked at Lin Xian, whose face was solemn, and his voice behind the mask was cold and mocking. With a wave of his hand, the gray true energy condensed again, transforming into a giant palm that slammed down on Lin Xian's head. Lin Xian's gaze sharpened, and he threw a punch with all his might to meet the gray palm. Bang! The two forces collided violently again in mid-air. However, this time, Lin Xian was unable to withstand the high priest's attack. Under the enormous impact. Snort! Lin Xian's face turned pale, and he let out a painful groan from his chest. His steps were also unsteady, retreating backward. Lin Xian! Wen Qingxian exclaimed in surprise. She struggled to rush up and help Lin Xian, but her body was completely powerless. Under the influence of the ambergris, her consciousness became increasingly confused, and even her vision began to blur. She could only barely maintain her standing posture by leaning against the wall. He. The high priest looked at the two people who had become like caged birds, and a sinister and triumphant smirk appeared on his lips once again. He stretched out his palm and reached out to grab Lin Xian and Wen Qingxian from a distance. They intended to capture both of them. 1088, Chapter 1088. The High Priest's Horror. An immense pressure enveloped Lin Xian and Wen Qingxian. At this moment, the two were suppressed and unable to move, their bones making sharp crunching sounds. Snort! When Qingxuan's eyes were glazed over, she had lost the ability to resist. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, resisting the immense pressure that was as vast as a giant mountain. He truly possesses the strength of a half-step martial god. Even with all his might, he was still no match for him. Even so, he still had to leave this place with Wen Qingxian. He can't die here. He promised his mother he would live. He still has a lot to do. Thinking about this, a surge of indomitable fighting spirit welled up in Lin Xian's heart. Facing the high priest who was half a martial god, he knew he had no way out, but he absolutely could not give up here. Under this powerful pressure, his body seemed about to collapse, but his gaze became even more determined. The high priest stared coldly at Lin Xian before him. He did not believe that the other party could escape his control. However, just as he decided to end it all. Buzz! Suddenly, a strange white light surged from Lin Xian's body. A radiance appeared, and an indescribable power, carrying a sacred aura, suddenly emerged from the surface of his body. At first, it was just a single star. However, the number of stars kept increasing. In the end, a special white glow formed on the surface of his body. An extremely concentrated power emanated from it. However, within its conciseness, there seems to be an element of uncertainty. The high priest's eyes suddenly narrowed. This kid is indeed full of strange things. Delay may lead to unforeseen changes. He decided to stop delaying. The next move will completely subdue Lin Xian. Boom! The great true energy within his body erupted like a torrent, condensing into a claw much larger than before, which reached out to grab Lin Xian from afar. Boom! A palm strike landed with a bang. Buzz! However, just as the palms came together as if to crush Lin Xian like an ant, the air around Lin Xian suddenly trembled. The next second, he vanished from the spot as if he had teleported. The priest's claw missed its mark. How is this possible? This caused his expression to change abruptly. How could this kid's speed suddenly become so fast? He should have been completely exhausted by now, shouldn't he? What surprised him the most, and even made it hard to believe, was that when Lin Xian was dodging his attack, he hadn't caught a glimpse of his figure at all. You must know that he possesses the strength of a half-step martial god, the strength to crush Lin Xian. That kid, at best, is only at the mid-stage of martial saint. Even if I only used 30% of my strength, it would be enough to easily crush him. However, he only used more than 50% of his strength, yet that kid still managed to escape. What shocked him most was that he couldn't sense the boy's figure at all. This also explains. Just now, Lin Xian used a speed that exceeded 50% of his strength. This requires at least the late stage of the martial saint realm. Even more. Even a late-stage martial saint would find it impossible to become invisible in his presence. The power within this kid is indeed strange. Buzz. Just as the high priest was alarmed, a series of rapid spatial ripples suddenly appeared in the space above and behind him. He quickly looked up. The next moment, the pupils under the mask suddenly contracted. Because Lin Xian appeared above and behind him at some unknown time. However, he still didn't notice anything. 1089, Chapter 1089 The Burning Pain from the Soul. At this moment, Lin Xian quietly floated above the high priest's head, his body enveloped in a mysterious white light, like a god descending, sacred and inviolable. The high priest was suddenly startled. But as a half-step martial god, he naturally wouldn't be easily thrown off balance. He took a deep breath, and the great true energy within his body began to circulate rapidly, carrying a strange and evil aura, like demonic energy from the abyss, gradually spreading out. He moved swiftly, rushing towards Lin Xian like a ghost, his true energy condensing into a huge great longsword, which he then slashed down at Lin Xian. However, facing this fierce attack, Lin Xian simply turned slightly to the side and easily dodged the sword. His movements appeared relaxed and carefree, as if he were strolling leisurely. Seeing this, the high priest intensified his attack, his great true energy surging around him like an evil tornado, devouring everything around him. The long sword in his hand instantly transformed into dozens of sword shadows, attacking Lin Xian from all directions, seemingly trying to completely trap him. But Lin Xian moved like a fish through the dense sword shadows, dodging the attacks precisely each time. The white radiance emanating from him grew ever brighter with his movements, like the blazing sun illuminating the entire inner hall of the Wuji Palace. The high priest was utterly astonished by what he saw. Even though he had already increased his strength and used 70% of his power, he still couldn't touch a single corner of Lin Xian's clothes. What strange change has occurred in this guy? The high priest was filled with suspicion and doubt. Undeterred, he launched another attack. This time, the great true energy condensed behind him into a ferocious beast, which opened its blood-red maw and pounced fiercely at Lin Xian. However, just as the giant beast was about to devour Lin Xian, the latter's figure disappeared again, just like before. What? What? The high priest's expression changed again. Buzz. Before he could react, the sound of trembling air rang out behind him again. The next second, Lin Xian's previously vanished figure reappeared behind the high priest, like a ghost. The holy white energy around him condensed and became even more dazzling, like a blazing sun, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. The high priest was terrified. What exactly is this power? He wanted to turn around and deal with it, but it was too late. He felt a powerful force pressing down on him like a mountain, rendering him unable to move. Immediately afterwards, he felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen, as if he had been struck by a giant hammer, and his body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Ah! The high priest screamed and fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He stared in disbelief at Lin Xian, the man who had once been like an ant in his eyes, who had now defeated him. Lin Xian stood calmly in place, the white light around him gradually receding, but his eyes became increasingly deep and bright. At this moment, he could feel the power within his body constantly increasing. He knew that this was the awakening of a mysterious power within his body. Although he had not yet mastered the trick, nor did he understand why his energy had suddenly surged like before. However, now, with the support of this sudden surge of power, his speed, strength, and even his body's ability to sense danger have all reached a level he has never achieved before. He believed that if this situation could be maintained, even if he couldn't defeat the high priest, he could still successfully take Wen Qingxian away from him. But what is this unusual heat emanating from the energy? This burning pain from my skin was undoubtedly several times stronger than the previous times. It has even begun to subtly spread to the soul. It caused a burning pain in his soul. 1090, Chapter 1090 Overload. How much strain and impact will this have on his body? Is he able to endure it time and time again? What will happen if they can't withstand it? Lin Xian was somewhat worried. But now is not the time for him to consider this concern. He must use this power to his advantage, while his body can still withstand it, to defeat the high priest and leave with Wen Qingxian. Lin Xian thought to himself, taking a deep breath. His eyes were sharp and determined, he knew he had to act quickly. Although that mysterious power was strong, he could also feel the intense burning pain it brought, which was constantly eroding his body and soul. He stared at the high priest, his once deep eyes now as calm as a still pool, yet concealing a sharp edge. This was a completely different look in his eyes, which made the high priest, who had previously suffered a loss at Lin Xian's hands, feel a chill run down his spine. What kind of power is hidden within this kid? However, he didn't dwell on it too much and quickly calmed himself down. He slowly wiped away a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing a ferocious expression on his face beneath the mask. As a half-step martial god, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Today, he must make this arrogant brat pay the price, and he must leave him here forever. His aura exploded, and grey true energy surged around him like a tide. Bang! He stomped his foot hard on the ground, and his figure swept towards Lin Xian like a gust of wind. However, when he faced Lin Xian again, he was shocked to find that the latter's aura seemed to have been enhanced once more. The sacred white light shone even more brightly, and Lin Xian's figure appeared and disappeared within it, like a god descending to earth. At that moment, Lin Xian also moved. He was faster than before, appearing in front of the high priest almost instantly. Boom! Boom! He threw a punch, and the white energy light instantly condensed into a dazzling fist shadow, aiming straight for the high priest's chest. The high priest's pupils narrowed slightly, but he showed no intention of dodging. Grey true energy surged from his palm as he met the attack head-on. Bang! Fists and palms collided. Instantly, a deafening roar erupted throughout the entire hall. However, the outcome of this collision left the high priest even more shaken. He felt his arm go numb from the shock, but Lin Xian's figure had already disappeared from the spot and reappeared behind him. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Xian's gaze was sharp, and his fist shadows were like a sudden storm, aiming at the high priest's vital points. Every move he made was as swift and deadly as lightning. His eyes were as calm as a still pool, without the slightest ripple. It was precisely this calm that made the high priest even more horrified. He had never seen such power. He could only scramble to avoid it. However, as the battle intensified, the divine power emanating from Lin Xian became increasingly intense. But the burning pain from the soul grew even stronger. This made him involuntarily frown. I felt something was wrong with my body, and the enormous burden I was under. He knew he couldn't delay any longer. He must finish this quickly. Buzz. Upon realizing this, the space around Lin Xian suddenly trembled rapidly. His figure disappeared from the spot again, and when he reappeared, he was already above the high priest's head. The high priest raised his head, his eyes filled with horror. Because he simply couldn't track Lin Xian's movements. Lin Xian's gaze was sharp, without the slightest hesitation. He stomped down hard on the high priest's head with tremendous force, intending to bring the battle to a close. Thump, thump. However, at that moment, Lin Xian suddenly felt his heart pounding violently. A sharp pain shot through my heart and spread throughout my body. Snort! He couldn't help but let out a painful groan, and his face suddenly turned deathly pale. Puff! The next second, a large mouthful of black blood gushed uncontrollably from his mouth. 1091, Chapter 1091 Blood Order. Lin Xian coughed up black blood, and his heart pounded violently. Thump thump. Thump thump. Each heartbeat was accompanied by excruciating pain. His body was struggling on the verge of collapse, as if it could break down at any moment. He had no idea that this force would backfire so quickly. Or is it that the methods he has been using have been incorrect, which is why this has happened? He was not allowed to think too much. At this moment, the high priest looked at Lin Xian, who suddenly vomited blood and was breathing erratically, and a sinister look appeared in his eyes. He keenly seized this opportunity. Whoosh! Without a word, he moved swiftly, like a ghost, towards Lin Xian, intending to capture him in one fell swoop. He yearned for the mysterious power within Lin Xian, and also wanted to find out the source of that power. Just now, they were able to suppress him so easily. However, this force also has significant drawbacks. Kid, you think you can contend with me by relying on this unknown power? The high priest let out a cold laugh, his ashen hand reaching for Lin Xian's throat. In his haste, Lin Xian channeled his inner power and forcefully evaded the attack. Still have the capacity? The priest let out a surprised exclamation when his attack missed. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and did not respond to the high priest. He knew his situation was dire and he needed to find a way to evacuate as soon as possible. Ah! At that moment, when Qing Xian behind him suddenly let out an alluring moan. The sudden soft moan made Lin Xian's heart skip a beat. He turned slightly and saw that when Qingshuan's pretty face under her veil was flushed, and her eyes were sparkling with a dreamy light. Clearly, the aphrodisiac from the ambergris on her body had fully taken effect, and she even began unconsciously tearing at her dress. Oh no! Lin Xian's expression changed. Hey, looks like the timing is perfect. Upon seeing this, the high priest's gloomy eyes suddenly gleamed with intense lust. Perfect, let him capture both of them at once, and then enjoy Wen Qingshuan's pure and flawless body. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's heart tightened. He knew that Wen Qingxian was in complete danger. He had to act quickly, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable if Wen Qingxian fell into this guy's hands. Still want to struggle? Still want to struggle? The high priest looked at Lin Xian, who was already exhausted, and approached him with a sinister smile. Lin Xian did not respond. He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the excruciating pain within him. The next second, he made a snap decision, disregarding the severe side effects it would have on his body. Even though the energy within his dantian was extremely chaotic at the moment, he still disregarded everything and mobilized all of his holy power along with his true qi. Then, it all coalesced in his right fist. Ah! Lin Xian roared angrily. Boom! The next moment, a powerful punch was thrown out, and a holy light burst forth, illuminating the entire hall. What? The high priest's expression suddenly changed drastically. He hadn't expected Lin Xian to be able to unleash such powerful strength under these circumstances. Caught off guard, he was struck head-on by the holy light, and with a pft, blood gushed from his mouth. His body was violently knocked back by the force and crashed heavily against the wall of the hall. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Xian coughed up a large amount of blood, and a strong sense of dizziness washed over him. But he still suppressed the dizziness and steadied his steps. Then, someone rushed forward, grabbed the already delirious Wen Qingxian, and dashed towards the entrance of the main hall. Cough cough. The high priest was also clutching his chest, coughing violently. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and suddenly raised his head. However, what they saw was an empty hall. Lin Xian and Wen Qingxian have both disappeared. Ah, you bastard. But do you think you can just take my hand out like that? The high priest looked up sharply to the sky. A ferocious roar echoed throughout the hall. His eyes quickly turned bloodshot, then he bit his tongue hard, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and drew an obscure blood-red symbol in front of him with his finger. The blood token transformed into a crimson light, shooting straight into the sky above the Wuji Palace. In an instant, the entire ancient martial arts continent was shaken. 1092, Chapter 1092 alarms the 10 great families. The moment the blood order shot straight into the sky, the entire ancient martial continent seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, and the originally calm sky instantly became turbulent. A crimson light burst forth from the sky above the Wuji Palace, like a blooming blood lotus, standing out prominently in the night sky. This powerful aura was like a giant dragon awakening from its slumber, roaring angrily, shaking the entire ancient martial arts continent. In the night sky, even the stars seemed to dim, with only the blood-red light flashing incessantly, as if it wanted to devour everything. In the secret chambers of the 10 great families of the ancient martial arts continent, there is a stone tablet that can sense the changes in the heavens and earth. At this moment, images of the blood order appeared on these stone tablets, the crimson light seemingly penetrating the tablets and directly entering everyone's eyes. This is the blood order. How is that possible? There hasn't been a blood order in almost 200 years. The last time the blood order appeared was when that genius from the Gu family stormed into the Wuji Palace, disrespected the high priest, and openly declared war. If I remember correctly, his death was particularly gruesome. The powerful figures from various families were all awakened from their cultivation, their faces showing shock. The appearance of the blood order signifies that the high priest of the Wuji Palace is truly enraged and intends to completely erase those who have offended him from this world. The head of the Wen family, Wen Qingxuan's grandmother, was so shocked that her face turned deathly pale. Looking at the blood-stained edict on the stone tablet, a strong sense of unease welled up inside her. Qingxian, how could it be her? The head of the Wen family spoke in a trembling voice, her heart filled with fear. She knew that if the high priest became truly enraged, the entire Wen family could be implicated. Moreover, she was even more worried about Wen Qingxuan's safety. Quickly, send people to investigate and find out where Qingxian is. This is what the Wen family head ordered anxiously. She knew that she had to find Wen Qingxian as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable if the high priest's men found her. Meanwhile, the other 9 families were also working diligently. They knew that the appearance of the blood order meant that a great war was about to break out. The source of this great battle was the young man named Lin Xian who dared to offend the high priest, and Wen Qingxian from the Wen family. For a time, the entire ancient martial arts continent was plunged into a tense atmosphere. The powerful figures from various families mobilized, bringing their elite forces to search for Lin Xian and Wen Qingxian across the ancient martial arts continent. Their eyes gleamed, determined to be the first to find Lin Xian and Wen Qingxian and receive the high priest's reward. Meanwhile, on the ancient martial arts continent, experts from the 10 major families mobilized one after another. In an extremely dense and thriving primeval forest, Lin Xian, holding Wen Qingxian in his arms, swiftly moved through the crowd. He endured the excruciating pain in his internal organs and forced himself to come here. He also saw the blood-red edict shooting straight into the sky in the night. He knew it was something like a kill order issued by the high priest. He had to find a safe hiding place for Wen Qingxian as soon as possible. Oh, right. That lake. Lin Xian's heart suddenly stirred. He thought of that lake from before, that lake filled with strange energy. There, a strange barrier exists, and beneath the lake lies a mysterious cave. If he escapes there, he might be able to temporarily avoid the limelight and have enough time to recover from his injuries. I hit so hot. Just as Lin Xian was thinking about this plan, a seductive moan from his arms suddenly interrupted his thoughts. His heart skipped a beat, and he looked down. At this moment, Wen Qingxuan's fair skin was flushed red. Even worse, her hands had already started tearing at her dress. A large expanse of her cleavage was being revealed. 1093, Chapter 1093 Erosion. It's hot, so hot. Wen Qingxuan's eyes were hazy, and her red lips under the veil parted, emitting a seductive sound that sent chills down one's spine. Huff huff. Her breathing became more rapid, and the veil pressed against her face, outlining its perfect contours. Gurgle. Lin Xian's Adam's apple bobbed violently. He looked at Wen Qingxian, who was currently suffering from the poison of ambergris. The poison had now penetrated deep into Wen Qingxuan's blood and spread throughout her entire body. If the poison cannot be expelled from her quickly, not only will Wen Qingxian lose control, but he may also lose control as a result. After all, he's a normal man. No normal man could resist the allure of a stunningly beautiful woman who has fallen in love with him. However, Lin Xian was not the kind of person who would take advantage of someone in distress. Moreover, if he were to take advantage of this opportunity to possess Wen Qingxian, he would surely kill her once she regained consciousness. And if he really did that, how would he be any different from the high priest? Thinking to himself, Lin Xian quickly took a deep breath to calm himself down. Hot. At this moment, the soft moans emanating from Wen Qingxuan's mouth became even more alluring. She couldn't help but twist her serpentine waist, her hands tearing at her skirt, revealing glimpses of her cleavage. Excuse me. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He knew he couldn't let Wen Qingxian continue like this, otherwise she would soon be completely naked. He quickly stepped forward and grabbed Wen Qingxuan's ankle. The method to expel the toxicity of ambergris is to start with the Yongquan acupoint on the sole of the foot, using internal energy to force the toxicity out of the body. It itches, don't touch me there. Just as Lin Xian was about to make his move, Wen Qingxian suddenly let out an alluring laugh. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine. And the ankle that his right hand was holding at that moment also felt a delicate touch like warm jade. It must be said that Wen Qingxuan's skin is truly delicate and smooth, as if it had been soaked in milk. What are you thinking? Lin Xian quickly shook his head. He reminded himself that he needed to concentrate. After a quick process of focusing on the nose and mind, the detoxification process began. With a thought, a faint aura of true energy emerged from his fingertips. He held Wen Qingxuan's ankle with one hand and gently pressed the sole of her foot with the other. As Lin Xian pressed down with his fingertips, Wen Qingxuan's delicate body immediately arched back, becoming unusually tense and stiff. Hiss. Lin Xian's soul trembled violently from the shock. He swore it was the most beautiful chanting he had ever heard. Perhaps because of Wen Qingxuan's aloof personality, even when she made this sound, her voice still carried a hint of coldness. Is this Wen Qingxuan's moaning voice? He must be the first man I've ever heard of, right? Lin Xian was lost in thought. Damn it, focus. Lin Xian reminded himself again, and came back to his senses. He looked at the exquisite jade foot in his hand, took a deep breath, and then tapped his finger down again. Ah! This time, Wen Qingxuan's scream was even louder than before. Her body was as taut as a musical string, and her toes were even more tense. Despite her tense state, her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Lin Xian's eyes twitched violently. He knew that the soles of her feet should be Wen Qingxuan's sensitive area. But in order to get rid of the poison, he had no choice but to offend them. Your Highness, Lin Xian tightened his grip on your fingers again. When Qingxian raised her neck, her beautiful hair cascading down, and kept calling out. Huff huff. Lin Xian's breathing gradually became heavier, and his eyes became misty with a faint red hue. This is a sign of being consumed by lust. 1094, Chapter 1094 Buried in the Chest. Damn it, Lin Xian, you absolutely have to stay rational. Lin Xian shook his head vigorously. He could feel his will being rapidly eroded by lust. The toxicity of this ambergris is not like that of ordinary aphrodisiacs. After coming into contact with someone who has been poisoned by this substance, the pores of the person being touched will gradually be invaded by this special aphrodisiac. Under normal circumstances, he could use his internal energy to resist the toxicity of this ambergris. However, at this moment, after the battle with the high priest, he had almost completely exhausted his power. Moreover, his forceful activation of that holy power just now caused enormous damage to his internal organs. Now, he is barely clinging to life as he continues to expel the poison from Wen Qingxian. And the true energy in his body was almost completely depleted. It is estimated that it will be completely exhausted in a short while. However, Wen Qingxian was deeply poisoned, and he had only managed to remove less than 1/10 of the toxicity from her. He was powerless to expel the remaining toxins, and could only pray that Wen Qingxian would regain her senses through her own will and circulate her inner energy to expel the aphrodisiac from her body. Otherwise, there will be no other way. They can only let the aphrodisiac in Wen Qingxuan's body erupt. If he wants to save Wen Qingxian, then he has no choice but to. Because once this poison takes hold, if one cannot find a suitable partner within a short period of time to achieve a balance between yin and yang, then, in this case, the poisoned person will experience a reverse flow of blood throughout their body, resulting in blood flowing from all 7 orifices and death. Call. Lin Xian exhaled deeply, and a fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. That was due to the toxins from ambergris invading his body, and his body was already overdrawn. He had to use his last bit of strength to hold on tight. Lin Xian forcibly redirected the most of his internal energy. He grabbed Wen Qingxuan's smooth, jade-like ankle with his right hand, while simultaneously pointing his left index finger forcefully down onto the Yongquan acupoint on the sole of her foot. Ah! As Lin Xian's finger touched down, Wen Qingxuan's enchanting moan followed. The sound pierced Lin Xian's brain like a demonic chant, reaching deep into his skull, causing his eyes, which had finally calmed down, to once again glow with a burning, blood-red color. Huff huff. His breathing became heavy again, like that of a water buffalo. However, he maintained strong self-control, circulating his internal energy and channeling it into the soles of Wen Qingxuan's feet. Ah. It's so itchy. Give it to me. Wen Qingxian parted her lips slightly, and from beneath her veil, her red lips emitted seductive sounds that could tempt even the most hardened criminals. Grandma, please restrain yourself a little more. Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine, and the blood in his body seemed to be boiling over with each of Wen Qingxuan's voices. He felt he was really about to break down. However, he forced himself to remain rational. After shaking his head vigorously, he prepared to continue channeling his true energy into the soles of Wen Qingxuan's feet, praying that she could briefly regain consciousness. However, just as Lin Xian was about to mobilize his true energy, he discovered, however, that the true energy in his dantian had been completely depleted. Damn, this is bad. Lin Xian couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. They messed up at this crucial moment. At that moment, after letting out a soft moan, Wen Qingxian suddenly pounced on him, wrapping her arms around Lin Xian's neck and burying his head in her chest before he could react. 1095, Chapter 1095 The Last Solution. Wah! Lin Xian felt a wave of suffocation. Wen Qingxuan's scale is enormous. Furthermore, it is round and full. In just a moment, Lin Xian felt like he couldn't breathe. He struggled to get out of Wen Qingxuan's chest. However, under the influence of the ambergris poison, Wen Qingxian held Lin Xian tightly with both hands. Lin Xian was already suffering from the effects of the ambergris toxicity, and his lust was also rising. Adding to that, Wen Qingxuan's stimulation at this moment. This feeling is like a thunderbolt striking a fire on the ground. It was only for a brief moment. Lin Xian's eyes instantly turned blood red. Huff huff. His breathing quickened, and then he couldn't help but grip Wen Qingxuan's fragrant shoulders tightly with both hands. Wen Qingxian let out a soft moan. Her dress was already torn to shreds and had slipped down to her chest. Therefore, her bare shoulders are now completely exposed to the air. Lin Xian felt as if he were touching a piece of fine silk. The lustful fire in his lower abdomen grew increasingly violent, and fine beads of sweat kept secreting from his forehead. Gurgle. He unconsciously swallowed, feeling a sudden dryness in his mouth. His hands continued to move downwards, along her fragrant shoulders, along her collarbone, and finally grasped that soft, jade-like skin in his palms. Snort! The moment she touched it, Wen Qingxian immediately raised her jade-like neck. Her neck was slender and long, arched like a swan's. However, at this moment, it was all crimson because of the ambergris. The thin veil covering her face had long since fallen to the ground, and her two red lips, like rose petals, parted to release a seductive and captivating sound. Lin Xian's eyes grew increasingly bloodshot, and his hands continued to exert force, his fingertips sinking deeper and deeper. Snort! When Qingxian raised her eyebrows, a hint of pain appearing on her cold and noble face. However, under the influence of ambergris, this pain was quickly replaced by a peculiar pleasure. She began to hum softly, and her legs involuntarily began to rub against each other. Huff huff. Huff. Sensing Wen Qingxuan's change, Lin Xian's breathing became even more intense. However, just as he was preparing to take it a step further, the last vestige of reason in his mind reminded him. No. Absolutely not. He shook his head vigorously to calm himself down. What he saw next made his heart tremble violently. Before them stood Wen Qingxian, her dress completely stripped off, revealing her smooth, jade-like body. And the most fatal thing is, his hands were actually there. Hiss. Lin Xian gasped and quickly let go. Then, he forced himself to suppress the demonic voice and burning desire in his mind. Sweat. The hair kept sliding down Lin Xian's temples, finally gathering at his chin and dripping onto the ground. He wanted to expel the poison from Wen Qingxian. However, his internal energy was completely depleted at this moment. He had no other choice. If Wen Qingxian is allowed to continue like this, her dress will probably be completely stripped off soon. This is a minor matter. Most importantly, if the poison of ambergris cannot be expelled from Wen Qingxuan's body, she will bleed from all 7 orifices and die within 10 minutes at most. It's so hot. Just as Lin Xian was in a dilemma, the seductive music that rang in his ears made his soul tremble violently. He clenched his teeth, looking at Wen Qingxian, whose delicate body was becoming increasingly flushed. Right now, it seems that only that method can save Wen Qingxian. 1096, Chapter 1096 Taking the Initiative. Wen Qingxuan's breathing was labored. Her delicate hands kept brushing across her chest, and her body writhed like a water snake. Her eyes were filled with a dreamy look, and her soft lips were slightly parted, like rose petals covered with morning dew. Lin Xian felt his blood and qi surge within him after just one glance. After all, Wen Qingxuan's expression, even if it wasn't particularly alluring, was already captivating enough with her barely clothed appearance, enough to drive anyone's nerves wild with stimulation. Huff huff. Lin Xian's breathing was somewhat heavy, but he still maintained his composure. However, there is only one way to save Wen Qingxian right now, and that is to use the most primitive method between men and women. Otherwise, in just a few more minutes, Wen Qingxian would have died from completely severed meridians. I'm sorry, Saintess Qingxian. Lin Xian murmured to himself, then took a deep breath and removed all his clothes. He slowly bent down. You bastard, what do you want to do to me? At this moment, when Qingxian seemed to regain some of her senses, she bit her lip tightly and glared at him fiercely with a mixture of shame and indignation. However, because Wen Qingxian was completely affected by the ambergris, her voice sounded less intimidating and more like she was being coquettish. You're awake. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, but his eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Wen Qingxian has regained consciousness, which means that she can rely on her own internal energy to dispel the poison of the ambergris. He quickly put the shirt he had just taken off back on. You lecherous scoundrel! Wen Qingxian saw this and felt both ashamed and indignant. She wanted to slap Lin Xian hard, but she simply couldn't muster the strength. Moreover, she felt increasingly hot and restless. She seems to want a man. Lin Xian looked at Wen Qingxuan's shy appearance, but he had no idea what she was thinking. Misunderstanding him, he tried to explain to Wen Qingxian, "Hey, you can't be a scoundrel, I'm saving you. Help me?" Wen Qingxuan's eyes were full of suspicion. "Of course." Lin Xian said, "Don't you remember anything?" Remember what, As she spoke, Wen Qingxian let out another alluring breath. Her flushed face was incredibly alluring, and her hands began to move uncontrollably back and forth in front of her body once again. Seeing that Wen Qingxian was about to be overwhelmed by lust again, Lin Xian quickly stopped explaining and said anxiously, "We'll talk about what happened earlier later anyway. The situation is very urgent right now. I have no more internal energy left and can't help you detoxify. Right now, you can only rely on yourself. Quickly circulate your inner energy to force the ambergris toxin out of your blood. That way, you'll be saved. Use your inner energy to force out the toxins from the ambergris?" Wen Qingxuan's beautiful eyes flickered. Then, she recalled some of what had just happened. A self-deprecating smile involuntarily appeared in his eyes. The high priest she trusted most turned out to be an utterly wicked demon. The man she once considered a lecher and a liar, risked his life to protect her at the most crucial moment. Thinking of this, tears welled up in Wen Qingxuan's eyes. And at that moment, she seemed to have made a momentous decision. She whispered to Lin Xian, "Lin Xian, lean your head closer, I have something to tell you." "Kindness?" Lin Xian was slightly taken aback, but the situation was urgent and he didn't have time to think about it, so he did as he was told. He leaned his head in. He thought Wen Qingxian was going to say something to him. However, the latter suddenly reached out and grabbed his head. Then, he kissed her forcefully with his lips. Wah! Lin Xian's eyes widened, and his brain instantly went blank. 1097, Chapter 1097 Wen Qingxuan's decision. Wah! Lin Xian's eyes widened suddenly. He never expected that he would be forcibly kissed by Wen Qingxian. Wen Qingxuan's lips were very soft, and her little tongue was like a nimble little fish. Although it was inexperienced, it was particularly intense because of the medicinal properties of the ambergris. In an instant, Lin Xian felt as if he were being melted into the air. Boom! The burning sensation in my lower abdomen was finally ignited, like a thunderbolt striking the earth. He suddenly exerted force with both hands, one arm around Wen Qingxuan's soft, boneless waist, and the other hand on her head, pulling it closer to his body. Wen Qingxuan's breathing was labored. The medicinal properties of ambergris, combined with the stimulation she received from Lin Xian, caused her desires, which had been dormant since birth and had never experienced the ways of the world, to be completely ignited at this moment. Like a tidal wave, it swept out. Her body grew increasingly hot, and her eyes became increasingly glazed. Thinking of Lin Xian's possessiveness towards her at this moment. Before this, she had never imagined that her body would be given to a stranger. However, the other party was not entirely unfamiliar. Compared to the high priest, compared to this ancient martial arts continent that gave her birth and nurtured her. Although she had only met the man in front of her a few times, he had never lied to her. Moreover, at the most difficult moment, he risked his life to rescue her from the high priest. If it weren't for this man, her fate tonight might have been. Thinking of this, a tear involuntarily slid down Wen Qingxuan's cheek. She was wholeheartedly devoted to the ancient martial continent and to the high priest. However, what they received was the high priest's deception and despicable tactics. At this moment, Wen Qingxian felt lost. At this moment, Wen Qingxian felt a pang of pain in her heart. Feeling the clear tears in the corners of the woman's eyes in his arms, Lin Xian's heart trembled. Could it be that he went too far? The last vestige of reason in his mind instantly brought Lin Xian back to his senses from the inferno of desire. He cannot do something like taking advantage of someone in distress. Especially since Wen Qingxian is still in a state of residual consciousness. Although breaking the taboo between the two of them was the only way to save Wen Qingxian at the moment, he also knew the woman's chastity. If she knew that I had taken her body in this way. Afterwards, Wen Qingxian, unable to overcome her inner turmoil, would likely choose to end her life by hanging herself. Rather than that, it would be better to. However, he felt he couldn't bring himself to stand by and watch someone die. For a moment, Lin Xian was caught in a deep dilemma. At this moment, Wen Qingxian seemed to sense Lin Xian's dilemma and understood his intention. Unexpectedly, this guy, whom she once regarded as a lecher, turned out to be quite a gentleman at the crucial moment. Wen Qingxian smiled self-deprecatingly to herself. She jokingly remarked that her judgment of people was so inaccurate. Thinking of the high priest's methods, and how he had meticulously deceived her for so many years in order to take away her virginity and use her as a furnace for cultivation, she realized that he had been deceiving her all these years. But she firmly believed it. For a moment, Wen Qingxian felt extremely bitter. She also knew that if she gave her first time to this man, her cultivation would suffer a great loss. This is why the high priest wanted to get her. Originally, she would rather die than live in humiliation. However, thinking that she hadn't told her grandmother the news yet, and thinking that the man in front of her had been seriously injured for her sake, and that he would even be relentlessly hunted down by the high priest in the Wuji Palace in the future, she hesitated. She couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Rather than letting the high priest benefit in the end, or dying with resentment, it's better to let this man in front of me benefit. At least, he was honest with himself. Thinking to myself. At this moment, Wen Qingxian let down all her guard, reached out her delicate hand, and hugged Lin Xian's chest tightly. Then, he leaned in and pressed himself forward. 1098, Chapter 1098 Reverse Pushing. Saintess Qingxian, what are you doing? Lin Xian was suddenly hugged from behind by Wen Qingxian, whose entire head was pressed against his chest, and his heart skipped a beat. He knew that if things continued like this, things would go wrong. Oof. At this moment, Wen Qingxian was breathing heavily. The physical contact with the man, coupled with the masculine aura constantly emanating from Lin Xian, was like fresh grass under the blazing sun, refreshing yet with a natural spiciness, causing her mind to become even more confused and infatuated. Saintess Qingxian, don't do this, something bad will really happen. Lin Xian's eye twitched. He knew that Wen Qingxian had not completely lost her mind yet. If this continues, he might really lose control. Heh, aren't all men in the world the same? Wen Qingxian smiled wryly, her voice containing sarcasm, self-mockery, and pain. However, none of that matters right now. Damn, you can't say that, at least I never had any intention of taking advantage of you. Lin Xian's lips twitched as he was inexplicably accused of something. Despite the inappropriateness of the current situation, as someone who has been single since birth, he still subconsciously offered an explanation for himself. 2. Wen Qingxian paused slightly. The next second, she suddenly raised her head, her eyes, which were already moist with spring water, looking at the distinct features of the face in front of her with a special kind of infatuation. I have to say you're actually quite handsome. Wen Qingxian smiled charmingly, her rosy lips curving into a teasing arc. Lin Xian's eyes twitched involuntarily when he saw Wen Qingxuan's obviously abnormal behavior. However, before Lin Xian could speak this time, Wen Qingxuan's jade-like hand, which was holding Lin Xian's back, suddenly reached out to Lin Xian's front. Then, he shoved Lin Xian hard in the chest, knocking him to the ground before Lin Xian could react. Lin Xian was startled. He didn't understand where Wen Qingxian suddenly got such strength. However, now is not the time to think about these things. He braced himself on the ground with both hands, trying to get up. But just as he was about to get up, Wen Qingxian suddenly pounced on him, her delicate hands supporting his chest. Hiss. Unexpectedly, in his lifetime, he would be seduced by a woman. Lin Xian couldn't help but gasp. He wanted to get up. Unfortunately, there is no true energy left in his body to support him. With the added effects of the ambergris, Wen Qingxuan's strength was now surprisingly great. Lin Xian tried to break free several times, but to no avail. I want it so much. Wen Qingxuan's voice was sweet and charming. As she spoke, her nimble little tongue licked her lips, and her expression was filled with unparalleled allure and charm. She was completely different from her previous cold and noble demeanor as a saintess. Her skin grew increasingly hot, radiating a flushed, rosy heat. And her delicate hand roamed along her neck and collarbone. Hiss! Lin Xian was struck dumb, his eyes widening in shock. Before he could react, Wen Qingxian suddenly leaned down, pressing her full breasts heavily against Lin Xian's chest, deforming them slightly. Saintess Qingxian, please calm down. Before Lin Xian could finish speaking, Wen Qingxuan's soft lips immediately pressed against his. Lin Xian opened his eyes wide again. This time, Wen Qingxian didn't give him a chance to resist, the last piece of thin gauze on her body slipped off. Depend on. This is my first time. The next second, the blazing fire within his body surged forth like a torrent. 1099, Chapter 1099 After the Beauty. Depend on. This is my first time. Lin Xian's body jolted violently. A thunderous voice resounded in my mind. He was not allowed any time to think. Wen Qingxuan's soft lips pressed tightly against his. The tongue is nimble, carrying a hint of sweetness and astringency. In an instant, the raging fire within Lin Xian's body erupted completely, like a thunderbolt striking a raging fire. Depend on. I don't care anymore. He could no longer bear it and pushed Wen Qingxian down with his bare hands. Outside the cave at the bottom of the lake. Bubbles, rolling and rising in waves. Inside the cave. The fragrant and alluring scent drifted gently. I don't know how much time passed. The entire underwater cave was enveloped in absolute tranquility. Snort. This tranquility did not last long before it was broken by a man's low groan. Lin Xian, who was in a deep sleep, slowly woke up. He slowly opened his heavy eyelids, trying to move his body, but found that his muscles were aching all over. His brain felt dizzy and he was in a dazed state. As if feeling uncomfortable lying flat on the ground, Lin Xian felt a cold, hard sensation on his back and rolled slightly to his right. But the next second, his heart skipped a beat. Because he felt his body touch something smooth and delicate. Kindness? A sense of surprise arose in Lin Xian's mind, and he subconsciously reached out his hand to touch the area in front of him. What I got was a piece of soft, textured fabric. Lin Xian didn't realize it at first, and he forcefully clenched his 10 fingers together twice. Hiss. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, he instantly became fully awake. He suddenly opened his eyes. The next breathtaking scene that unfolded before his eyes made his heart leap into his throat, and he gasped sharply, hissing in shock. Because the person standing before him was none other than Wen Qingxian, the holy maiden of the ancient martial continent. Moreover, Wen Qingxian was completely naked at this moment, her snow-white skin radiating a jade-like glow and a faint blush. Perhaps it was because I was too rough just now. His claw marks still lingered on her smooth skin, and there were 2 bright red handprints on her jade-like back and pert buttocks. Depend on. Lin Xian's lips curled into a sharp smirk. Just now, due to the effects of the ambergris, he didn't know what had happened. All that is known is that he was forced into a relationship by Wen Qingxian and was even forcibly kissed by her. He had only a vague recollection of what happened next. It's like the two of them are tightly entangled together. As for the others, he really couldn't remember anything. Not to mention the specific details. But one thing he knew for sure was that he had definitely slept with Wen Qingxian just now. Of course, under those circumstances, it's hard to say who slept with whom. However, one thing is certain. At that time, Wen Qingxuan's mind was even more unclear than his. If Wen Qingxian knew that under those circumstances, she and he had engaged in that kind of sexual relationship, I'm afraid. Thinking of this, Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine. Given how much this woman values her innocence, she will definitely hate him for the rest of her life, and might even fight him to the death. Thinking about this, Lin Xian couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. This kind of thing is impossible to explain. As a grown man, he couldn't possibly sneak away. Firstly, he was simply not comfortable leaving Wen Qingxian alone here. Secondly, there must be many powerful figures from the Wuji Palace chasing after them outside. No, I have to think of a way. Lin Xian murmured to himself. Just as he was frantically trying to come up with an explanation, Wen Qingxian, who had been sleeping soundly in front of him, suddenly stirred slightly. Poof. Then, a lazy, charming hum came from her lips. The next second, Wen Qingxian slowly woke up. Oh no! Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine. 1100, Chapter 1100 Wen Qingxuan's embarrassment. Wen Qingxian let out a soft moan and slowly woke up from her deep sleep. Hiss! Lin Xian's scalp tingled instantly. This is terrible. He quickly got up, wanting to tidy up the crime scene. However, looking at the skirts scattered all over the ground, he knew that it was obviously too late to dress Wen Qingxian at this moment. Moreover, that conspicuous splash of crimson on the ground would make anyone who saw it know what had just happened. My head hurts so much. Just as Lin Xian's scalp tingled, Wen Qingxian rubbed her temples and slowly opened her eyes. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently. A faint blush appeared on her jade-like cheeks, clearly showing that she was nourished by love. She shifted her body slightly. It hurts. The next moment, a sharp, tearing pain came from below, causing her to furrow her brows slightly. She shook her head a few times. Then, fragmented and incomplete images surfaced in her mind. Her heart skipped a beat. Then, he immediately regained consciousness. The moment I regained consciousness. Wen Qingxian then looked down at her own body. When she saw her naked body, she immediately bit her lip hard. She reached up and touched her cheek again, only to find that her veil had also disappeared. Under the onslaught of shame, her entire face immediately became burning hot. Saintess Qingxian, you reawake? At this moment, Lin Xian looked at Wen Qingxian, who had regained consciousness, and knowing that he couldn't avoid this calamity, he awkwardly spoke softly. A man's voice sounded from behind. Wen Qingxuan's delicate body curled up reflexively, her clear eyes trembling as she uttered a low, shameful murmur, You still won't give me my clothes. She knew that there must be a pair of eyes watching her body from behind. This was the first time in her life she had experienced something so shameful. This is so embarrassing. She wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. UK. Lin Xian was taken aback, but quickly came to his senses. He quickly squatted down, picked up the clothes and skirts scattered on the ground, and brought them to Wen Qingxian. Wen Qingxian snatched the clothes from Lin Xian's hand with lightning speed, then said shyly, You turn your body around. Good. Lin Xian's eyes lit up, and he quickly did as instructed. Wen Qingxian sensed the change in Lin Xian's movements behind her, bit her lip hard again, and then quickly got up and put on her dress. Instantly, a flawless jade-like body was completely concealed. Wen Qingxian resumed her aloof and saintly demeanor. Her figure was graceful, and her legs were long and straight. However, she felt a slight burning sensation on her buttocks. Clearly, it was Lin Xian, that scoundrel, who did this. Men are all the same, none of them are any good. Wen Qingxian was filled with shame and indignation. Fortunately, she was wearing a veil, so it wasn't very noticeable. You lecherous scoundrel! Wen Qingxian gritted her teeth and spat out an embarrassed remark. However, aside from her shyness, she didn't seem to be blaming her much. Clearly, she still retained a sliver of reason regarding the intimate encounter between the two of them earlier. Moreover, under those circumstances, she was acting voluntarily and knew that Lin Xian was in danger of losing his own life. To be honest, she was quite grateful to Lin Xian for saving her. But this lecherous scoundrel actually slapped her buttocks. And he hit so hard. 1101, Chapter 1101 Wen Qingxian in confusion. Saintess Qingxuan, I am so sorry about what happened just now, I lost control. Hearing the soft spitting sound from Wen Qingxian, Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine. At that moment, even though he was forced into this situation, he still took the initiative to take responsibility. Ultimately, it's the girl who suffers in this situation. He, a grown man, took advantage of her innocence. It's just. Humph, at least you still have some conscience. When Qing Xian gave a soft snort in response to Lin Xian's apology. Her expression softened slightly, and there was no blame in her tone. Yuri not angry anymore? Lin Xian asked tentatively. When Qing Xian shook her head. Real? Lin Xian was somewhat skeptical. Back then, he had only accidentally knocked off Wen Qingxuan's veil during the fight, which made her so angry that she almost slapped him to death. Why have you suddenly become so easy to talk to? This made Lin Xian feel a little uncomfortable for a while. What, you want me to kill you with one slap? When Qing Xian turned around and looked at Lin Xian, her eyebrows slightly raised. Of course not. Lin Xian's lips trembled violently, and he hurriedly denied it. He's not a masochist. That settles it. When Qing Xian pursed her red lips. Call. Lin Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, your name is Lin Xian, right? When Qing Xian suddenly asked. Yes, what's wrong? Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he looked at Wen Qing Xian with surprise. Why did you come to save me back then? Wen Qingxuan's eyes flickered, and she asked softly. As she asked this question, her heart inexplicably raced. I just feel that you will be in danger. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. That's all? Wen Qingxuan's eyes flickered, and surprise appeared. Well, that's all. By the way, Saintess Qing Xian, why did you suddenly ask this? Lin Xian asked curiously. No, I just wanted to know the reason. When Qing Xian bit her lip lightly, her heart trembling inexplicably, a warm feeling surging within her. All right. Lin Xian said, but then, thinking of the high priest of the Wuji Palace, his expression became serious. However, the high priest of the Wuji Palace is not easy to deal with. I ruined his plans this time and managed to get you here by chance. That guy will definitely not let this go. By now, they've probably issued a kill order, and we're being hunted down across the entire ancient martial continent. Although we are currently hiding here and using the secrecy of this barrier to escape his pursuit, we can't stay here forever. Yes. Upon hearing this, Wen Qing Xian frowned. A deep hatred and disgust surfaced in her clear eyes. This high priest, taking advantage of the trust of the various families in the ancient martial arts continent, secretly did such a despicable thing. She wanted to expose the other person's true colors. However, she also knew that her personal account alone was not convincing at all. Because of this incident, if she hadn't experienced it herself, she wouldn't have believed that the high priest was that kind of person, and that he would use all the holy maidens of the past as cultivation vessels in order to increase his strength and achieve his conspiracy. At the time, Lin Xian raised some questions, but she rejected them without hesitation. Even if she were to step forward now, the patriarchs and other leaders of the various families in the ancient martial continent would never believe her. Instead, they would treat her as a traitor and eliminate her. This left Wen Qing Xian feeling lost and desperate. 1102, Chapter 1102. Is this your first time too? Thinking about exposing the high priest? Lin Xian looked at Wen Qingxuan's cold eyes and asked in a deep voice. Kindness. Wen Qing Xian nodded slightly. His tone revealed an undisguised coldness and disgust towards the high priest. Now, let alone the fact that the 10 great families are still in the dark, even if it were just a high priest, the two of us combined would be no match for him. Lin Xian analyzed the situation with a serious expression. To deal with him, we must accumulate more strength. Yes. Wen Qing Xian agreed with Lin Xian's point of view. However, thinking of something, a look of helplessness suddenly appeared on her beautiful face. In the future, I will have to rely on you to deal with the high priest. I am no longer a match for the high priest. Why do you say that? Lin Xian was taken aback upon hearing this. Given Wen Qingxuan's talent, she will surely reach the late stage of martial saint in time, or even touch the threshold of martial god. Even if they are no match for the high priest, they are not without a fighting chance if they join forces. Why would they suddenly say such discouraging things? Because I have lost my virginity. Wen Qingxian bit her lip with her teeth. Even though she had already been intimate with Lin Xian, she still felt embarrassed to say such things, and her cheeks flushed red. Lost her virginity? Lin Xian was taken aback. The next second, he immediately realized the special nature of Wen Qingxuan's body. This is why the high priest resorted to despicable means to try and erase Wen Qingxuan's innocence. Besides being captivated by Wen Qingxuan's stunning beauty, he was also drawn to her unique physique. This is why she was chosen as a saint. Sub future depends on you. Wen Qingxuan's eyes flickered slightly as she spoke. I see. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said seriously, don't worry, I will definitely help you get revenge. Now that he has taken away Wen Qingxuan's virginity, he will naturally take responsibility for it. Thank you. Wen Qingxuan's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and a touch of emotion welled up in her heart. She couldn't help but look at the man in front of her, whom she had only met a few times. Despite being a stranger, he was far more upright and reliable than any other man on this ancient martial arts continent. At that moment, she felt a little fortunate to have met Lin Xian. You're too kind, Saintess Qingxian. Lin Xian smiled gently. From now on, just call me Qingxian. When Qingxian spoke softly, a rare hint of gentleness appearing in her usually cold voice. Good. Lin Xian smiled again. By the way, try circulating your cultivation level and see how much it has increased. When Qingxian returned to the main topic. Kindness. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Immediately, he calmed his mind and sensed it. The next second, a look of surprise suddenly appeared in his eyes. He discovered that his strength had actually advanced directly from the early stage of martial saint to the late stage of martial saint. This after merging with Wen Qingxian. His strength has made such an exaggerated breakthrough. Lin Xian was shocked. Then he suddenly activated his true energy. Boom! In an instant, a surge of powerful true energy erupted within his body. His strength has reached the peak of the late stage of martial saint. Late stage martial god peak? Sensing the explosive burst of Lin Xian's strength, Wen Qingxuan's usually calm eyes suddenly flashed with surprise. Originally, she thought that Lin Xian's strength had reached its limit at the late stage of martial saint. Unexpectedly, he reached the peak of the late game in one go. That is, the state of perfection. Could it bet he is also a virgin? Thinking of this, and realizing that this man, whom she once regarded as a lecher, was also a virgin just like her. At this moment, a strange look appeared in Wen Qingxuan's eyes. Then, looking at Lin Xian, she asked curiously, Lin Xian, is this your first time too? 1103, Chapter 1103. The Wen family arrives. First? Lin Xian was taken aback. After realizing what he had said, he awkwardly replied, Hey, what's wrong? No wonder. When Qingxian looked enlightened. No wonder what? Lin Xian asked in surprise. No wonder your strength has improved so much after you did that with me. When Qingxian answered. Well? Lin Xian paused, looking into Wen Qingxuan's captivating eyes, and asked, then what about you, what realm has your cultivation level fallen to? Early reign of Emperor Wu. When Qingxian sighed helplessly. Then is there any way to improve it further? Lin Xian asked. Yes, but it's difficult unless some kind of opportunity arises, but now, with the time left for us, it's clearly impossible. When Qingxian said helplessly. Given their current situation, let alone allowing her to continue cultivating, even escaping the pursuit of the Wuji Palace would be extremely difficult. In fact, it could be said that there was absolutely no hope. Although Lin Xian's strength has made rapid progress, there is still a huge gap between him and the martial god realm, even for a high priest who was only half a step away from becoming a martial god. What if I could take you away from the ancient martial continent? Looking at Wen Qingxuan's helpless expression, Lin Xian rubbed his chin with his hand, pondered for a moment, and then said. Can you take me away from here? Upon hearing this, Wen Qingxian was startled. Kindness. Lin Xian nodded. I think I have a way to do it. The divine power within him is inherited from the jade bracelet, and it seems to have a great effect on breaking the barriers of the ancient martial arts continent. Given the current strength of the divine power within him, if he were to unleash it at full power, he could likely accomplish it even without the bracelet's assistance. Real? Upon hearing this, Wen Qingxuan's clear eyes widened immediately. At this moment, even with her calm and composed nature, she couldn't help but feel intense ripples. Before this, she had never heard of anyone being able to leave the ancient martial continent. However, considering the special circumstances surrounding Lin Xian's arrival, she also believed that the latter might actually be capable of accomplishing it. I'll give it a try. Lin Xian said seriously. When do we take action? Wen Qingxian couldn't wait. It's not just now that Lin Xian has given her hope. To be honest, she was also very curious about the world outside the ancient martial continent and wanted to go and see it. Now, are you physically able to? Lin Xian asked. No problem. Wen Qingxian nodded. Apart from her buttocks still feeling a little hot, she felt no other discomfort. Okay, let's go out first. Lin Xian nodded solemnly. Kindness. Wen Qingxian nodded. After making some preparations, the two propelled themselves out of the underwater cave and quickly surfaced. It was still that familiar primeval forest. At this moment, ancient trees reach for the sky, blocking out the sun. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He said in a low voice, "Stay close to me. In a moment we need to reach the border of the ancient martial continent's barrier as soon as possible, otherwise, if we alert the Wuji Palace, it will be very difficult to escape." Kindness. Wen Qingxian nodded solemnly. She knew that the high priest must have already issued the blood decree. The Wuji Palace, the 10 major families, and even the experts from Erwin family must all be searching for her and Lin Xian's whereabouts. They absolutely cannot be exposed. The two prepared to set off. However, at that moment, Lin Xian's expression suddenly changed. He sensed that powerful auras were approaching them. Among them, the most powerful aura actually reached the late stage of martial saint. He recognized the aura. It was none other than Wen Qingxuan's grandmother from the Wen family. Oh no, your grandmother and the others are on their way. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and urged him urgently. 1104, Chapter 1104. The Old Woman. What, Grandma and the others are here? Wen Qingxuan's heart skipped a beat. That's right. Right, hide quickly. Lin Xian said urgently. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. However, before they could take any action, the rapid sound of wind breaking through the air already echoed through the forest. Among them, the powerful aura at the head had already locked onto him and Wen Qingxian. Oh no, there's no escaping it now. Lin Xian's expression changed. At this moment, powerful auras also descended. There are 20 courses in total. Among them, the leading old woman had a full head of white hair, wore luxurious clothes, and leaned on a dragon-headed cane. Despite his hunched back, his eyes were still bright and piercing. Late stage of martial saint. Grandmother. Wen Qingxuan's heart skipped a beat. Qingxian. The old woman's expression also changed. She took a deep breath, her expression unusually sharp. Tell Grandma what happened, and who is this man next to you? Grandma, his name is Lin Xian, and there's something else. Wen Qingxian bit her lip and told the old woman the whole story. What, this can't be true. Upon hearing this, the old woman's eyes widened in disbelief. Grandma, please believe me, I absolutely did not lie to you. Wen Qingxian spoke anxiously. Right now, if even Grandma doesn't believe me, then it's all over. Grandma knows. So, he can take you away from the ancient martial continent? The old woman sighed deeply and asked in a low voice. Yes, Grandma. Wen Qingxian responded, her tone weak. In front of her grandmother, she completely lost the sharp aura she possessed as a saint. I see. The old woman took another deep breath, then looked at Lin Xian, her gaze suddenly flashing with a sharp light. Boy, can you guarantee that you will protect Qing Xian? Grandma, I'm willing to stake my life on it as long as I have a breath left. I will never let anyone harm a single hair on Qingshuan's head. Lin Xian gave a firm and resolute guarantee. Good. Good. The old woman's eyes lit up, and she said, then today, this old woman will trust you this once. Qing Xian, remember to take good care of yourself outside. Her earnest advice was filled with reluctance. Qing Xian grew up under her protection. She was afraid that Qing Xian wouldn't be able to take good care of herself after leaving the ancient martial continent. Don't worry, Grandma, I will take good care of myself. When Qingshuan's eyes also turned red. She was deeply moved by her grandmother's unconditional trust in her. And she also knew that after this separation from her grandmother, it would be a very long time before she could believe again. Kindness. The old woman nodded, then looked at Lin Xian again. Little guy, Qing Xian is in your care now, you must take good care of her for me. Don't worry, Grandma, I'll definitely do it. Lin Xian clasped his hands in a deep fist salute. Good. The old woman nodded, then pointed her dragon-headed cane to the southernmost direction, saying, the direction I'm pointing to is the closest place to the barrier of the ancient martial continent. Starting from here, it will take at most half an hour to reach it. Thank you for telling me, Grandma. Lin Xian expressed his gratitude. No need to thank me, did all this for my granddaughter. I will protect you for a period of time. However, even the senior students don't know exactly how far it can go. In short, the entire ancient martial continent is now under the surveillance of the Wuji Palace. Let's act quickly. The old woman took a deep breath, her wrinkled face filled with solemnity. Thank you, Grandma. Lin Xian clasped his hands in a fist salute once more. He knew how much risk the old woman was taking to do all this for them. Let's go. The old woman knew that time was of the essence. Kindness. Lin Xian nodded emphatically. The group set off quickly. There were no abnormalities during this period. However, this good fortune did not last long. Just 10 minutes after they had been flying at low altitude. Suddenly, a powerful aura appeared in the surrounding area. These auras are emanating from the Wuji Palace. From the other 9 families. Furthermore, the aura of the high priest was also present within it. Not good. The old woman's expression suddenly changed. 1105, Chapter 1105, the Grand Finale. Stop breathing immediately. The old woman suddenly gasped. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately restrained their aura. They hid in the bushes. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, a series of whooshing sounds swept across the sky. A series of probing fluctuations emanated, but since no true energy was detected, they quickly left. Call. After the crowd dispersed, everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. Just to be on the safe side, they waited a little longer. Only after those scents had completely disappeared did they continue on their way. About half an hour later. Led by the old woman, Lin Xian and the others finally arrived at the border of the ancient martial continent's barrier. There, an invisible barrier of light appeared. Lin Xian looked at the light shield, and the divine power within his body fluctuated slightly. The little one has arrived, quickly take Qing Xian and leave. The old woman said goodbye in a low voice. I remember what you promised Lao Shang. Don't worry, Grandma. Lin Xian's expression returned to seriousness. Grandmother. When Qing Xian looked reluctant to part. This was her first time leaving the ancient martial continent and saying goodbye to her grandmother. Alright, girl, don't be sad, hurry up and go, Grandma believes we'll see you again someday. The old woman affectionately patted Wen Qingshuan's head and said. Kindness. When Qing Xian nodded emphatically. The two then prepared to leave. Hee, so you're here. You've been looking for me for ages. Just then, a voice filled with oppressive power suddenly descended upon the world. Boom, boom, boom. The next second, a fierce aura suddenly descended from the sky, oppressing everyone. Damn it, we've been found out. The old woman's expression suddenly changed. What a wicked patriarch of the Wen family, how dare you betray me? Kill them all without mercy. The voice descended once more, like the wrath of a thunder god, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Grandmother. Wen Qingxuan's heart skipped a beat. Don't worry about Grandma, you all hurry up and go, Grandma will buy you some time. The old woman's face was solemn, and even now, a resolute glint flashed in her cloudy old eyes. Everyone from the Wen family, follow me, protect Qingxian. As soon as she finished speaking, the old woman's inner energy suddenly exploded. Yes, master. The crowd responded. At this moment, even death feels like returning home. They unleashed their true energy, transforming into streaks of white light that shot straight towards the pursuing auras. Qingxian, let's go quickly. Lin Xian felt a pang of anxiety upon seeing this. But he knew that this was not the time to hesitate, he had to leave with Wen Qingxian as soon as possible. But Grandma and the others. Don't waste the time they bought us, let's go. Lin Xian grabbed Wen Qingxuan's hand, and the two of them sped off towards the location of the ancient martial continent's barrier. Bang bang bang. At this moment, behind him, the old woman was engaged in a fierce battle with the high priest of the Wuji Palace and the patriarchs of the other 9 major families. The air was filled with violent fluctuations of true energy, and the booming sound was incessant. Although the old woman was incredibly strong, she gradually found herself overwhelmed by so many powerful individuals. Moreover, the high priest intervened. She was quickly injured. Grandmother. When Qingxian turned around and saw that the old woman had been hit by a sharp attack, her body staggering and blood spilling from her mouth. Her heart ached as if it were being cut by a knife. Lin Xian, take her away quickly, remember, never let her come back. The old woman's voice was filled with determination and reluctance. She did her best to block several more attacks, buying Lin Xian and Wen Qingxian a little time. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, a determined glint in his eyes. He knew that he couldn't turn back now, or all his previous efforts would be in vain. He forcefully pulled Wen Qingxian along and continued speeding forward. Grandmother. Tears streamed down Wen Qingxuan's face like broken pearls. She looked back and saw the old woman's figure gradually blurring amidst the fluctuations of true energy, but that resilience and reluctance were deeply imprinted in her heart. Finally, with Lin Xian's desperate protection, the two arrived near the barrier of the ancient martial continent. Lin Xian unleashed the full power of the divine energy within him, and the light enveloped the two of them. Subsequently, he broke through the barrier and arrived outside the barrier, in the reality where Lin Xian was. The noise around me suddenly stopped. Before me stretched a vast grassland under a clear blue sky. However, Lin Xian and Wen Qingxian were filled with heaviness and sorrow. Because they know the price the old woman paid for their future. Grandma'll be alright, right? Qingxuan will definitely come back. Wen Qingxian murmured, her eyes bloodshot. She silently vowed in her heart that she would definitely come back in the future and save her grandmother. She must be strong, for her grandmother's sake and for her own future. Lin Xian also looked up at the azure sky. An unprecedented resolute look appeared in his dark eyes. He knew that the road ahead would be even more perilous. But he will definitely persevere. Together with Wen Qingxian, and with Su Baimo and Wang Sisi beside her. Let's go, Qingxian. Let's intensify our training. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Kindness. Wen Qingxian nodded emphatically. The two walked hand in hand in the sunset. They believe. In the future, they will surely be able to break through the barrier of the God of War and destroy the darkness. The end. 1105, Chapter 1105, the Grand Finale. Stop breathing immediately. The old woman suddenly gasped. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately restrained their aura. They hid in the bushes. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, a series of whooshing sounds swept across the sky. A series of probing fluctuations emanated, but since no true energy was detected, they quickly left. Call. After the crowd dispersed, everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. Just to be on the safe side, they waited a little longer. Only after those scents had completely disappeared did they continue on their way. About half an hour later, led by the old woman, Lin Xian and the others finally arrived at the border of the ancient martial continent's barrier. There, an invisible barrier of light appeared. Lin Xian looked at the light shield, and the divine power within his body fluctuated slightly. The little one has arrived, quickly take Qing Xian and leave. The old woman said goodbye in a low voice. I remember what you promised Lao Shang. Don't worry, Grandma. Lin Xian's expression returned to seriousness. Grandmother. When Qing Xian looked reluctant to part. This was her first time leaving the ancient martial continent and saying goodbye to her grandmother. Alright, girl, don't be sad, hurry up and go, Grandma believes we'll see you again someday. The old woman affectionately patted Wen Xingxuan's head and said, kindness. When Qing Xian nodded emphatically. The two then prepared to leave. Hee, so you're here. You've been looking for me for ages. Just then, a voice filled with oppressive power suddenly descended upon the world. Boom, boom, boom. The next second, a fierce aura suddenly descended from the sky, oppressing everyone. Damn it, we've been found out. The old woman's expression suddenly changed. What a wicked patriarch of the Wen family, how dare you betray me? Kill them all without mercy. The voice descended once more, like the wrath of a thunder god, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Grandmother. When Xingxuan's heart skipped a beat. Don't worry about Grandma, you all hurry up and go, Grandma will buy you some time. The old woman's face was solemn, and even now, a resolute glint flashed in her cloudy old eyes. Everyone from the Wen family, follow me, protect Qing Xian. As soon as she finished speaking, the old woman's inner energy suddenly exploded. Yes, Master. The crowd responded. At this moment, even death feels like returning home. They unleashed their true energy, transforming into streaks of white light that shot straight towards the pursuing auras. Qing Xian, let's go quickly. Lin Xian felt a pang of anxiety upon seeing this. But he knew that this was not the time to hesitate, he had to leave with Wen Qing Xian as soon as possible. But Grandma and the others. Don't waste the time they bought us, let's go. Lin Xian grabbed Wen Xingxuan's hand, and the two of them sped off towards the location of the ancient martial continent's barrier. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, behind him, the old woman was engaged in a fierce battle with the high priest of the Wuji Palace and the patriarchs of the other 9 major families. The air was filled with violent fluctuations of true energy, and the booming sound was incessant. Although the old woman was incredibly strong, she gradually found herself overwhelmed by so many powerful individuals. Moreover, the high priest intervened. She was quickly injured. Grandmother. When Qing Xian turned around and saw that the old woman had been hit by a sharp attack, her body staggering and blood spilling from her mouth. Her heart ached as if it were being cut by a knife. Lin Xian, take her away quickly, remember, never let her come back. The old woman's voice was filled with determination and reluctance. She did her best to block several more attacks, buying Lin Xian and Wen Qing Xian a little time. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, a determined glint in his eyes. He knew that he couldn't turn back now, or all his previous efforts would be in vain. He forcefully pulled Wen Qing Xian along and continued speeding forward. Grandmother. Tears streamed down Wen Xingxuan's face like broken pearls. She looked back and saw the old woman's figure gradually blurring amidst the fluctuations of true energy, but that resilience and reluctance were deeply imprinted in her heart. Finally, with Lin Xian's desperate protection, the two arrived near the barrier of the ancient martial continent. Lin Xian unleashed the full power of the divine energy within him, and the light enveloped the two of them. Subsequently, he broke through the barrier and arrived outside the barrier, in the reality where Lin Xian was. The noise around me suddenly stopped. Before me stretched a vast grassland under a clear blue sky. However, Lin Xian and Wen Qing Xian were filled with heaviness and sorrow. Because they know the price the old woman paid for their future. Grandma'll be alright, right? Qingxuan will definitely come back. When Qingxian murmured, her eyes bloodshot. She silently vowed in her heart that she would definitely come back in the future and save her grandmother. She must be strong, for her grandmother's sake and for her own future. Lin Xian also looked up at the azure sky. An unprecedented resolute look appeared in his dark eyes. He knew that the road ahead would be even more perilous. But he will definitely persevere. Together with Wen Qingxian, and with Su Baimo and Wang Sisi beside her. Let's go, Qingxian. Let's intensify our training. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Kindness. Wen Qingxian nodded emphatically. The two walked hand in hand in the sunset. They believe. In the future, they will surely be able to break through the barrier of the God of War and destroy the darkness. The end. 1105, Chapter 1105, the Grand Finale. Stop breathing immediately. The old woman suddenly gasped. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately restrained their aura. They hid in the bushes. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, a series of whooshing sounds swept across the sky. A series of probing fluctuations emanated, but since no true energy was detected, they quickly left. Call. After the crowd dispersed, everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. Just to be on the safe side, they waited a little longer. Only after those scents had completely disappeared did they continue on their way. About half an hour later. Led by the old woman, Lin Xian and the others finally arrived at the border of the ancient martial continent's barrier. There, an invisible barrier of light appeared. Lin Xian looked at the light shield, and the divine power within his body fluctuated slightly. The little one has arrived, quickly take Qingxian and leave. The old woman said goodbye in a low voice. I remember what you promised Lao Shang. Don't worry, Grandma. Lin Xian's expression returned to seriousness. Grandmother. When Qingxian looked reluctant to part. This was her first time leaving the ancient martial continent and saying goodbye to her grandmother. Alright, girl, don't be sad, hurry up and go, Grandma believes we'll see you again someday. The old woman affectionately patted Wen Qingxuan's head and said. Kindness. Wen Qingxian nodded emphatically. The two then prepared to leave. Hee, so you're here. You've been looking for me for ages. Just then, a voice filled with oppressive power suddenly descended upon the world. Boom, boom, boom. The next second, a fierce aura suddenly descended from the sky, oppressing everyone. Damn it, we've been found out. The old woman's expression suddenly changed. What a wicked patriarch of the Wen family, how dare you betray me? Kill them all without mercy. The voice descended once more, like the wrath of a thunder god, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Grandmother. Wen Qingxuan's heart skipped a beat. Don't worry about Grandma, you all hurry up and go, Grandma will buy you some time. The old woman's face was solemn, and even now, a resolute glint flashed in her cloudy old eyes. Everyone from the Wen family, follow me, protect Qingxian. As soon as she finished speaking, the old woman's inner energy suddenly exploded. Yes, Master. The crowd responded. At this moment, even death feels like returning home. They unleashed their true energy, transforming into streaks of white light that shot straight towards the pursuing auras. Qingxian, let's go quickly. Lin Xian felt a pang of anxiety upon seeing this. But he knew that this was not the time to hesitate. He had to leave with Wen Qingxian as soon as possible. But Grandma and the others. Don't waste the time they bought us, let's go. Lin Xian grabbed Wen Qingxuan's hand, and the two of them sped off towards the location of the ancient martial continent's barrier. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, behind him, the old woman was engaged in a fierce battle with the high priest of the Wuji Palace and the patriarchs of the other 9 major families. The air was filled with violent fluctuations of true energy, and the booming sound was incessant. Although the old woman was incredibly strong, she gradually found herself overwhelmed by so many powerful individuals. Moreover, the high priest intervened. She was quickly injured. Grandmother. When Qingxian turned around and saw that the old woman had been hit by a sharp attack, her body staggering and blood spilling from her mouth. Her heart ached as if it were being cut by a knife. Lin Xian, take her away quickly, remember, never let her come back. The old woman's voice was filled with determination and reluctance. She did her best to block several more attacks, buying Lin Xian and Wen Qingxian a little time. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, a determined glint in his eyes. He knew that he couldn't turn back now, or all his previous efforts would be in vain. He forcefully pulled Wen Qingxian along and continued speeding forward. Grandmother. Tears streamed down Wen Qingxuan's face like broken pearls. She looked back and saw the old woman's figure gradually blurring amidst the fluctuations of true energy, but that resilience and reluctance were deeply imprinted in her heart. Finally, with Lin Xian's desperate protection, the two arrived near the barrier of the ancient martial continent. Lin Xian unleashed the full power of the divine energy within him, and the light enveloped the two of them. Subsequently, he broke through the barrier and arrived outside the barrier, in the reality where Lin Xian was. The noise around me suddenly stopped. Before me stretched a vast grassland under a clear blue sky. However, Lin Xian and Wen Qingxian were filled with heaviness and sorrow. Because they know the price the old woman paid for their future. Grandma'll be alright, right? Qingxuan will definitely come back. Wen Qingxian murmured, her eyes bloodshot. She silently vowed in her heart that she would definitely come back in the future and save her grandmother. She must be strong, for her grandmother's sake and for her own future. Lin Xian also looked up at the azure sky. An unprecedented resolute look appeared in his dark eyes. He knew that the road ahead would be even more perilous. But he will definitely persevere. Together with Wen Qingxian, and with Su Baimo and Wang Sisi beside her. Let's go, Qingxian. Let's intensify our training. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Kindness. Wen Qingxian nodded emphatically. The two walked hand in hand in the sunset. They believe. In the future, they will surely be able to break through the barrier of the god of war and destroy the darkness. The end.